Section 1 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 1. Excerpt from Rameau's Nephew by Denis Diderot. Denis Diderot, 1713 to 1784. Among the French encyclopedists of the 18th century, Denis Diderot holds the place of leader. There were intellects of broader scope and of much surer balance in that famous group, but none of such versatility, brilliancy, and outbursting force. To his associates he was a marvel and an inspiration. He was born in October 1713 in Langres, Haute-Marne, France, and died in Paris July 31, 1784. After a classical education in Jesuit schools, he utterly disgusted his father by turning to the bohemian life of a litterateur in Paris. Although very poor, he married at the age of 30. The whole story of his married life, the common Parisian story in those days, reflects no credit on him, though his liaison with Mademoiselle Voland presents the aspects of a friendship abiding through life. Poverty spurred him to exertion. 4 days of work in 1746 are said to have produced Pensées philosophiques, philosophic thoughts. This book, with a little essay following it, Interprétation de la Nature, was his first open attack on revealed religion. Its argument, though only negative, and keeping within the bounds of theism, foretokened a class of utterances which were frequent in Diderot's later years, and whose assurance of his materialistic atheism would be complete, had they not been too exclamatory for settled conviction. He contents himself with glorifying the passions, to the annulling of all ethical standards. On this point, at least, his convictions were stable, for long afterward he writes thus to Mademoiselle Voland: "The man of mediocre passion lives and dies like the brute. If we were bound to choose between Racine, a bad husband, a bad father, a false friend, and a sublime poet, and Racine, good father, good husband, good friend, and dull, worthy man, I hold to the first. Of Racine, the bad man, what remains? Nothing. Of Racine, the man of genius, the work is eternal." About 1747 he produced an allegory, Promenade du Sceptique. This French Pilgrim's Progress scoffs at the Church of Rome for denying pleasure, then decries the pleasures of the world, and ends by asserting the hopeless uncertainty of the philosophy which both scoffs at the Church and decries worldly pleasure. At this period he was evidently inclined to an irregular attack on the only forms of Christianity familiar to him, asceticism and pietism. In 1749, Diderot first showed himself a thinker of original power in his Letter on the Blind. This work, Lettre sur les Évangiles à l'usage des cieux qui voyant, Letter on the Blind for the use of those who see, opened the eyes of the public to Diderot's peculiar genius, and the eyes of the authorities to the menace in his principles. The result was his imprisonment, and from that the spread of his views. His offense was, that through his ingenious supposition of the mind deprived of its use of one or more of the bodily senses, he had shown the relativity of all man's conceptions, and had thence deduced the relativity, the lack of absoluteness, of all man's ethical standards, thus invalidating the foundations of civil and social order. The broad assertion that Diderot and his philosophic group caused the French Revolution has only this basis, that these men were among the omens of its advance, feeling its stir afar, but not recognizing the coming earthquake. Yet it may be conceded that Diderot anticipated things great and strange, for his mind, although neither precise nor capable of sustained and systematic thought, was amazingly original in conception and powerful in grasp. The mist, blank to his brethren, seems to have wreathed itself into wonderful shapes to his eyes. He was the seer, whose wild enthusiasm caught the oracles from an inner shrine. A predictive power appears in his Letter on the Blind, where he imagines the blind taught to read by touch, and 19th century hypotheses gleam dimly in his random guess at variability in organisms and at survival of those best adapted to their environment. Diderot's monumental work, L'Encyclopédie, dates from the middle of the century. It was his own vast enlargement of Ephraim Chambers' Cyclopedia of 1727, of which a bookseller had demanded a revision in French. D'Alembert was secured as his colleague, and in 1751 the first volume appeared. The list of contributors includes most of the great contemporary names in French literature. From these, Diderot and D'Alembert gathered the inner group known as the French encyclopedists, to whose writings has been ascribed a general tendency to destroy religion and to reconstitute society. The authorities interfered repeatedly with threats and prohibitions of the publication, but the science of government included the science of connivance for an adequate consideration, and the great work went forward. Its danger lurked in its principles, for Diderot dealt but little in the cheap flattery which the modern demagogue addresses to the populace. D'Alembert, wearied by 10 years of persecution, retired in 1759, leaving the indefatigable Diderot to struggle alone through 7 years, composing and revising hundreds of articles, correcting proofs, supervising the unrivaled illustrations of the mechanic arts, while quieting the opposition of the authorities. The encyclopedia under Diderot followed no one philosophic path. Indeed, there are no signs that he ever gave any consideration to either the intellectual or the ethical force of consistency. His writing indicates his utter carelessness both as to the direction and as to the pace of his thought. He had an abiding conviction that Christianity was partly delusion and largely priestcraft, and was maintained chiefly for upholding iniquitous privilege. His antagonism was developed primarily from his emotions and sympathies rather than from his intellect. Hence, it sometimes swerved, drawing perilously near to formal orthodoxy. Moreover, this vivacious philosopher sometimes rambled into practical advice, and easily effervesced into fervid moralizings of the sentimental and almost tearful sort. His immense natural capacity for sentiment appears in his own account of his meeting with Grimm after a few months' absence. His sentimentalism, however, had its remarkable counterpoise in a most practical tendency of mind. In the encyclopedia, the interests of agriculture and of all branches of manufacture were treated with great fullness, and the reform of feudal abuses lingering in the laws of France was vigorously urged in a style more practical than cyclopedic. Diderot gave much attention to the drama, and his Paradoxe sur le comédien, Paradox on the Actor, is a valuable discussion. He is the father of the modern domestic drama. His influence upon the dramatic literature of Germany was direct and immediate. It appeared in the plays of Lessing and Schiller, and much of Lessing's criticism was inspired by Diderot. His Père de famille, family father, and Le Fils naturel, the natural son, marked the beginning of a new era in the history of the stage, in the midst of which we are now living. Breaking with the old traditions, Diderot abandoned the lofty themes of classic tragedy and portrayed the life of the bourgeoisie. The influence of England, frequently manifest in the work of the encyclopedists, is evident also here. Richardson was then the chief force in fiction, and the sentimental element so characteristic in him reappears in the dramas of Diderot. Goethe was strongly attracted by the genius of Diderot, and thought it was worth his while not only to translate but to supply with a long and luminous commentary the latter's Essay on Painting. It was by a singular trick of fortune, too, that one of Diderot's most powerful works should first have appeared in German garb and not in the original French until after the author's death. A manuscript copy of the book chanced to fall into the hands of Goethe, who so greatly admired it that he at once translated, annotated, and published it. This was the famous dialogue Le Neveu de Rameau, Rameau's nephew, a work which only Diderot's peculiar genius could have produced. Depicting the typical parasite, shameless, quick-witted for every species of villainy, At home in every possible meanness, the dialogue is a probably unequaled compound of satire, high aesthetics, gleaming humor, sentimental moralizing, fine musical criticism, and scientific character analysis, with passages of brutal indecency. Among literary critics of painting, Diderot has his place in the highest rank. His 9 salons, criticisms which in his good nature he wrote for the use of his friend Grimm on the annual exhibitions in the Paris Salon from 1759 onward, have never been surpassed among non-technical criticisms for brilliancy, freshness, and philosophic suggestiveness. They reveal the man's elemental strength, which was not in his knowledge, for he was without technical training in art, and had seen scarcely any of the world's masterpieces, but in his sensuously sympathetic nature, which gave him quickness of insight and delicacy in interpretation. He had the faculty of making and keeping friends, being unaffected, genial, amiable, enthusiastically generous, and helpful to his friends, and without vindictiveness to his foes. He needed those qualities to counteract his almost utter lack of conscientiousness, his gush of sentiment, his unregulated morals, his undisciplined genius, his unbalanced thought. His style of writing, often vivid and strong, is as often awkward and dull, and is frequently lacking in finish. As a philosophic author and thinker, his voluminous work is of little enduring worth, for though plentiful in original power, it totally lacks organic unity. His thought rambles carelessly, his method is confused. It has been said of him that he was a master who produced no masterpiece. But as a talker, a converser, all witnesses testify that he was wondrously inspiring and suggestive, speaking sometimes as from mysterious heights of vision or out of unsearchable deeps of thought. From Rameau's Nephew. Be the weather fair or foul, it is my custom, in any case, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, to stroll in the Palais Royal. I am always to be seen alone and meditative on the bench d'Argenson. I hold converse with myself on politics or love, on taste or philosophy, and yield up my soul entirely to its own frivolity. It may follow the first idea that presents itself, be the idea wise or foolish. In the Allée des Foix one sees our young rakes following upon the heels of some courtesan, who passes on with shameless mien, laughing face, animated glance, and a pug nose, but they soon leave her to follow another, teasing them all, joining none of them. My thoughts are my courtesans. When it is really too cold or rainy, I take refuge in the Café de la Régence, and amuse myself by watching the chess players. Paris is the place of the world, and the Café de la Régence the place of Paris where the best chess is played. There one witnesses the most carefully calculated moves. There one hears the most vulgar conversation. For since it is possible to be at once a man of intellect and a great chess player, like Legal, so also one may be at once a great chess player and a very silly person, like Foubert or Maillot. One afternoon I was there, observing much, speaking rarely, and hearing as little as possible, when one of the most singular personages came up to me that ever was produced by this land of ours, where surely God has never caused a dearth of singular characters. He is a combination of high-mindedness and baseness, of sound understanding and folly. In his head the conceptions of honor and dishonor must be strangely tangled, for the good qualities with which nature has endowed him he displays without boastfulness, and the bad qualities without shame. For the rest, he is firmly built, has an extraordinary power of imagination, and possesses an uncommonly strong pair of lungs. Should you ever meet him and succeed in escaping from the charm of his originality, it must be by stopping both ears with your fingers or by precipitate flight. Heavens, what terrible lungs! And nothing is less like him than he himself. Sometimes he is thin and wasted, like a man in the last stages of consumption. You could count his teeth through his cheeks. You would think he had not tasted food for several days, or had come from La Trappe. A month later he is fattened and filled out as if he had never left the banquets of the rich, or had been fed among the Bernardines. Today, with soiled linen, torn trousers, clad in rags, and almost barefoot, he passes with bowed head, avoids those whom he meets, till one is tempted to call him and bestow upon him an alms. Tomorrow, powdered, well-groomed, well-dressed, and well-shod, he carries his head high, lets himself be seen, and you would take him almost for a respectable man. So he lives from day to day, sad or merry according to the circumstances. His first care, when he rises in the morning, is to take thought where he is to dine. After dinner he bethinks himself of some opportunity to procure supper, and with the night come new cares. Sometimes he goes on foot to his little attic, which is his home if the landlady, impatient at long arrears of rent, has not taken the key away from him. Sometimes he goes to one of the taverns in the suburbs, and there, between a bit of bread and a mug of beer, awaits the day. If he lacks the 6 sous necessary to procure him quarters for the night, which is occasionally the case, he applies to some cabman among his friends, or to the coachman of some great lord, and a place on the straw beside the horses is vouchsafed him. In the morning he carries a part of his mattress in his hair. If the season is mild, he spends the whole night strolling back and forth on the Cours or in the Champs-Élysées. With the day he appears again in the city, dressed yesterday for today, and today often for the rest of the week. For such originals I cannot feel much esteem, but there are others who make close acquaintances or even friends of them. Once in the year perhaps they are able to put their spell upon me when I meet them, because their character is in such strong contrast to that of everyday humanity, and they break the oppressive monotony which our education, our social conventions, our traditional proprieties have produced. When such a man enters a company, he acts like a cake of yeast that raises the whole, and restores to each a part of his natural individuality. He shakes them up, brings things into motion, elicits praise or censure, drives truth into the open, makes upright men recognizable, unmasks the rogues, and there the wise man sits and listens, and is enabled to distinguish one class from another. This particular specimen I had long known. He frequented a house into which his talents had secured him the entrée. These people had an only daughter. He swore to the parents that he would marry their daughter. They only shrugged their shoulders, laughed in his face, and assured him that he was a fool. But I saw the day come when the thing was accomplished. He asked me for some money, which I gave him. He had, I know not how, squirmed his way into a few houses, where a couvert stood always ready for him, but it had been stipulated that he should never speak without the consent of his hosts. So there he sat and ate, filled the while with malice. It was fun to see him under this restraint. The moment he ventured to break the treaty and open his mouth, at the very first words, the guests all shouted, "Oh, Rameau!" Then his eyes flashed wrathfully, and he fell upon his food again with renewed energy. You were curious to know the man's name. There it is. He's the nephew of the famous composer who has saved us from the church music of Lully, which we have been chanting for 100 years, and who, having buried the Florentine, will himself be buried by Italian virtuosi. He dimly feels this, and so has become morose and irritable, for no one can be in a worse humor, not even a beautiful woman who in the morning finds a pimple on her nose, than an author who sees himself threatened with the fate of outliving his reputation, as Marivaux and Crébillon fields prove. Rameau's nephew came up to me. "Ah, my philosopher, do I meet you once again? What are you doing here among the good-for-nothings? Are you wasting your time pushing bits of wood about?" I. No, but when I have nothing better to do, I take a passing pleasure in watching those who push them about with skill. He. A rare pleasure, surely. Excepting Legal and Feodor, there is no one here that understands it. I. You are hard to please. I see that only the best finds favor with you. He. Yes, in chess, checkers, poetry, oratory, music, and such other trumpery. Of what possible use is mediocrity in these things? I am almost ready to agree with you. He. You've always shown some interest in me because I'm a poor devil whom you really despise, but who after all amuses you. I. That is true. He. Then let me tell you. Before beginning, he drew a deep sigh, covered his forehead with both hands, and then with calm countenance continued, "You know I am ignorant, foolish, silly, shameless, rascally, gluttonous." I. What a panegyric! He. It is entirely true, not a word to be abated, no contradiction, I pray you. No one knows me better than I know myself, and I don't tell all. I. Rather than anger you, I will assent. He. Now, just think. I lived with people who valued me precisely because all these qualities were mine in a high degree. I. That is most remarkable. I have hitherto believed that people concealed these qualities, even from themselves, or excused them, but always despised them in others. He. Conceal them? Is that possible? You may be sure that when Palissot is alone and contemplates himself, he tells quite a different story. You may be sure that he and his companion make open confession to each other that they are a pair of arrant rogues. Despise these qualities in others? My people were much more reasonable, and I fared excellently well among them. I was cock of the walk. When absent, I was instantly missed. I was pampered. I was their little Rameau, their good Rameau, the shameless, ignorant, lazy Rameau, the fool, the clown, the gourmand. Each of these epithets was to me a smile, a caress, a slap on the back, a box on the ears, a kick, a dainty morsel thrown upon my plate at dinner, a liberty permitted me after dinner as if it were of no account. For I am of no account. People make of me, and do before me and with me, whatever they please, and I never give it a thought. You have been giving lessons, I understand, in accompaniment and composition. He. Yes. And you knew absolutely nothing about it. He. No, by heaven. And for that very reason I was a much better teacher than those who imagine they know something about it. At all events, I didn't spoil the taste nor ruin the hands of my young pupils. If when they left me they went to a competent master, they had nothing to unlearn, for they had learned nothing, and that was just so much time and money saved. But how did you do it? He. The way they all do it. I came, threw myself into a chair. How bad the weather is, how tired the pavement makes one. Then some scraps of town gossip. At the last amateur concert there was an Italian woman who sang like an angel. Poor Dumenil doesn't know what to say or do, etc., etc. Come, mademoiselle, where is your music book? And as mademoiselle displays no great haste, searches every nook and corner for the book, which she has mislaid, and finally calls the maid to help her, I continue. Little Clairon is an enigma. There is talk of a perfectly absurd marriage of, what is her name? Nonsense, Rameau, it isn't possible. They say the affair is all settled. There is a rumor that Voltaire is dead. All the better. Why all the better? Then he is sure to treat us to some droll skit. That's a way he has, a fortnight before his death. What more should I say? I told a few scandals about the families in the houses where I'm received, for we are all great scandalmongers. In short, I played the fool. They listened and laughed and exclaimed, "He is really too droll, isn't he?" Meanwhile, the music book had been found under a chair where a little dog or a little cat had worried it, chewed it, and torn it. Then the pretty child sat down at the piano and began to make a frightful noise upon it. I went up to her, secretly making a sign of approbation to her mother. "Well now, that isn't so bad," said the mother. "One needs only to make up one's mind to a thing. But the trouble is, one will not make up one's mind. One would rather kill time by chattering, trifling, running about, and God knows what. Scarcely do you turn your back, but the book is closed, and not until you are at her side again is it opened. Besides, I have never heard you reprimand her." In the meantime, since something had to be done, I took her hands and placed them differently. I pretended to lose my patience. I shouted, "Soul, soul, soul, mademoiselle, it is a soul." The mother, "Mademoiselle, have you no ears? I am not at the piano. I am not looking at your notes, but my own feeling tells me it ought to be a soul. You give the gentleman infinite trouble. You remember nothing and make no progress." To break the force of this reproof a little, I tossed my head and said, "Pardon me, madame, pardon me. It would be better if mademoiselle would only practice a little, but after all it is not so bad. In your place I would keep her a whole year at one piece. Rest assured I will not let her off until she has mastered every difficulty, and it will not take so long, perhaps, as mademoiselle thinks." "Monsieur Rameau, you flatter her. You are too good." and that is the only thing they would remember of the whole lesson, and would upon occasion repeat to me. So the lesson came to an end. My pupil handed me the fee, with a graceful gesture and a courtesy which her dancing master had taught her. I put the money into my pocket, and the mother said, "That's very nice, mademoiselle. If Favilla were here, he would praise you." For appearance's sake, I chattered for a minute or two more, then I vanished, and that is what they called in those days a lesson in accompaniment. And is the case different now? He: Heavens, I should think so. I come in, I am serious, throw my muff aside, open the piano, try the keys, show signs of great impatience, and if I am kept a moment waiting, I shout as if my purse had been stolen. In an hour I must be there or there, in 2 hours with the Duchess so-and-so. At noon I must go to the Fair Marquis, and then there is to be a concert at Baron de Bag's, Rue Neuve des Petits Champs. And meanwhile no one expects you at all? He: Certainly not. And precisely because I can further my fortune through vices which come natural to me, which I acquired without labor and practice without effort, which are in harmony with the customs of my countrymen, which are quite to the taste of my patrons, and better adapted to their special needs than inconvenient virtues would be, which from morning to night would be standing accusations against them. It would be strange indeed if I should torture myself like one of the damned to twist and turn and make of myself something which I am not, and hide myself beneath a character foreign to me, and assume the most estimable qualities, whose worth I will not dispute, but which I could acquire and live up to only by great exertions, and which, after all, would lead to nothing, perhaps to worse than nothing. Moreover, ought a beggar like me, who lives upon the wealthy, constantly to hold up to his patrons a mirror of good conduct? People praise virtue, but hate it. They fly from it. Let it freeze. And in this world a man has to keep his feet warm. Besides, I should always be in the sourest humor, for why is it that the pious and the devotional are so hard, so repellent, so unsociable? Is it because they have imposed upon themselves a task contrary to their nature? They suffer, and when a man suffers, he makes others suffer. Now that is no affair of mine or of my patrons. I must be in good spirits, easy, affable, full of sallies, drollery, and folly. Virtue demands reverence, and reverence is inconvenient. Virtue challenges admiration, and admiration is not entertaining. I have to do with people whose time hangs heavy on their hands. They want to laugh. Now consider the folly. The ludicrous makes people laugh, and I therefore must be a fool. I must be amusing, and if nature had not made me so, then by hook or by crook I should have made myself seem so. Fortunately, I have no need to play the hypocrite. There are hypocrites enough of all colors without me, and not counting those who deceive themselves. Should it ever occur to friend Rameau to play Cato, to despise fortune, women, good living, idleness, what would he be? A hypocrite. Let Rameau remain what he is, a happy robber among wealthy robbers, and a man without either real or boasted virtue. In short, your idea of happiness, the happiness of a few enthusiastic dreamers like you, has no charm for me. He earns his bread dearly, who in order to live must assail virtue and knowledge. He: I have already told you that we are of no consequence. We slander all men, and grieve none. The dialogue reverts to music. Every imitation has its original in nature. What is the musician's model when he breaks into song? He: Why do you not grasp the subject higher up? What is song? That, I confess, is a question beyond my powers. That's the way with us all. The memory is stored with words only, which we think we understand because we often use them and even apply them correctly. But in the mind we have only indefinite conceptions. When I use the word song, I have no more definite idea of it than you and the majority of your kind have when you say reputation, disgrace, honor, vice, virtue, shame, propriety, mortification, ridicule. Song is an imitation in tones, produced either by the voice or by instruments, of a scale invented by art, or, if you will, established by nature. An imitation of physical sounds or passionate utterances. And you see, with proper alterations, this definition could be made to fit painting, oratory, sculpture, and poetry. Now, to come to your question, what is the model of the musician or of song? It is the declamation, when the model is alive or sensate. It is the tone when the model is insensate. The declamation must be regarded as a line, and the music as another line which twines about it. The stronger and the more genuine is this declamation, this model of song, the more numerous the points at which the accompanying music intersects it, the more beautiful it will be. And this our younger composers have clearly perceived. When one hears Je suis un pauvre diable, one feels that it is a miser's complaint. If he didn't sing, he would address the earth in the very same tones when he entrusts it to keeping his gold. O terre, reçois mon trésor. In such works, with the greatest variety of characters, there is a convincing truth of declamation that is unsurpassed. I tell you, go and hear the aria, where the young man who feels that he is dying cries out, Mon cœur s'en va. Listen to the air, listen to the accompaniment, and then tell me what difference there is between the true tones of a dying man and the handling of this music. You will see that the line of the melody exactly coincides with the line of the declamation. I say nothing of the time, which is one of the conditions of song. I confine myself to the expression, and there is nothing truer than the statement which I have somewhere read, Musis seminarium accensus. The accent is the seed plot of the melody. And for that reason, consider how difficult and important a matter it is to be able to write a good recitative. There is no beautiful aria out of which a beautiful recitative could not be made, no beautiful recitative out of which a clever man could not produce a beautiful aria. I will not assert that one who recites well will also be able to sing well, but I should be much surprised if a good singer could not recite well. And you may believe all that I tell you now, for it is true. And then he walked up and down and began to hum a few arias from the Ile-de-France, etc., exclaiming from time to time, with upturned eyes and hands upraised, Isn't that beautiful? Great heavens, isn't that beautiful? Is it possible to have a pair of ears on one's head and question its beauty? Then, as his enthusiasm rose, he sang quite softly, then more loudly as he became more impassioned, then with gestures, grimaces, contortions of body. Well, said I, he is losing his mind, and I may expect a new scene. And in fact, all at once, he burst out singing. He passed from one aria to another, fully 30 of them, Italian, French, tragic, comic, of every sort. Now with a deep bass he descended into hell. Then, contracting his throat, he split the upper air with a falsetto. And in gait, mien, and action he imitated the different singers, by turns raving, commanding, mollified, scoffing. There was a little girl that wept, and he hit off all her pretty little ways. Then he was a priest, a king, a tyrant. He threatened, commanded, stormed. Then he was a slave and submissive. He despaired, he grew tender, he lamented, he laughed, always in the tone, the time, the sense of the words, of the character, of the situation. All the chess players had left their boards and were gathered around him. The windows of the café were crowded with passers-by, attracted by the noise. There was laughter enough to bring down the ceiling. He noticed nothing, but went on in such a rapt state of mind, in an enthusiasm so close to madness that I was uncertain whether he would recover, or if he would be thrown into a cab and taken straight to the madhouse, the while he sang the lamentations of Gemelli. With precision, fidelity, and incredible warmth he rendered one of the finest passages, the superb obbligato recitative in which the prophet paints the destruction of Jerusalem. He wept himself, and the eyes of the listeners were moist. More could not be desired in delicacy of vocalization, nor in the expression of overwhelming grief. He dwelt especially on those parts in which the great composer has shown his greatness most clearly. When he was not singing, he took the part of the instruments. These he quickly dropped again to return to the vocal part, weaving one into the other so perfectly that the connection, the unity of the whole was preserved. He took possession of our souls and held them in the strangest suspense I have ever experienced. Did I admire him? Yes, I admired him. Was I moved and melted? I was moved and melted, and yet something of the ludicrous mingled itself with these feelings and modified their nature. But you would have burst out laughing at the way he imitated the different instruments. With a rough, muffled tone and puffed-out cheeks, he represented horns and bassoon. For the oboe, he assumed a rasping nasal tone. With incredible rapidity, he made his voice run over the string instruments, whose tones he endeavored to reproduce with the greatest accuracy. The flute passages he whistled. He rumbled out the sounds of the German flute. He shouted and sang with the gestures of a madman. And so, alone and unaided, he impersonated the entire ballet corps, the singers, the whole orchestra, in short, a complete performance, dividing himself into 20 different characters, running, stopping, with the mien of one entranced, with glittering eyes and foaming mouth. He was quite beside himself, exhausted by his exertions, like a man awakening from a deep sleep or emerging from a long period of abstraction. He remained motionless, stupefied, astonished. He looked about him in bewilderment, like one trying to recognize the place in which he finds himself. He awaited the return of his strength, of his consciousness. He dried his face mechanically. Like one who upon awaking finds his bed surrounded by groups of people, in complete oblivion and profound unconsciousness of what he had been doing, he cried, "Well, gentlemen, what's the matter? What are you laughing at? What are you wondering about? What's the matter?" My dear Rameau, let us talk again of music. Tell me how it comes that with the facility you display for appreciating the finest passages of the great masters, for retaining them in your memory, and for rendering them to the delight of others with all the enthusiasm with which the music inspires you, how comes it that you have produced nothing of value yourself? Instead of answering me, he tossed his head, and raising his finger towards heaven, cried, "The stars, the stars! When nature made Leo, Vinci, Pergolese, Denis, she wore a smile. Her face was solemn and commanding when she created my dear Uncle Rameau, who for 10 years has been called the Great Rameau, and who will soon be named no more. But when she scraped his nephew together, she made a face and a face and a face, and as he spoke he made grimaces, one of contempt, one of irony, one of scorn. He went through the motions of kneading dough, and smiled at the ludicrous forms he gave it. Then he threw the strange pagoda from him. So she made me, and threw me down among the other pagodas, some with portly, well-filled paunches, short necks, protruding goggle eyes, and an apoplectic appearance. Others with lank and crooked necks and emaciated forms, with animated eyes and hawk's noses. These all felt like laughing themselves to death when they saw me, and when I saw them I set my arms akimbo, and felt like laughing myself to death, for fools and clowns take pleasure in one another, seek one another out, attract one another. Had I not found upon my arrival in this world the proverb ready-made that the money of fools is the inheritance of the clever, the world would have owed it to me. I felt that nature had put my inheritance into the purse of the pagodas, and I tried in 1,000 ways to recover it. I know these ways. You have told me of them. I have admired them. But with so many capabilities, why do you not try to accomplish something great? That is exactly what a man of the world said to Abbé Leblanc. The abbé replied, "The Marquis de Pompadour takes me in hand and brings me to the door of the academy. Then she withdraws her hand. I fall and break both legs." "You ought to pull yourself together," rejoined the man of the world, "and break the door in with your head." "I have tried just that," answered the abbé, "and do you know what I got for it? A bump on the head." Then he drank a swallow from what remained in the bottle and turned to his neighbor. "Sir, I beg you for a pinch of snuff. That's a fine snuff-box you have there. You are a musician? No? All the better for you. They are a lot of poor deplorable wretches. Fate has made me one of them, me. Meanwhile, at Montmartre there is a mill, and in the mill there is perhaps a miller or a miller's lad, who will never hear anything but the roaring of the mill, and who might have composed the most beautiful of songs. Rameau, you get to the mill, to the mill. It's there you belong. But it is 5:30. I hear the vesper bell, which summons me, too. Farewell. It's true, is it not, philosopher, that I am always the same Rameau? Yes, indeed, unfortunately. Let me enjoy my misfortune 40 years longer. He laughs best who laughs last. Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature. End of Section 1. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 2. of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 2. Selected Works by Franz von Dingelstedt, 1814 to 1881. Franz von Dingelstedt was born at Hausdorff, Hessen, Germany, June 30th, 1814. He attained eminence as a poet and dramatist, but his best powers were devoted to his principal calling as theatre director. His boyhood's education was received at Ritteln. At the University of Marburg, he applied himself to theology and philosophy, but more especially to modern languages and literature. After leaving the university, he became instructor at Ricklingen, near Hanover. He was characterized, even as a young man, by his political freedom and independence of thought, and at Kassel, where in 1836 he was teacher in the Lyceum, he was on this account looked upon so much askance that it was found expedient to transfer him to the gymnasium at Fulda, 1838. He resigned this position, however, in order to devote himself to writing. A collection of his poems appeared in 1838-45, and of these, Lieder eines kosmopolitischen Nachtwachtes, Songs of a Cosmopolitan Night Watchman, 1841, may be said to have produced a genuine agitation. These were not only important as literature, but as political promulgations, boldly embodying the radical sentiments of free-thinking Germany. In 1841 he went to Augsburg, connected himself with the Allgemeine Zeitung, and traveled as newspaper correspondent in France, Holland, Belgium, and England. Das Wanderbuch, the Wander Book, and Jusque à la Mer, Ringen aus Holland, as far as the sea, Remembrances of Holland, 1847, were the fruits of these journeys. He had in contemplation a voyage to the Orient, and preparatory to this he settled for a short time in Vienna, but the journey was not undertaken, for just at this time he was appointed librarian of the Royal Library of Stuttgart, and reader to the king, with the title of court councillor. Here in 1844 he married the celebrated singer Jenny Lutzer. He returned to Vienna, where in 1850 his drama, Das Haus der Barneveldt, The House of the Barnevelds, was produced with such brilliant success that he was thereupon appointed stage manager of the National Theatre at Munich. To this for 6 years he devoted his best efforts, presenting in the most admirable manner the finest of the German classics. The merit of his work was recognized by the king, who ennobled him in 1857. He was preeminently a theatrical manager, and served successively at Weimar, 1857, and at Vienna, where he was appointed director of the Court Opera House in 1867, and of the Burg Theatre in 1870. He brought the classic plays of other lands upon the stage, and his revivals of Shakespeare's historical plays and The Winter's Tale, and of Molière's L'Avare, The Miser, were brilliant events in the theatrical annals of Vienna. He was made imperial councillor by the emperor, and raised in 1876 to the rank of baron. In 1875 he took the position of general director of both court theatres of Vienna. He died in Vienna, May 15, 1881. The novels Licht und Schatten der Liebe, The Light and Shadow of Love, 1838, Heptameron, 1841, and Novellenbuch, 1855, were not wholly successful, but in contrast to these, Unter der Erde, Under the Earth, 1840, Siebenfriedliche Erzählungen, Seven Peaceful Tales, 1844, and The Amazon, 1868, are admirable. Regarded purely as literature, Dingelstedt's best productions are his early poems, although his commentaries upon Shakespeare and Goethe are wholly praiseworthy. He was successful chiefly as a political poet, but his muse sings also the joys of domestic life. Hauslieder, Household Songs, 1844, and his poems upon Chamisso and Uhland are among the most beautiful personal poems in German literature. A Man of Business, from The Amazon. Herr Kraft was about to reply, but was prevented by the hasty appearance of Herr Herbold, the first procurist, who entered the apartment. Not an antiquated comedy figure in shoe buckles, coarse woolen socks, velvet pantaloons, and a long-tailed coat, his vest full of tobacco, and a goose-quill back of his comically flexible ear. No, but a fine-looking man, dressed in the latest style and in black, with a medal in his buttonhole, and having an earnest, expressive countenance. He was householder, member of the city council, and militia captain. The gold medal and colored ribbon on his left breast told of him having saved, at the risk of his own life, a Leander who was being carried away by the current in the swimming baths. His announcement, urgent as it was made without haste, deliberate and cool, somewhat as the mate informs the captain that an ugly wind has sprung up. "Herr Principal," he said, "the crowd has broken in the barriers and one wing of the gateway. They are attacking the counting-house." "Who breaks, pays," said Kraft, with a joke. "We will charge the sport to their account." "The police are not strong enough. They have sent to the Royal Watch for military." "That is right, Haybold. No accident, no arms or legs broken?" "Not that I know of. Pity for Meyer Hirsch. He would have thundered magnificently in the official morning news against the excesses of the rage for speculation." "Nor anyone wounded by the police?" "Not any so far. Pity for Hirschmeyer. The oppositional evening journal has missed a capital opportunity of weeping over the barbarity of the Soldateska. At all events, the two papers must continue to write, one for, the other against us. Keep Hirschmeyer and Meyer Hirsch going." "All right, Herr Principal. Send each of them a polite line, to the effect that we have taken the liberty of keeping a few shares for him, to sell them at the most favorable moment, and pay him over the difference." "It shall be attended to, Herr Principal." "So our Southern Railway goes well, Haybold?" "By steam, Herr Principal." The sober man smiled at his daring joke, and Herr Kraft smiled affably with him. "The amount that we have left to furnish will be exhausted before one has time to turn around. The people throw money, bank-notes, government bonds, at our cashiers, who cannot fill up the receipts fast enough. On the Bourse they fought for the blanks. For the next 4 weeks we will run the stock up, Haybold. After that it can fall, but slowly, with decorum." "I understand, Herr Principal." A cashier came running in without knocking. "Herr Principal," he stammered in his panic, "we have not another blank, and the people are pouring in upon us more and more violently. Wild shouts call for you." "To your place, sir," thundered Kraft at him. "I shall come when I think it time." "In no case," he added more quietly, "before the military arrive. We need an interference for the sake of the market." The messenger disappeared, but pale, bewildered countenances were to be seen in the doorways of the comptoir. The house called for its master. The trembling daughter sent again and again for her father. "Let us bring the play to a close," said Herr Schraft, after brief deliberation. He stepped into the middle office, flung open a window, and raising his harsh voice to its loudest tones, cried to the throng below, "You are looking for me, folks? Here I am. What do you want of me?" "Shares, subscriptions," was the noisy answer. "You claim without any right or any manners. This is my house, a peaceable citizen's house. You are breaking in as though it were a dungeon, an arsenal, a tax office, as though we were in the midst of a revolution. Are you not ashamed of yourself?" A confused murmur rang through the astonished ranks. "If you wish to do business with me," continued the merchant, "you must first learn manners and discipline. Have I invited your visit? Do I need your money, or do you need my shares? Send up some deputies to convey your requests. I shall have nothing to do with a turbulent mob." So saying, he closed the window with such violence that the panes cracked, and the fragments fell down on the heads of the assailants. "The principal knows how to talk to people," said Haybold with pride to Roland, the mute witness of this strange scene. "He speaks their own language. He replies to a broken door with a broken window." Meanwhile, a company of soldiers had arrived on double quick, with a flourish of drums. The officer's word of command rang through the crowd, now grown suddenly quiet. "Fix bayonets! Form line! March!" Yards and passages were cleared. the doors guarded. In the street, the low muttering tide, forced back, made a sort of dam. 3 deputies, abashed and confused, appeared at Kraft's door and craved audience. The merchant received them like a prince surrounded by his court, in the midst of his clerks in the large counting-room. The spokesman commenced, "We beg your pardon, Herr Kraft, for what has happened." "For shame, that you should drag in soldiers as witnesses and peacemakers in a quiet little business affair among order-loving citizens." "It was reported that we had been fooled with these subscriptions, and that the entire sum had already been disposed of on the bourse." "And even if that were so, am I to be blamed for it? The South Western Railway must raise 30 millions. Double, treble that amount is offered it. Can I prevent the necessity of reducing the subscriptions?" "No, but they say that we poor folks shall not get a cent's worth. The big men of the bourse have gobbled up the best bits right before our noses." "They say so? Who says so? Court Cooper Towert? I ask you, who says so?" "Gracious Herr Court Banker." "Don't court or gracious me. My name is Kraft, Herr Hans Heinrich Kraft. I think we know each other, Master Talbot. It is not the first time we have done business together. You have a very snug little share in my workingmen's bank. Grain-broker Wurst, you have bought one of the houses on my street. Do I ever dun you for the installments of purchase money?" "No, indeed, Herr Kraft. You are a good man, a public-spirited man, no money-maker, no leech, no Jew," cried the triumvirate of deputies in chorus. "I am nothing more than you are, a man of business, who works for his living, the son of a peasant, a plain simple citizen. I began in a smaller way than any of you, but I shall never forget that I am flesh of your flesh, blood of your blood. Facts have proved it. I will give you a fresh proof to-day. Go home and tell the people who have sent you, Heinz Heinrich Kraft will give up the share which his house has subscribed to the South Western Railway, in favor of the less wealthy citizens of this city. This sum of $500,000 shall be divided up pro rata among the subscriptions under $500. "Heaven bless you, Herr Kraft," stammered out the court cooper, and the grain-broker essayed to shed a tear of gratitude. The confidential clerk, Herr Lange, the third of the group, caught at the hand of the patron to kiss it with emotion. Kraft drew it back angrily. "No self-abasement, Herr Lange," he said. "We are men of the people. Let us behave as such. God bless you, gentlemen. You know my purpose. Make it known to the good people waiting outside, and see that I am rid of my billeting. Let the subscriptions be conducted quietly and in good order. Adieu, children." The deputation withdrew. A few minutes afterwards there was heard a thundering hurrah. "Hurrah for Herr Kraft! 3 cheers for Father Kraft!" He showed himself at the window, nodded quickly and soberly, and motioned them to disperse. While the tumult was subsiding, Kraft and Roland retired into the private counting-room. "You have," the latter said, "spoken nobly, acted nobly." "I have made a bargain, nothing more, nothing less. Moreover, not a bad one." "How so?" "In 3 months I shall buy at 70, perhaps still lower. What I am now to give up to them at 90. "You know that beforehand?" "With mathematical certainty. The public expects an El Dorado in the South Western Railway, as it does in every new enterprise. The undertaking is a good one, it is true, or I should not have ventured upon it, but one must be able to wait until the fruit is ripe. The small holders cannot do that. They sow to-day, and to-morrow they wish to reap. At the first payment their heart and their purse are all right. At the second or third both are gone. Upon the least rise they will throw the paper, for which they were ready to break each other's necks, upon the market, and so depreciate their property. But if some fortuitous circumstance should cause a pressure upon the money market, then they drop all that they have, in a perfect panic, for any price. I shall watch this moment, and buy. In a year or so, when the road is finished and its communications complete, the shares that were subscribed for at 90, and which I have bought at 60 or 70, will touch 100, or higher." "That is to say," said Roland thoughtfully, You will gain at the expense of those people whose confidence you have aroused, then satisfied with objects of artificial value, and finally drained for yourself." "Business is business," replied the familiar harsh voice. "Unless I become a counterfeiter or a forger, I can do nothing more than to convert other people's money into my own, of course in an honest way." "And you do this without fearing lest one day some mightier and luckier than you should do the same to you?" "I must be prepared for that. I am prepared." "Also for the storm, not one of your own creating, but one sent by the wrath of God, that shall scatter all this paper splendor of our times, and reduce this appalling social inequality of ours to a universal zero?" "Let us quietly abide this last day," laughed the banker, taking the artist by the arm. The Watchman. The last faint twinkle now goes out, up in the poet's attic, and the roysters, in merry rout, speed home with steps erratic. Soft from the house roofs showers the snow, the vane creaks on the steeple, the lanterns wag and glimmer low, in the storm by the hurrying people. The houses all stand black and still, the churches and taverns deserted, and a body may now wend at his will, with his own fancies diverted. Not a squinting eye now looks this way, not a slenderest mouth is dissembling, and a heart that has slept the lifelong day may now love and hope with trembling. Dear night, thou foe to each base end, while the good still a blessing prove thee, they say that thou art no man's friend. Sweet night, how I therefore love thee. End of Section 2. Recording by Todd.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 3. Selected excerpts by Diogenes Laertius. Diogenes Laertius, 200 to 250 A.D. It is curious how often we are dependent for our knowledge of some larger subject upon a single ancient author, who would hardly be worthy of notice but for the accidental loss of the books composed by fitter and abler men. Thus, our only description of Greece at the close of the classical period is written by a man who describes many objects that he certainly did not see, who leaves unmentioned numberless things we wish explained, and who has a genius for so misplacing an adverb as to bring confusion to the most commonplace statement. But not even to Pausanias do we proffer such grudging gratitude and such ungrateful objurgations as to Diogenes Laertius, our chief, often our sole, authority for the lives and sayings of the philosophers. His book is a fascinating one, and even amusing, if we can forget what we so much wanted in its stead. At second or third hand, from the compendiums of the schools, rather than from the original works of the great masters themselves, Diogenes does give us a fairly intelligible sketch, as a rule, of the outward life lived by each sage. This slight frame is crammed with anecdotes, evidently culled with the most eager and uncritical hand from miscellaneous collections. Many of these stories are so fragmentary as to be pointless. Others are unquestionably attached to the wrong person. This method is at its maddest in the author's sketch of his namesake, the recluse of the tub. One of Ali Baba's jars, by the way, would give a better notion of the real hermitage. Since this philosopher had himself little character and no doctrines, the loose string of anecdotes, puns, and saucy answers suits all our needs. Throughout the work are scattered apocryphal letters and feeble poetic epigrams composed by the compiler himself. The leaning of our most unphilosophic author was apparently toward Epicurus. The loss of that teacher's own works causes us to prize doubly the extensive fragments of them preserved in this relatively copious and serious study. The lover of the great Epicurean poem of Lucretius on the nature of things will often be surprised to find here the source of many among the Roman poet's most striking doctrines and images. The sketch of Zeno is also an important authority on Stoicism. Instruction in these particular chapters, then, and rich diversion elsewhere, await the reader of this most gossipy, formless, and uncritical volume. The English reader, by the way, ought to be provided with something better than the Bonn version. This adds a goodly harvest of ludicrous misprints and other errors of every kind to Diogenes' own mixture of borrowed wisdom and native silliness. The classical student will prefer the Diderot edition by Courbet, with the Latin version in parallel columns. It has been thought desirable to offer here a version, slightly abridged, of Diogenes' chapter on Socrates. The original sources, in Plato's and Xenophon's extant works, will almost always explain, or correct, the statements of Diogenes. Such wild shots as the assertion that the plague repeatedly visited Athens, striking down every inhabitant save the temperate Socrates, hardly need a serious rejoinder. Diogenes cannot even speak with approximate accuracy of Socrates' famous demon or inward monitor. We know, on the best authority, that it prophesied nothing, even proposed nothing, but only vetoed the rasher impulses of its human companion. But to apply the tests of mere accuracy to Diogenes would be like criticizing Uncle Remus for his sins against English syntax. Of the author's life, we know nothing. Our assignment of him to the 3rd century is based merely on the fact that he quotes writers of the 2nd and is himself in turn cited by somewhat later authors. Life of Socrates, from the Lives and Sayings of the Philosophers. Socrates was the son of Sophronicus, a sculptor, and Phanerete, a midwife, as Plato also states in Theaetetus, and an Athenian of the Deme Alopeke. He was believed to aid Euripides in composing his dramas. Hence, Mensimachus speaks thus: "This is Euripides' new play, The Phrygians, and Socrates has furnished him the sticks." And again, Euripides, Socratically patched. Callias also, in his Captives, says, "Why art thou so solemn, putting on such airs? Indeed I may, the cause is Socrates." Aristophanes, in The Clouds, again remarks, "And this is he who, for Euripides, composed the talkative, wise tragedies." He was a pupil of Anaxagoras, according to some authorities, but also of Damon, as Alexander states in his Successions. After the former's condemnation, he became a disciple of Archelaus, the natural philosopher. But Doris says he was a slave and carried stones. Some say, too, that the Graces on the Acropolis are his. They are clothed figures. Hence, they say, Timon in his Silly declares, quote, "From them proceeded the stone polisher, prater on law, enchanter of the Greeks, who taught the art of subtle argument, the nose in air, mocker of orators, half Attic, the adept in irony," end quote. For he was also clever in discussion, but the 30 tyrants, as Xenophon tells us, forbade him to teach the art of arguing. Aristophanes also brings him in on comedy, making the worse argument seem the better. He was moreover the first, with his pupil Aeschines, to teach oratory. He was likewise the first who conversed about life, and the first of the philosophers who came to his end by being condemned to death. We are also told that he lent out money. At least, investing it, he would collect what was due, and then, after spending it, invest again. But Demetrius the Byzantine says it was Crito who, struck by the charm of his character, took him out of the workshop and educated him. Realizing that natural philosophy was of no interest to men, it is said, he discussed ethics in the workshops and in the agora, and used to say he was seeking whatsoever is good in human dwellings, or evil. And, very often, we are told, when in these discussions he conversed too violently, he was beaten or had his hair pulled out, and was usually laughed to scorn. So once, when he was kicked, and bore it patiently, someone expressed surprise. But he said, "If an ass kicked me, would I bring action against him?" Foreign travel he did not require, as most men do, except when he had to serve in the army. At other times, remaining in Athens, he disputed in argumentative fashion with those who conversed with him, not so as to deprive them of their belief, but to strive for the ascertainment of truth. They say Euripides gave him the works of Heraclitus, and asked him, "What do you think of it?" And he said, "What I understood is fine. I suppose what I did not understand is, too, only it needs a Delian diver." He attended also to physical training, and was in excellent condition. Moreover, he went on the expedition to Amphipolis, and when Xenophon had fallen from his horse in the battle of Delium, he picked him up and saved him. Indeed, when all the other Athenians were fleeing, he retreated slowly, turning about calmly, and on the lookout to defend himself if attacked. He also joined the expedition to Potidaea by sea, for the war prevented a march by land, and it was there he was said once to have remained standing in one position all night. There, too, it is said, he was preeminent in valor, but gave up the prize to Alcibiades, of whom he is stated to have been very fond. Ion of Chios says, moreover, that when young he visited Samos with Archelaus, and Aristotle states that he went to Delphi. Favorinus, again, in the first book of his commentaries, says he went to the Isthmus. He was also very firm in his convictions, and devoted to the democracy, as was evident from his not yielding to Critias and his associates, when they bade him bring Leon of Salamis, a wealthy man, to them to be put to death. He was also the only one who opposed the condemnation of the 10 generals. When he could have escaped from prison, too, he would not. The friends who wept at his fate he reproved, and while in prison he composed those beautiful discourses. He was also temperate and austere. Once, as Pamphylia tells us in the 7th book of her commentaries, Alcibiades offered him a great estate on which to build a house, and he said, "If I needed sandals, and you offered me a hide from which to make them for myself, I should be laughed at if I took it." Often, too, beholding the multitude of things for sale, he would say to himself, "How many things I do not need!" He used constantly to repeat aloud these iambic verses, "But silver plate and garb of purple dye to actors are of use, but not in life." He disdained the tyrants, Archelaus of Macedon, Scopas of Cranon, Eurylochus of Melissa, not accepting gifts from them, nor visiting them. He was so regular in his way of living that he was frequently the only one not ill when Athens was attacked by the plague. Aristotle says he wedded 2 wives, the first, Xantippe, who bore him Lamprocles, and the second, Myrto, daughter of Aristides the Just, whom he received without dowry, and by whom he had Sophronicus and Menexenus. Some, however, say he married Myrto first, and some again that he had them both at once, as the Athenians, on account of scarcity of men, passed a law to increase the population, permitting anyone to marry one Athenian woman and have children by another. So Socrates did this. He was a man also able to disdain those who mocked him. He prided himself on his simple manner of living, and never exacted any pay. He used to say, "He who ate with best appetite had least need of delicacies," and "He who drank with best appetite had least need to seek a draught not at hand," and "He who had fewest needs was nearest the gods." This indeed we may learn from the comic poets, who, in their very ridicule, covertly praise him. Thus Aristophanes says, quote, "O thou who hast righteously set thy heart on attaining to noble wisdom, how happy the life wilt thou lead among the Athenians and the Hellenes! Shrewdness and memory both are thine, and energy unwearied of mind, and never art thou tired from standing or from walking. By cold thou art not vexed at all, nor dost thou long for breakfast. Wine thou dost shun, and gluttony, and every other folly." End quote. Nemesius also, bringing him upon the stage in the philosopher's cloak, says, quote, "O Socrates, best among few men, most foolish of many, thou also art come unto us? Thou art a patient soul, but where didst get that doublet? That wretched thing in mockery was presented by the cobblers. Yet though so hungry, he never, however, has stooped to flatter a mortal." End quote. This disdain and arrogance in Socrates has also been exposed by Aristophanes, who says, quote, "Along the streets you haughtily strut, your eyes roll hither and thither. Barefooted, enduring discomforts, you go with countenance solemn among us." End quote. And yet sometimes, suiting himself to the occasion, he dressed finely, as when, for instance, in Plato's Symposium, he goes to Agathon's. He was a man able both to urge others to action and to dissuade them. Thus, when he conversed with Theaetetus on knowledge, he sent him away inspired, as Plato says. Again, when Euthyphron had indicted his own father for manslaughter, by conversing with him on piety, Socrates turned him from his purpose. Lysias also, by his exhortations, he rendered a most moral man. He was moreover skillful in fitting his arguments to the circumstances. He changed the feeling of his son Lamprocles when he was enraged with his mother, as Xenophon somewhere states. Plato's brother Glaucon, who wished to be active in politics, he dissuaded because of his inexperience, as Xenophon states. But Charmides, on the other hand, who was well fitted, he urged on. He roused the spirit of Iphicrates, the general, also, pointing out to him the cocks of Medius the barber, fighting those of Callias. He said it was strange that every man could tell easily how many sheep he had, but could not call by name the friends whom he had acquired. So negligent were men in that regard. Once, seeing Euclid devoting great pains to captious arguments, he said, "O Euclid, you will be able to manage sophists, but men, never." For he thought hair-splitting on such matters useless, as Plato says in his Euthydemus. When Glaucon offered him some slaves, so that he might make a profit on them, he did not take them. He praised leisure as the best of possessions, as Xenophon also says in his Symposium. He used to say, too, that there was but one good, knowledge, and one evil, ignorance. Wealth and birth, he said, had no value, but were on the contrary wholly an evil. So, when someone told him Antisthenes' mother was a Thracian, "Do you think," quoth he, "so fine a man must be the child of 2 Athenians?" When Phaedo had been captured in war and shamefully enslaved, Socrates bade Crito ransom him, and made him a philosopher. He also learned, when already an old man, to play the lyre, saying there was no absurdity in learning what one did not know. He used to dance frequently, too, thinking this exercise helpful to health. This Xenophon tells us in the Symposium. He used to say that his demon foretold future events, and that he knew nothing, except the very fact that he did know nothing. Those who bought at great price what was out of season, he said, had no hope of living till the season came around. Once, being asked what was virtue in a young man, he said, "To avoid excess in all things." He used to say one should study geometry, that is, surveying, just enough to be able to measure land in buying and selling it. When Euripides, in the Ag, said of virtue, quote, "These things were better left to lie untouched," unquote, he rose up and left the theatre, saying it was absurd to think it proper to seek for a slave if he was not to be found, but to let virtue perish unregarded. When his advice was asked whether to marry or not, he said, "Whichever you do, you will regret it." He used to say that he marveled that those who made stone statues took pains to make the stones as like the man as possible, but took none with themselves, that they might not be like the stone. He thought it proper for the young to look constantly in the mirror, so that if they had beauty, they might prove themselves worthy of it, and if they were ugly, that they might conceal their ugliness by their accomplishments. When he had invited rich friends to dinner, and Xanthippe was ashamed, he said, "Do not be troubled. If they are sensible, they will bear with us. If not, we shall care nothing for them." Most men, he said, lived to eat, but he ate to live. As to those who showed regard for the opinions of the ignoble multitude, he said it was as if a man should reject 1 tetradrachm as worthless, but accept a heap of such coins as good. When Aeschines said, "I am poor and have nothing else, but I give you myself," he said, "Do you then not realize you are offering me the greatest of gifts?" To him who said, "The Athenians have condemned you to death," he responded, "And nature has condemned them also thereto," though some ascribe this to Anaxagoras. When his wife exclaimed, "You die innocent," he answered, "Do you wish I were guilty?" When a vision in sleep seemed to say, 3 days hence thou wilt come to the fertile region of Theia, he said to Aeschines, "On the 3rd day I shall die." When he was to drink the hemlock, Apollodorus gave him a fine garment to die in. "But why," quoth he, "is this garment of mine good enough to live in, but not to perish in?" To him who said, "So-and-so speaks ill of you," he answered, "Yes, he has not learned to speak well." When Antisthenes turned the ragged side of his cloak to the light, he remarked, "I see your vanity through your cloak." He declared we ought to put ourselves expressly at the service of the comedy writers, quote, "For if they say anything about us that is true, they will correct us, and if what they say be untrue, it does not concern us at all." End quote. When Xanthippe had first reviled him, then drenched him with water, "Didn't I tell you," said he, "it was thundering and would soon rain?" To Alcibiades, who said Xantippa's scolding was unbearable, he replied, "I am accustomed to it, as to a constantly creaking pulley. And you," he added, "endure the cackling of geese." Alcibiades said, "Yes, for they bring me eggs and goslings." "And Xantippa," retorted Socrates, "bears me children." Once, when she pulled off his cloak in the agora, his friends advised him to defend himself with force. "Yes," said he, "by Jove, so that as we fight, each of you may cry, 'Well done, Socrates! Good for you, Xantippa!'" He used to say he practiced on Xantippa just as trainers do with spirited horses, quote, "Just as they, if they master them, are able to control any other horse, so I, who am accustomed to Xantippa, shall get on easily with anyone else." End quote. It was for such words and acts as this that the Delphic priestess bore witness in his honor, giving to Chairephon that famous response, "Wisest of all mankind is Socrates." He became extremely unpopular on account of this oracle, but also because he convicted of ignorance those who had a great opinion of themselves, particularly Anytus, as Plato also says in the Meno. For Anytus, enraged at the ridicule Socrates brought upon him, first urged Aristophanes and the rest on to attack him, and then induced Miletus to join in indicting him for impiety and for corrupting the young men. Plato, in the Apology, says there were 3 accusers, Anytus, Lycon, and Miletus. Anytus being incensed at him in behalf of the artisans and politicians, Lycon for the orators, and Miletus for the poets, all of whom Socrates pulled to pieces. The sworn statement of the plaintiffs ran as follows, for it is still recorded. Varvarinus says in the State Archives, quote, "Socrates is guilty, not honoring the gods whom the state honors, but introducing other strange divinities, and he is further guilty of corrupting the youth. Penalty, death." End quote. When Lysias wrote a speech for his defense, he read it and said, quote, "A fine speech, Lysias, but not suited for me." End quote. For indeed it was rather a lawyer's plea than a philosopher's. Lysias said, "But why, if the speech is a fine one, should it not be suitable for you?" Socrates replied, "Would not fine robes, then, and sandals be unfitting for me?" While he was on trial, it is stated that Plato ascended the bema and began, "Being the youngest, O men of Athens, of all who ever came upon the bema," but at this point the judges cried out, "Come down, come down!" So he was convicted by 281 votes more than were cast for his acquittal, and when the judges considered what penalty or fine he should receive, he said he would pay 25 drachma. Eubulides said he agreed to pay 100, but when the judges expressed their indignation aloud, he said, "For what I have done, I consider the proper return to be support at the public expense in the town hall." But they condemned him to death, the vote being larger than before by 80. Not many days later, he drank the hemlock in the prison, after uttering many noble words, recorded by Plato in the Phaedo. According to some, he wrote a poem beginning, "Greeting, Apollo of Delos, and Artemis, youthful and famous." He also versified, not very successfully, a fable of Aesop's, which began, "Aesop once to the people who dwell in the city of Corinth said, 'Let virtue be judged not by the popular voice.' So he passed from among men, but straightway the Athenians repented of their action, so that they closed the gymnasia, and exiling the other accusers, put Miletus to death. Socrates they honored with a statue of bronze. The work of Lysippus, which was set up in the Pompion, Anytus, in exile, entering Heraclea, was warned out of the town that very day. The Athenians have had the same experience not only in Socrates' case, but with many others. Indeed, it is stated that they find Homer as a madman, and adjudged Tyreus to be crazy. Euripides reproves them in the Palamedes, saying, ye have slain the all-wise, the harmless nightingale of the Muses." That is so, but Philochorus says Euripides died before Socrates. Socrates and Euripides were both disciples of Anaxagoras. It appears to me, too, that Socrates did talk on natural philosophy. In fact, Xenophon says so, though he states that Socrates held discourse only upon moral questions. Plato, indeed, in the Apology, mentioning Anaxagoras and other natural philosophers, himself says of them things whereof Socrates denies any knowledge, yet it is all ascribed to Socrates. Aristotle states that a certain mage from Syria came to Athens, and among other prophecies concerning Socrates, foretold that his death would be a violent one. The following verses upon him are our own. Drink in the palace of Zeus, O Socrates, seeing that truly thou by a god wert called wise, who is wisdom itself. Foolish Athenians, who to thee offered the potion of hemlock, through thy lips themselves, draining the cup to the dregs. As translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by William C. Lawton. Examples of Greek wit and wisdom. Bias. Once he was on a voyage with some impious men. The vessel was overtaken by a storm, and they began to call upon the gods for aid. But Bias said, "Be silent, so that they may not discover that you are on board our ship." He declared it was pleasanter to decide a dispute between his enemies than between friends. For of two friends, he explained, one is sure to become my enemy, but of two enemies I make one friend. Plato. It is said Socrates, in a dream, seemed to be holding on his knees a cygnet, which suddenly grew wings and flew aloft, singing sweetly. Next day Plato came to him, and Socrates said he was the bird. It is told that Plato, once seeing a man playing dice, reproved him. "The stake is but a trifle," said the other. "Yes, but," responded Plato, "the habit is no trifle." Once, when Xenocrates came to Plato's house, the latter bade him scourge his slave for him, explaining that he could not do it himself because he was angry. Again, he said to one of his slaves, "You would have had a beating if I were not angry." Aristippus. Dionysus once asked him why it is that the philosophers are seen at rich men's doors, not the rich men at the doors of the sages. Aristippus replied, "Because the wise realize what they lack, but the rich do not." On a repetition of the taunt on another occasion, he retorted, "Yes, and physicians are seen at sick men's doors, yet none would choose to be the patient rather than the leech." Once, when overtaken by a storm on a voyage to Corinth, he was badly frightened. Somebody said to him, "We ordinary folk are not afraid, but you philosophers play the coward." "Yes," was his reply, "we are not risking the loss of any such wretched life as yours." Someone reproached him for his extravagance in food. "If you could buy these same things for 3 pence, wouldn't you do it?" "Oh, yes." "Why then? 'Tis not I who am too fond of the luxurious food, but you that are over fond of your money." Aristotle. When asked, "What is hope?" he answered, "The dream of a man awake." Asked what grows old quickest, he replied, "Gratitude." When told that someone had slandered him in his absence, he said, "He may beat me, too, in my absence." Being asked how much advantage the educated have over the ignorant, he replied, "As much as the living over the dead." Someone asked him why we spend much time in the society of the beautiful. "That," he said, "is a proper question for a blind man." Once, being asked how we should treat our friends, he said, "As we would wish them to treat us." Asked what a friend is, he answered, "One soul abiding in 2 bodies." Theophrastus. To a man who at a feast was persistently silent, he remarked, "If you are ignorant, you are behaving wisely. If you are intelligent, you are behaving foolishly." To Demetrius. It was a saying of his that to friends in prosperity we should go when invited, but to those in misfortune unbidden. When told that the Athenians had thrown down his statues, he answered, "But not my character, for which they erected them." Antisthenes. Someone asked him what he gained from philosophy. He replied, "The power to converse with myself." He advised the Athenians to pass a vote that asses were horses. When they thought that irrational, he said, "But certainly your generals are not such because they've learned anything, but simply because you have elected them." Diogenes. He used to say that when in the course of his life he saw pilots and physicians and philosophers, he thought man the most sensible of animals. But when he saw interpreters of dreams and soothsayers, and those who paid attention to them, and those puffed up by fame or wealth, he believed no creature was sillier than man. Some said to him, "You're an old man. Take life easy now." He replied, "And if I were running the long-distance race, should I, when nearing the goal, slacken, and not rather exert myself?" When he saw a child drink out of his hands, he took the cup out of his wallet and flung it away, saying, "A child has beaten me in simplicity." He used to argue thus: all things belong to the gods. The wise are the friends of the gods. The goods of friends are common property. Therefore, all things belong to the wise. To one who argued that motion was impossible, he made no answer, but rose and walked away. When the Athenians urged him to be initiated into the mysteries, assuring him that in Hades those who were initiated have the front seats, he replied, "It is ludicrous if Agesilaus and Epaminondas are to abide in the mud, and some ignoble wretches who are initiated are to dwell in the isles of the blessed." Plato made the definition, quote, "Man is a two-footed, featherless animal," end quote, and was much praised for it. Diogenes plucked a fowl and brought it into his school, saying, "This is Plato's man." So the addition was made to the definition, quote, "with broad nails," end quote. When a man asked him what was the proper hour for lunch, he said, "If you are rich, when you please. If you are poor, when you can get it." He used often to shout aloud that an easy life had been given by the gods to men, but they had covered it from sight in their search for honey cakes and perfumes and such things. The musician who was always left alone by his hearers, he greeted with, "Good morning, cock." When the others asked him the reason, he said, "Because your music starts everybody up." When an exceedingly superstitious man said to him, "With one blow I will break your head," he retorted, "And with a sneeze at your left side, I will make you tremble." When asked what animal had the worst bite, he said, "Of wild beasts, the sycophant, and of tame creatures, the flatterer." Being asked when was the proper time to marry, he responded, "For young men, not yet, and for old men, not at all." When he was asked what sort of wine he enjoyed drinking, he answered, "Another man's." Someone advised him to hunt up his runaway slave, but he replied, "It is ridiculous if Manes lives without Diogenes, but Diogenes cannot live without Manes." When asked why men give to beggars, but not to philosophers, he said, "Because they expect themselves to become lame and blind, but philosophers, never." Cleantus. When a comic actor apologized for having ridiculed him from the stage, he answered gently, "They would be preposterous. When Bacchus and Hercules bear the raillery of poets without showing anger, if I should be indignant when I chance to be attacked." Pythagoras, from his Precepts. Do not stir the fire with a sword. Do not devour your heart. Always have your bed packed up. Do not walk in the main street. Do not cherish birds with crooked talons. Avoid a sharp sword. When you travel abroad, look not back at your own borders. Consider nothing exclusively your own. Destroy no cultivated tree or harmless animal. Modesty and decorum consist in never yielding to laughter and yet not looking stern. All of these translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature by William C. Lawton. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 4, Isaac Disraeli, 1766 to 1848. Among the writers whose education and whose tastes were the outcome of the classicism of the 18th century, yet whose literary life lapped over into the Victorian epoch, was Isaac Disraeli, born at Enfield in May 1766. Disraeli was of Jewish origin, his ancestors having fled from the Spanish persecutions of the 15th century to find a home in Venice, whence a younger branch migrated to England. At the time of his birth, his family had stood for generations among the foremost English Jews, his father having been made a citizen by special legislation. The boy, however, did not inherit the commercial spirit which had established his house. He was a lover of books and a dreamer of dreams, and so early developed literary tendencies that his frightened father sent him off to Amsterdam to school, in the hope of curing proclivities so dangerous. Here he became familiar with the works of the encyclopedists, and adopted the theories of Rousseau. On returning to England in his 19th year, he replied to his father's proposition that he should enter a commercial house at Bordeaux by a long poem in which he passionately inveighed against the commercial spirit, and avowed himself a student of philosophy and letters. His father's reluctant acquiescence was obtained at last through the good offices of the laureate Pye, to whom the youth had already dedicated his first book, A Defense of Poetry. At the outset of his career, he found himself received with consideration by the men whose acquaintance he most desired. Following the fashion of the day, and inspired by the books of anecdotes so successfully published by his friend Douce, Disraeli in 1791 produced anonymously a small volume entitled Curiosities of Literature, the copyright of which he magnanimously presented to his publisher. The extraordinary success of this book can be accounted for only by the curious taste of the time, which still reflected the more unworthy traditions of the Addisonian era. It was an age of clubs and tea tables, of society scandal-mongering and fireside gossip, and the reading public welcomed a contribution whose refined dilettantism so well matched its own. The mysteries of Eleusis and the origin of wigs received the same grave attention. This popularity induced Disraeli to buy back the copyright at a generous valuation. He enlarged the work to 5 volumes, which passed through 12 in his own lifetime, and still serves to illustrate a curious literary phase. Other compilations of similar nature met the same success. The Calamities of Authors, Quarrels of Authors, and Literary Recollections, but the Amenities of Literature, his last work, is the most purely literary in form, and affords perhaps the best index to Disraeli's abilities as a writer. The reader of today, however, is struck by the ephemeral nature of this criticism, which yet by a curious literary experience is keeping a place among the permanent productions of its age. The reader is everywhere impressed by the human sympathy, by the wide if rather superficial knowledge, and by innumerable felicities of expression and style, which betray the cultivated mind. To lovers of the curious the books still appeal, and they will continue to hold an honorable place among the bric-a-brac of literature. The spirit of curiosity which characterized the mind of Disraeli assumed its most dignified concrete form in the Commentaries on the Reign of Charles I. Disraeli had an artistic sense of the values in a historical picture, with a keen perception of the importance of side lights, and although the book is not a great contribution to the literature of history, yet it became popular, and in July 1832 earned for its author the degree of D.C.L. from Oxford. Disraeli's romances were tedious tales, but his hold upon the public was secure, and the vast amount of miscellaneous matter which he published always found a delighted audience. The Genius of Judaism, a philosophical inquiry into the historical significance of the permanence of the Jewish race, showed the author's psychic limitations. He designed a history of English literature, for which he had gathered much material, but increasing blindness forced him to abandon it. Much of Disraeli's popularity was unquestionably due to his qualities of heart. His nature was fine, he was an affectionate and devoted friend, and held an enviable position in the literary circles of the day. Campbell, Byron, Rogers, and Scott alike admired and loved him, while a host of lesser men eagerly sought his friendship. Although brought up in the Jewish faith, Disraeli affiliated early in life with the Church of England, in which his 3 sons and 1 daughter were baptized. He died in 1848 and was buried at Bradenham. 20 years later his daughter-in-law, the Countess of Beaconsfield, erected at Hughenden a monument to his memory. Illustration: Old black-letter quarto. Slightly reduced facsimile of title page of first edition of The Posies. London, about 1572. Original, 4 1/8 by 6 3/8 inches. An example of title page, typography, and spelling 100 years after the introduction of printing into England. The Old English, Gothic, or black-letter type was being superseded by the modern Roman, and on this title page both forms were used. Reading: 100 sundry flowers bound up in one small poesy, gathered partly by translation in the fine outlandish gardens of Euripides, Ovid, Petrarch, Ariosto, and others, and partly by invention, out of our own fruitful orchards in England, yielding sundry favorite favors of tragical, comical, and moral discourses, both pleasant and profitable to the well-smelling noses of learned readers. Meritum petare grave, at London, imprinted for Richard Smith. Selection: Poets, Philosophers, and Artists made by accident from Curiosities of Literature by Isaac Disraeli. Accident has frequently occasioned the most eminent geniuses to display their powers. It was at Rome, says Gibbon, on the 15th of October, 1764, as I sat musing amidst the ruins of the Capitol, while the barefooted friars were singing vespers in the temple of Jupiter, that the idea of writing the decline and fall of the city first started to my mind. Father Malebranche, having completed his studies in philosophy and theology without any other intention than devoting himself to some religious order, little expected the celebrity his works acquired for him. Loitering in an idle hour in the shop of a bookseller, and turning over a parcel of books, L'Homme de Descartes fell into his hands. Having dipped into some parts, he read with such delight that the palpitations of his heart compelled him to lay the volume down. It was this circumstance that produced those profound contemplations which made him the Plato of his age. Cowley became a poet by accident. In his mother's apartment he found, when very young, Spenser's Faerie Queene, and by a continual study of poetry he became so enchanted of the muse that he grew irrecoverably a poet. Dr. Johnson informs us that Sir Joshua Reynolds had the first fondness of his art excited by the perusal of Richardson's treatise. Vaucanson displayed an uncommon genius for mechanics. His taste was first determined by an accident. When young, he frequently attended his mother to the residence of her confessor, and while she wept with repentance, he wept with weariness. In this state of disagreeable vacation, says Helvetius, he was struck with the uniform motion of the pendulum of the clock in the hall. His curiosity was roused. He approached the clock case and studied its mechanism. What he could not discover, he guessed at. He then projected a similar machine, and gradually his genius produced a clock. Encouraged by this first success, he proceeded in his various attempts, and the genius which thus could form a clock in time formed a fluting automaton. If Shakespeare's imprudence had not obliged him to quit his wool trade and his town, if he had not engaged with a company of actors, and at length, disgusted with being an indifferent performer, he had not turned author, the prudent wool-seller had never been the celebrated poet. Accident determined the taste of Molière for the stage. His grandfather loved the theatre, and frequently carried him there. The young man lived in dissipation. The father, observing it, asked in anger if his son was to be made an actor. "Would to God," replied the grandfather, "he was as good an actor as Montrose." The words struck young Molière, who took a disgust to his tapestry trade, and it is to this circumstance France owes her greatest comic writer. Corneille loved. He made verses for his mistress, became a poet, composed Mélite, and afterwards his other celebrated works. The discreet Corneille had remained a lawyer. Thus it is that the devotion of a mother, the death of Cromwell, deer stealing, the exclamation of an old man, and the beauty of a woman have given 5 illustrious characters to Europe. We owe the great discovery of Newton to a very trivial accident. When a student at Cambridge, he had retired during the time of the plague into the country. As he was reading under an apple tree, one of the fruit fell, and struck him a smart blow on the head. When he observed the smallness of the apple, he was surprised at the force of the stroke. This led him to consider the accelerating motion of falling bodies, from whence he deduced the principle of gravity, and laid the foundation of his philosophy. Ignatius Loyola was a Spanish gentleman who was dangerously wounded at the siege of Pampeluna. Having heated his imagination by reading the lives of the saints, which were brought to him in his illness instead of a romance, he conceived a strong ambition to be the founder of a religious order, whence originated the celebrated society of the Jesuits. Rousseau found his eccentric powers first awakened by the advertisement of the singular annual subject which the Academy of Dijon proposed for that year, in which he wrote his celebrated declamation against the arts and sciences, a circumstance which determined his future literary efforts. La Fontaine, at the age of 22, had not taken any profession or devoted himself to any pursuit. Having accidentally heard some verses of Malherbe, he felt a sudden impulse which directed his future life. He immediately bought a Malherbe, and was so exquisitely delighted with this poet that, after passing the nights in treasuring his verses in his memory, he would run in the daytime to the woods, where, concealing himself, he would recite his verses to the surrounding dryads. Flamsteed was an astronomer by accident. He was taken from school on account of his illness, when Sacrobosco's book De Sphera having been lent to him, he was so pleased with it that he immediately began a course of astronomic studies. Pennant's first propensity to natural history was the pleasure he received from an accidental perusal of Willoughby's work on birds. The same accident of finding on the table of his Professor Roemer's History of Insects, of which he read more than he attended to the lecture, and having been refused the loan, gave such an instant turn to the mind of Bonnet, that he hastened to obtain a copy, but found many difficulties in procuring this costly work. Its possession gave an unalterable direction to his future life. This naturalist, indeed, lost the use of his sight by his devotion to the microscope. Dr. Franklin attributes the cast of his genius to a similar accident. I found a work of Defoe's entitled An Essay on Projects, from which perhaps I derived impressions that have since influenced some of the principal events of my life. I shall add the incident which occasioned Roger Ascham to write his Schoolmaster, one of the most curious and useful treatises among our elder writers. At a dinner given by Sir William Cecil during the plague in 1563, at his apartments at Windsor, where the Queen had taken refuge, a number of ingenious men were invited. Secretary Cecil communicated the news of the morning, that several scholars at Eton had run away on account of their master's severity, which he condemned as a great error in the education of youth. Sir William Petre maintained the contrary. Severe in his own temper, he pleaded warmly in defense of hard flogging. Dr. Wootton, in softer tones, sided with the secretary. Sir John Mason, adopting no side, bantered both. Mr. Haddon seconded the hard-hearted Sir William Petre, and adduced as an evidence that the best schoolmaster then in England was the hardest flogger. Then was it that Roger Ascham indignantly exclaimed that if such a master had an able scholar, it was owing to the boy's genius and not the preceptor's rod. Secretary Cecil and others were pleased with Ascham's notions. Sir Richard Sackville was silent, but when Ascham after dinner went to the Queen to read one of the orations of Demosthenes, he took him aside and frankly told him that, though he had taken no part in the debate, he would not have been absent from that conversation for a great deal, that he knew to his cost the truth Ascham had supported, for it was the perpetual flogging of such a schoolmaster that had given him an unconquerable aversion to study. And as he wished to remedy this defect in his own children, he earnestly exhorted Ascham to write his observations on so interesting a topic. Such was the circumstance which produced the admirable treatise of Roger Ascham. Selection: The Martyrdom of Charles I, from the Commentaries on the Reign of Charles I, by Isaac Disraeli. At Whitehall a repast had been prepared. The religious emotions of Charles had consecrated the sacrament, which he refused to mingle with human food. The bishop, whose mind was unequal to conceive the intrepid spirit of the king, dreading lest the magnanimous monarch, overcome by the severity of the cold, might faint on the scaffold, prevailed on him to eat half a manchet of bread and taste some claret. But the more consolatory refreshment of Charles had been just imparted to him in that singular testimony from his son, who had sent a carte blanche to save the life of his father at any price. This was a thought on which his affections could dwell in face of the scaffold which he was now to ascend. Charles had arrived at Whitehall about 10 o'clock, and was not led to the scaffold till past 1. It was said that the scaffold was not completed. It might have been more truly said that the conspirators were not ready. There was a mystery in this delay. The fate of Charles I, to the very last moment, was in suspense. Fairfax, though at the time in the palace, inquired of Herbert how the king was, when the king was no more, and expressed his astonishment on hearing that the execution had just taken place. This extraordinary simplicity and abstraction from the present scene of affairs has been imputed to the general as an act of refined dissimulation. Yet this seems uncertain. The prince's carte blanche had been that morning confided to his hands, and he surely must have laid it before the Grandet of the army, as this new order of the rulers of England was called. Fairfax, whose personal feelings respecting the king were congenial with those his lady had so memorably evinced, labored to defer for a few days the terrible catastrophe, not without the hope of being able, by his own regiment and others in the army, to prevent the deed altogether. It is probable, inexplicable as it may seem to us, that the execution of Charles I really took place unknown to the general. Fairfax was not unaccustomed to discover that his colleagues first acted and afterwards trusted to his own discernment. Secret history has not revealed all that passed in those 3 awful hours. We know, however, that the warrant for the execution was not signed till within a few minutes before the king was led to the scaffold. In an apartment in the palace, Ireton and Harrison were in bed together, and Cromwell, with 4 colonels, assembled in it. Colonel Hunks refused to sign the warrant. Cromwell would have no further delay, reproaching the colonel as "a peevish, cowardly fellow," and Colonel Axtell declared that he was ashamed for his friend Hunks, remonstrating with him that "the ship is coming into the harbor, and now would he strike sail before we come to anchor." Cromwell stepped to a table and wrote what he had proposed to Hunks. Colonel Hacker, supplying his place, signed it, and with the ink hardly dry, carried the warrant in his hand and called for the king. At the fatal summons, Charles rose with alacrity. The king passed through the long gallery by a line of soldiers. Awe and sorrow seemed now to have mingled in their countenances. Their barbarous commanders were intent on their own triumph, and no farther required the forced cry of justice and execution. Charles stepped out of an enlarged window of the banqueting house, where a new opening levelled it with the scaffold. Charles came forward with the same indifference as "he would have entered Whitehall on a masked knight," as an intelligent observer described. The king looked towards St. James's and smiled. Curious eyes were watchful of his slightest motions, and the Commonwealth papers of the day expressed their surprise, perhaps their vexation, at the unaltered aspect and the firm step of the monarch. These mean spirits had flattered themselves that he who had been cradled in royalty, who had lived years in the fields of honor, and was now, they presumed, a recreant in imprisonment, the grand delinquent of England, as they called him, would start in horror at the block. This last triumph at least was not reserved for them. It was for the king. Charles, dauntless, strode the floor of death, to use Fuller's peculiar but expressive phraseology. He looked on the block with the axe lying upon it with attention. His only anxiety was that the block seemed not sufficiently raised, and that the edge of the axe might be turned by being swept by the flappings of cloaks, or blunted by the feet of some moving about the scaffold. "Take care they do not put me to pain! Take heed of the axe! Take heed of the axe!" exclaimed the king to a gentleman passing by. "Hurt not the axe, that may hurt me." His continued anxiety concerning these circumstances proved that he felt not the terror of death, solely anxious to avoid the pain, for he had an idea of their cruelty. With that sedate thoughtfulness which was in all his actions, he only looked at the business of the hour. One circumstance Charles observed with a smile. They had a notion that the king would resist the executioner. On the suggestion of Hugh Peters, it is said, they had driven iron staples and ropes into the scaffold, that their victim, if necessary, might be bound down upon the block. The king's speech has many remarkable points, but certainly nothing so remarkable as the place where it was delivered. This was the first king's speech spoken from a scaffold. Time shall confirm, as history has demonstrated, his principle that they mistook the nature of government, for people are free under a government, not by being sharers in it, but by the due administration of the laws. "It was for this," said Charles, "that now I am come here. if I could have given way to an arbitrary sway, for to have all laws changed according to the power of the sword, I need not have come here. And therefore I tell you that I am the martyr of the people. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 5. Sydney Dobell, 1824-1874. Sydney Dobell, the son of a wine merchant, was born at Cranbrook in Kent. His parents, both persons of strong individuality, believed in home training, and not one of their 8 children went either to school or to university. They belonged to the Broad Church community founded by Sydney's maternal grandfather, Samuel Thompson, a church intended to recall in its principles the primitive Christian ages. The parents looked upon Sydney, their eldest born, as destined to become the apostle of this creed. He grew up in a kind of religious fervor, with his precocious mind unnaturally stimulated. A course of conduct which materially weakened his constitution, and made him a chronic invalid at the early age of 33. He read whatever books came to hand, many of them far beyond his years. At the age of 8 he filled his diary with theological discussions. Entering his father's counting-house as a mere lad, he remained to the end of his life a businessman of great energy. Notwithstanding his rare poetic endowments, he never seems to have entertained a single-minded purpose to be a poet and nothing more. On the contrary, he thought the ideal and the practical life perfectly compatible, and he strove to unite in himself the poet and the man of affairs. He wrote habitually until 1856, when regular literary work was forbidden by his physicians. With characteristic energy he now turned his thoughts into other channels, identified himself with the affairs of Gloucester, where he was living, looking after his business, and was one of the first to adopt the system of industrial cooperation. The last 4 years of his life, a period of suffering and helplessness, he spent at Barton End House, above the Stroud Valley, where he died in the spring of 1874. In the work of Dobell it is curious to find so few traces of the influences under which he grew up. He had every encouragement to become a writer of religious poetry, yet much of his work is philosophic and recondite. His delicate health is in a measure responsible for his failure to achieve the success which his natural endowments promised. All his literary work was done between the ages of 23 and 33. The Roman, his first long poem, appeared in 1850. Dedicated to the Italian struggle for liberty, it showed his breadth of sympathy. In Balder, finished in 1853, Dobell is at his best both as thinker and as poet. Yet its many fine passages, its wealth of metaphor, and the exquisite songs of Amy hardly counterbalance the remoteness of its theme, and its over-subtle analysis of morbid psychic states. It is a poem to be read in fragments, and has aptly been called a mine for poets. With Alexander Smith he published in 1855 a series of sonnets inspired by the Crimean War. This was followed in 1856 by England in Wartime, a collection of Dobell's lyrical and descriptive poems, which possess more general human interest than any other of his books. After continuous work was interdicted, he still contributed verse and prose to the periodicals. His essays have been collected by Professor Nicol under the title Thoughts on Art, Philosophy, and Religion. As a poet, Dobell belongs to the so-called spasmodic school, a school characterized by an undercurrent of discontent with the mystery of existence, by vain effort, unrewarded struggle, skeptical unrest, and an easy striving after some incomprehensible end. Poetry of this kind is marked by an excess of metaphor which darkens rather than illustrates, and by a general extravagance of language. On the other hand, it manifests freshness and originality, and a rich natural beauty. Dobell's descriptions of scenery are among the finest in English literature. His senses were abnormally acute, like those of a savage, a condition which intensified his appreciation of natural beauty. Possessing a vivid imagination and wide sympathies, he was often over-subtle and obscure. He strove to realize in himself his ideal of a poet, and during his years of ill health gave himself up to promoting the welfare of his fellow men. But of his 17 years of inactivity, he says, "The keen perception of all that should be done, and that so bitterly cries for doing, accompanies the consciousness of all that I might but cannot do." Epigram on the death of Edward Forbes. Nature, a jealous mistress, laid him low. He wooed and won her, and by love made bold, she showed him more than mortal man should know, then slew him, lest her secret should be told. How's my boy? Ho, sailor of the sea! How's my boy, my boy? What's your boy's name, good wife, and in what good ship sailed he? My boy John, he that went to sea. What care I for the ship, sailor? My boy's my boy to me. You come back from the sea, and not know my John? I might as well have asked some landsman, yonder down in the town. There's not an ass in all the parish but knows my John. How's my boy, my boy? And unless you let me know, I'll swear you are no sailor, blue jacket or no, brass buttons or no, sailor, anchor and crown or no. Sure, his ship was the Jolly Briton. Speak low, woman, speak low. And why should I speak low, sailor, about my own boy John? If I was loud as I am proud, I'd sing him over the town. Why should I speak low, sailor? That good ship went down. How's my boy, my boy? What care I for the ship, sailor? I was never aboard her. Be she afloat or be she aground, sinking or swimming, I'll be bound her owners can afford her. I say, how's my John? Every man on board went down, every man aboard her. How's my boy, my boy? What care I for the men, sailor? I'm not their mother. How's my boy, my boy? Tell me of him and no other. How's my boy, my boy? The Sailor's Return. This morn I lay a-dreaming, this morn, this very morn, when the cock crew shrill from over the hill, I heard a bugle horn. And through the dream I was dreaming, there sighed the sigh of the sea, and through the dream I was dreaming, this voice came singing to me. High over the breakers, low under the lee, sing ho the billow and the lash of the rolling sea. Boat, boat to the billow, boat, boat to the lee, love on thy pillow, art thou dreaming of me? Billow, billow breaking, lend us low on the lee, for sleeping or waking, sweet love, I am coming to thee. High, high o'er the breakers, low, low on the lee, sing ho the billow that brings me back to thee. Afloat and ashore. Tumble and rumble and grumble and snort, like a whale to starboard, a whale to port. Tumble and rumble and grumble and snort, and the steamer steams through the sea, love. I see the sheep on the sea, love. I stand alone on this rock. The sea does not shock the stone. The waters round it are swirled, but under my feet I feel it go down to where the hemispheres meet, at the adamant heart of the world. Oh, that the rock would move! Oh, that the rock would roll to meet thee over the sea, love! Surely my mighty love should fill it like a soul, and it should bear me to thee, love, like a ship on the sea, love. Bear me to thee, love. Guns are thundering, seas are sundering, crowds are wondering, low on our lee, love. Over and over the cannon clouds cover brother and lover, but over and over the whirlwheels trundle the sea, love. And on through the loud pealing pomp of her cloud, the great ship is going to thee, love, blind to her mark, like a world through the dark. Thundering, sundering, to the crowd's wondering, thundering over to thee, love. I have come down to thee, coming to me, love. I stand on the solid sand. I see thee coming to me, love. The sea runs up to me on the sand. I start. 'Tis as if thou hadst stretched thine hand and touched me through the sea, love. I feel as if I must die, for there's something longs to fly, fly and fly to thee, love. As the blood of the flower ere she blows is beating up to the sun, and her roots do hold her down, and it blushes and breaks undone in a rose, so my blood is beating in me, love. I see thee nigh and nigher, and my soul leaps up like sudden fire. My life's in the air to meet thee there, to meet thee coming to me, love, over the sea coming to me, coming and coming to me, love. The boats are lowered. I leap in first. Pull, boys, pull, or my heart will burst. More, lend me an oar. I'm through the breakers, I'm on the shore. I see thee waiting for me, love. A sudden storm of sighs and tears, a clenching arm, a look of years. In my bosom 1,000 cries, a flash like light before my eyes, and I am lost in thee, love. The Soul, from Balder. And as the mounting and descending bark, borne on exulting by the under deep, gains of the wild wave something not the wave, catches a joy of going and a will resistless, and upon the last lee foam leaps into air beyond it. So the soul upon the Alpine ocean mountain tossed, incessant carried up to heaven, and plunged to darkness, and still wet with drops of death, held into light eternal, and again cast down, to be again uplift in vast and infinite succession, cannot stay the mad momentum. England, from the Balder. This dear English land, this happy England, loud with brooks and birds, shining with harvests, cool with dewy trees, and bloomed from hill to dell, but whose best flowers are daughters, and Ophelia still more fair than any rose she weaves, whose noblest floods the pulsing torrent of a nation's heart, whose forests stronger than her native oaks are living men, and whose unfathomed lakes forever calm the unforgotten dead, in quiet graveyards willowed seemly round, o'er which today bends sad and sees his face, whose rocks are rites, consolidate of old through unremembered years, around whose base the ever surging peoples roll and roar, perpetual, as around her cliffs and seas, that only wash them whiter, and whose mountains, souls that from this mere footing of the earth lift their great virtues through all clouds of fate, up to the very heavens, and make them rise to keep the gods above us. America. Nor force nor fraud shall sunder us, O ye who north or south, or east or western land, native to noble sounds, say truth for truth, freedom for freedom, love for love, and God for God. O ye who in eternal youth speak with a living and creative flood this universal English, and to stand its breathing book, live worthy of that grand heroic utterance, parted yet whole, far yet unsevered, children brave and free of the great mother tongue, and ye shall be lords of an empire wide as Shakespeare's soul, sublime as Milton's immemorial theme, and rich as Chaucer's speech, and fair as Spenser's dream. Amy's Song of the Willow, from Balder. The years they come, and the years they go, like winds that blow from sea to sea. From dark to dark they come and go, all in the dewfall and the rain. Down by the stream there be 2 sweet willows. Hush thee, babe, while the wild winds blow. One hale, one blighted, two wedded willows, all in the dew-fall and the rain. She is blighted, the fair young willow. Hush thee, babe, while the wild winds blow. She hears the spring blood beat in the bark, she hears the spring leaf bud on the bough, but she bends blighted, the wan weeping willow, all in the dew-fall of the rain. The stream runs sparkling under the willow. Hush thee, babe, while the wild winds blow. The summer rose leaves drop in the stream, the winter oak leaves drop in the stream, but she bends blighted, the wan weeping willow, all in the dew-fall in the rain. Sometimes the wind lifts the bright stream to her. Hush thee, babe, while the wild winds blow. The false stream sinks, and her tears fall faster. Because she touched it, her tears fall faster. Over the stream her tears fall faster, all in the sunshine or the rain. The years they come, and the years they go. Sing well away, sing well away. And under mine eyes shines the bright life river. Sing well away, sing well away. Sweet sounds the spring in the hale green willow, the goodly green willow, the green waving willow. Sweet in the willow, the wind whispering willow. Sing well away, sing well away. But I bend blighted, the wan weeping willow, all in the sun and the dew and the rain. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Edited by Charles Dudley Warner. Section 6. Austin Dobson, born 1840. By Esther Singleton. At first thought, it seems difficult to consider Austin Dobson as belonging to the Victorian period, so entirely is he saturated with the spirit of the 18th century. A careful study of his verse reveals the fact that the Georgian era, seen through the vista of his poetic imagination, is divested of all that is coarse, dark, gross, and prosaic. The mental atmosphere and the types and characters that he gives express only beauty and charm. One approaches the poems of Austin Dobson as one stands before a rare collection of enamels, fan mounts, jeweled snuff boxes, and delicate carvings in ivory and silver. And after delighting in the beauty and finish of these graceful curios, passes into a gallery of paintings and watercolors suggesting Watteau, Fragonard, Boucher, Meissonier, and Greuze. We also wander among trim box hedges and quaint gardens of roses and bright hollyhocks, lean by sundials to watch the shadow of time, and enjoy the sight of gay belles, patched and powdered and dressed in brocaded gowns and gypsy hats. Gallant beaux, such as are associated with Reynolds' portraits, appear, and hand them into sedan chairs, or lead them through stately minuets to the notes of Rameau, Couperin, and Arne. Just as the scent of rose leaves, lavender, and musk rises from antique Chinese jars, so Dobson's delicate verse reconstructs a life of fashion gone and half-forgotten ways. He is equally at home in France. Nothing could be more sympathetic and exquisite than A Revolutionary Relic, The Curé's Progress, Une Marquise, and the Proverbs in Porcelain, one of which is cited below. In the Vers de Société, as well as his other poetry, Dobson fulfills all the requirements of light verse: charm, mockery, pathos, banter, and, while apparently skimming the surface, often shows us the strange depths of the human heart. He blends so many qualities that he deserves the praise of T.B. Aldrich, who says, "Austin Dobson has the grace of Suckling and the finish of Herrick, and is easily master of both in metrical art." Henry Austin Dobson, the son of Mr. George Clarice Dobson, a civil engineer, was born in Plymouth, England, January 18th, 1840. His early years were spent in Anglesey, and after receiving his education in Beaumaris, Coventry, and Strasbourg, he returned to England to become a civil engineer. In 1856 he entered the civil service of Great Britain, and ever since that date he has held offices in the Board of Trade. His leisure was devoted to literature, and when Anthony Trollope first issued his magazine St. Paul's in 1868, he introduced to the public the verse of Austin Dobson. In 1873 his fugitive poems were published in a small volume entitled Vignettes in Rhyme and Vers de Société. This was followed in 1877 by Proverbs in Porcelain, and both books with additional poems were printed again in 2 volumes, Old World Idylls, 1883, and At the Sign of the Lyre, 1885. Mr. Dobson's original essays are contained in 3 volumes: 4 French Women, Studies of Charlotte Corday, Madame Roland, the Princess de Lamballe, and Madame de Genlis, 1890, and 18th Century Vignettes, first series 1892, second series 1894, which touch upon a host of picturesque and fascinating themes. He has written also several biographies of Hogarth, of Fielding, of Steele, 1886, of Goldsmith, 1888, and a memoir of Horace Walpole, 1890. He has also written felicitous critical introductions to many new editions of the 18th century classics. Austin Dobson has been most happy in breathing English life into the old poems of French verse, such as Ballade, Villanelle, Rondel, and Rondeau, and he has also written clever and satirical fables cast in the form and temper of Gay and Prior, with quaint obsolete affectations redolent of the classic age of Anne. So serious is his attitude towards art, and so large his audience, that the hope expressed in the following rondeau will certainly be realized. In after days, when grasses high o'ertop the stone where I shall lie, though ill or well the world adjust my slender claim to honored dust, I shall not question nor reply. I shall not see the morning sky, I shall not hear the night wind sigh, I shall be mute, as all men must, in after days. But yet, now living, fain were I that some one then should testify, saying he held his pen in trust to art, not serving shame or lust. Will none? Then let my memory die in after days. Selection on a Nankin Plate from Villanelle by Austin Dobson. Ah me, but it might have been, was there ever so dismal a fate? Quoth the little blue mandarin. Such a maid as was never seen, she passed, though I cried to her, wait! Ah me, but it might have been. I cried, oh my flower, my queen, be mine! 'Twas precipitate. Quoth the little blue mandarin. But then she was just 16, long-eyed as a lily straight. Ah me, but it might have been. As it was, from her palanquin she laughed, "You're a week too late," quoth the little blue mandarin. That is why, in a mist of spleen, I mourn on this Nankin plate. Ah me, but it might have been, quoth the little blue mandarin. Selection: The Old Sedan Chair by Austin Dobson. What's not destroyed by time's devouring hand? Where's Troy, and where's the Maypole in the Strand? From Bramston's Art of Politics. It stands in the stable yard under the eaves, propped up by a broomstick and covered with leaves. It once was the pride of the gay and the fair, but now 'tis a ruin, that old sedan chair. It is battered and tattered, it little avails that once it was lacquered and glistened with nails, for its leather is cracked into lozenge and square, like a canvas by Wilkie, that old sedan chair. See, here come the bearing straps, here were the holes for the poles of the bearers, when once there were poles. It was cushioned with silk, it was wadded with hair, as the birds have discovered, that old sedan chair. Where's Troy? Says the poet. Look, under the seat is a nest with 4 eggs, 'tis a favored retreat of the Muscovy hen, who has hatched, I dare swear, quite an army of chicks in that old sedan chair. And yet, can't you fancy a face in the frame of the window, some high-headed damsel or dame, be-patched and be-powdered, just set by the stair, while they raise up the lid of that old sedan chair? Can't you fancy Sir Plume, as beside her he stands, with his ruffles a-droop on his delicate hands, with his cinnamon coat, with his laced solitaire, as he lifts her out light from that old sedan chair? Then it swings away slowly, ah, many a league it has trodded 'twixt sturdy-legged Terence and Teague, stout fellows, but prone, on a question of fare, to brandish the poles of that old sedan chair. It has waited by portals where Garrick has played, it has waited by Heidegger's grand masquerade, for my Lady Codille, for my Lady Belair, it has waited and waited, that old sedan chair. Oh, the scandals it knows, oh, the tales it could tell, of drum and ridotto, of rake and of bell, of cockfight and levee, and scarcely more rare, of fete days at Tyburn, that old sedan chair. Heu quantum mutata, I say as I go, it deserves better fate than a stable yard, though. We must furbish it up and dispatch it with care to a fine art museum, that old sedan chair. Selection: The Ballad of Prose and Rhyme by Austin Dobson. When the ways are heavy with mire and rut, in November fogs, in December snows, when the north wind howls and the doors are shut, there is place and enough for the pains of prose, but whenever a scent from the whitethorn blows, and the jasmine stars at the casement climb, and a Rosalind face at the lattice shows, then hey for the ripple of laughing rhyme. When the brain gets dry as an empty nut, when the reason stands on its squarest toes, when the mind like a beard has a formal cut, there is place and enough for the pains of prose. But whenever the May blood stirs and glows, and the young year draws to the golden prime, and Sir Romeo sticks in his ear a rose, then hey for the ripple of laughing rhyme. In a theme where the thoughts have a pedant strut, in a changing quarrel of ayes and noes, in a starched procession of if and but, there is place and enough for the pains of prose. But whenever a soft glance softer grows, and the light hours dance to the trysting time, and the secret is told that no one knows, then hey for the ripple of laughing rhyme. Envoy. In the workaday world, for its needs and woes, there is place and enough for the pains of prose. But whenever the May bells clash and chime, then hey for the ripple of laughing rhyme. Selection: The Cure's Progress by Austin Dobson. Monsieur the Curé down the street comes with his kind old face, with his coat worn bare and his straggling hair, and his green umbrella case. You may see him pass by the little Grande Place and the tiny Hôtel de Ville. He smiles as he goes to the Fleuriste Rose and the Pompier Théophile. He turns as a rule through the Marché Cool, where the noisy fishwives call, and his compliment pays to the Belle Thérèse as she knits in her dusky stall. There's a letter to drop at the locksmith's shop, and Toto, the locksmith's niece, has jubilant hopes, for the curé gropes in his tales for a pain d'épices. There's a little dispute with a merchant of fruit, who is said to be heterodox, that will ended be with a ma foi, oui, and a pinch from the curé's box. There was also a word that no one heard to the furrier's daughter Lou, and a pale cheek fed with a flickering red, and a bon Dieu garde, monsieur, but a grander way for the sous-préfet, and a bow for Mademoiselle Anne, and a mock off hat to the notary's cat, and a nod to the sacristain. Forever through life the curé goes, with a smile on his kind old face, with his coat worn bare, and his straggling hair, and his green umbrella case. Selection. Good night, Babette, si vies pouvez, by Austin Dobson. Scene. A small, neat room. In a high Voltaire chair sits a white-haired old gentleman. Monsieur Vieuxbois, turning querulously. Day of my life, where can she get? Babette, I say, Babette, Babette! Coming, monsieur. If monsieur speaks so loud, he won't be well for weeks. Where have you been? Why, monsieur knows, Avril, Vie d'Avray, Mademoiselle Rose. Ah, I am old, and I forget. Was the place growing green, Babette? But of a greenness, yes, monsieur, and then the sky so blue, and when I dropped my immortelle, how the birds sang. This poor mademoiselle. You're a good girl, Babette, but she was an angel, verily. Sometimes I think I see her yet, stand smiling by the cabinet. And once I know she peeped and laughed betwixt the curtains, where's the draught? Now I shall sleep, I think, Babette. Sing me your Norman chansonnette. Once at the Angelou, ere I was dead, angels all glorious came to my bed. Angels in blue and white, crowned on the head. She was an angel. Once she laughed. What, was I dreaming? Where's the draught? The draught, monsieur? How I forget. I am so old. But sing, Babette. One was the friend I left stark in the snow, one was the wife that died long, long ago, one was the love I lost, how could she know? Ah, Paul, old Paul, Eulalie too, and Rose, and oh, the sky so blue. One had my mother's eyes, wistful and mild, one had my father's face, one was a child. All of them bent to me, bent down and smiled. He is asleep. How I forget. I am so old. Good night, Babette. Selection. The Ladies of St. James. A proper new ballad of the country and the town, by Austin Dobson. Philida amoante alias. Virgil. The ladies of St. James go swinging to the play, their footmen run before them with a "Stand by, clear the way." But Philida, my Philida, she takes her buckled shoon, when we go out a-courting beneath the harvest moon. The ladies of St. James wear satin on their backs. They sit all night at ombre with candles all of wax. But Philida, my Philida, she dons her russet gown, and runs to gather May-dew before the world is down. The ladies of St. James, they are so fine and fair, you'd think a box of essences was broken in the air. But Phillida, my Phillida, the breath of heath and furze, when breezes blow at morning, is not so fresh as hers. The ladies of St. James, they're painted to the eyes, their white it stays forever, their red it never dies. But Phillida, my Phillida, her color comes and goes, it trembles to a lily, it wavers like a rose. The ladies of St. James, you scarce can understand the half of all their speeches, their phrases are so grand. But Phillida, my Phillida, her shy and simple words are clear as after raindrops the music of the birds. The ladies of St. James, they have their fits and freaks, they smile on you for seconds, they frown on you for weeks. But Phillida, my Phillida, come either storm or shine, from Shrovetide unto Shrovetide, is always true and mine. My Phillida, I care not though they heap the hearts of all St. James, and give me all to keep. I care not whose the beauties of all the world may be, for Phillida, my Phillida, is all the world to me. Selection: Dora versus Rose. The case is proceeding. By Austin Dobson. From the tragicest novels at Mudie's, at least on a practical plan, to the tales of mere Hodges and Judys, one love is enough for a man. But no case that I ever yet met is like mine. I am equally fond of Rose, who a charming brunette is, and Dora, a blonde. Each rivals the other in powers, each waltzes, each warbles, each paints. Miss Rose chiefly tumble down towers, Miss Doe perpendicular saints. In short, to distinguish is folly. Twixt the pair I am come to the pass of Macheath between Lucy and Polly, or Buridan's ass. If it happens that Rosa I've singled for a soft celebration in rhyme, then the ringlets of Dora get mingled somehow with the tune and the time. Or I painfully pen me a sonnet to an eyebrow intended for Doe's, and behold, I am writing upon it the legend To Rose. Or I try to draw Dora, my blotter is all over scrawled with her head. If I fancy at last that I've got her, it turns to her rival instead. Or I find myself placidly adding to the rapturous tresses of Rose, Miss Dora's bud mouth and her madding, ineffable nose. Was there ever so sad a dilemma? For Rose I would perish pro tem. For Dora I'd willingly stem whatever might offer to stem. But to make the invidious election, to declare that on either one's side I've a scruple, a grain, more affection, I cannot decide. And as either so hopelessly nice is, my sole and my final resource is to wait some indefinite crisis, some feat of molecular force, to solve me this riddle conducive by no means to peace or repose, since the issue can scarce be inclusive of Dora and Rose. Afterthought. But perhaps if a third, say a Nora, not quite so delightful as Rose, nor wholly so charming as Dora, should appear, is it wrong to suppose, as the claims of the others are equal, and flight in the main is the best, that I might, but no matter, the sequel is easily guessed. Selection: Une Marquise, a rhymed monologue in the Louvre. By Austin Dobson. Belle Marquise, vos beaux yeux me font mourir d'amour. Molière. Stanza first. As you sit there at your ease, O Marquise, and the men flock round your knees, thick as bees, mute at every word you utter, servants to your least frill flutter, belle Marquise. As you sit there, growing prouder, and your ringed hands glance and go, and your fan's frou-frou sounds louder, and your beaux yeux flash and glow. Ah, you used them on the painter, as you know, for the Sieur La Rose spoke fainter, bowing low. Thanked Madame and Heaven for mercy, that each sitter was not Circe, or at least he told you so, growing proud, I say, and prouder, to the crowd that come and go. Dainty deity of powder, fickle queen of fop and bow, as you sit where lustres strike you, sure to please, do we love you most or like you, belle Marquise? Stanza 2. You are fair, oh yes, we know it, well, Marquise, for he swore it, your last poet, on his knees. And he called all heaven to witness of his ballad and its fitness, belle Marquise. You were everything in air, with exception of sévère. You were cruelle and rebelle, with the rest of rhymes as well. You were reine and mère d'amour. You were Vénus à Cythère, Sappho mise en Pompadour, and Minerve en Pervers. You had every grace of heaven in your most angelic face, with the nameless finer leaven, lent of blood and courtly race. And he added too, in duty, Ninon's wit, and Bouffler's beauty, and La Valliere's velouté. Followed these, and you liked it when he said it on his knees, and you kept it and you read it, belle Marquise. Stanza 3. Yet with us your toilette graces fail to please, and the last of your last faces and your mise, for we hold you just as real, belle Marquise, as your burghers and bergères, tes d'amour and batelières, as your Père and your Versailles, gardens, grottos, and Saussay, as your naiads and your trees, just as near the old ideal, calm and ease, as the Venus there by Cousteau, that a fan would make quite flighty, is to her the gods were used to, is to grand Greek Aphrodite, sprung from seas. You are just a porcelain trifle, belle Marquise, just a thing of puffs and patches, made for madrigals and catches, not for heart wounds, but for scratches, O Marquise. Just a pinky porcelain trifle, belle Marquise, wrought in rarest rose du Barry, quick at verbal point and parry, clever doubtless, but to marry, no, Marquise. Stanza 4. For your Cupid you have clipped him, rouged and patched him, nipped and snipped him, and with chapeau bras equipped him, belle Marquise, just to arm you through your wife time and the languors of your lifetime, belle Marquise. Say, to trim your toilette tapers, or to twist your hair in papers, or to wean you from the vapors. As for these, you are worth the love they give you, till a fairer face outlive you, or a younger grace shall please, till the coming of the crow's feet, and the backward turn of beaux feet, belle Marquise. Till your frothed out life's commotion settles down to ennui's ocean, or a dainty sham devotion, belle Marquise. Stanza 5. No, we neither like nor love you, belle Marquise. Lesser lights we place above you, milder merits better please. We have passed from philosophdom into plainer modern days, grown contented in our oafdom, giving grace not all the praise, and emportant arsinoe. Without malice whatsoever, we shall counsel to our Chloe to be rather good than clever, for we find it hard to smother just one little thought, Marquise, wittier perhaps than any other. You are neither wife nor mother, belle Marquise. Selection: A Ballad to Queen Elizabeth of the Spanish Armada by Austin Dobson. King Philip had vaunted his claims. He had sworn for a year he would sack us. With an army of heathenish names, he was coming to faggot and stack us. Like the thieves of the sea, he would track us and shatter our ships on the main. But we had bold Neptune to back us, and where are the galleons of Spain? His carracks were christened of dames, to the curdles whereof he would tack us. With his saints and his gilded stern frames, he had thought like an eggshell to crack us. Now Howard may get to his Flaccus, and Drake to his Devon again, and Hawkins bowl rubbers to back us, for where are the galleons of Spain? Let his Majesty hang to St. James the axe that he whetted to hack us. He must play at some lustier games, or at sea he can hope to out-thwack us. To his mines of Peru he would pack us, to tug at his bullet and chain. Alas, that his greatness should lack us, but where are the galleons of Spain? Envoy. Gloriana, the Don, may attack us, whenever his stomach be fain. He must reach us before he can rack us, and where are the galleons of Spain? Selection: The Princess de Lamballe, from Four French Women, by Austin Dobson. A tender wife, a loving daughter, and a loyal friend, shall we not here lay down upon the grave of Marie de Lamballe our reverential tribute, our little chaplet of immortelles, in the name of all good women, wives, and daughters? Elle était mieux femme que les autres. To us that apparently indefinite, exquisitely definite sentence most fitly marks the distinction between the subjects of the two preceding papers and the subject of the present. It is a transition from the stately figure of a marble Agrippina to the breathing, feeling woman at your side. It is the transition from the statuesque, Rachelesque heroines of a David to the small sweet idyll of a Greuze. And we confess it, we were not wholly at ease with those tragic, majestic figures. We shuddered at the dagger and the bowl, which suited them so well. We marveled at their bloodless serenity, their superhuman self-sufficiency. Inly we questioned if they breathed and felt. Or was their circulation a matter of machinery, a mere dead-beat escapement? We longed for the sexe prononcée of Rivarol. We longed for the showman's female woman. We respected and we studied, but we did not love them. With Madame de Lamballe the case is otherwise. Not grand like this one, not heroic like that one. Elle est mieux femme que les autres. She at least is woman after a fairer fashion, after a truer type. Not intellectually strong like Manon Philippon, not Spartan-souled like Marie de Corday. She has still a rare intelligence, a courage of affection. She has that clairvoyance of the heart which supersedes all the stimulants of mottos from Raynel or maxims from Rousseau. She has that angel instinct which is a juster lawgiver than Justinian. It was thought praise to say of the Girondist lady that she was a greater man than her husband. It is praise to say of this queen's friend that she was more woman than Madame Roland. Not so grand, not so great. We like the princess best. Elle est mieux femme que les autres. End of section 6. Austin Dobson.
Section 7 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 7, The Race, from Hans Brinker or The Silver Skates, by Mary Mapes Dodge. Mary Mapes Dodge, born 1840. To write a story which in 30 years should pass through more than 100 editions, which should attain the apotheosis of an edition deluxe, which should be translated into at least 4 foreign languages, be allotted the Montoyan Prize of 1,500 francs for moral as well as literary excellence, and be crowned by the French Academy. This is a piece of good fortune which falls to the lot of few storytellers. The book which has deserved so well is Hans Brinker or The Silver Skates, a story of life in Holland. Its author, born in New York, is a daughter of Professor James J. Mapes, an eminent chemist and inventor, an accomplished writer and brilliant talker. In a household where music, art, and literature were cultivated, and where the most agreeable society came, talents were not likely to be overlooked. Mrs. Dodge, very early widowed, began writing before she was 20, publishing short stories, sketches, and poems in various periodicals. Hans Brinker appeared in 1864. Her delight in Motley's histories and their appeal to her own Dutch blood inspiring her to write it. Of this book, Mr. Frank R. Stockton says, "There are strong reasons why the fairest orange groves, the loftiest mountain peaks, or the inspiriting waves of the rolling sea could not tempt average boys and girls from the level stretches of the Dutch canals until they had skated through the sparkling story, warmed with a healthy glow." This is not only a tale of vivid description, interesting and instructive, it is a romance. There are adventures, startling and surprising. There are mysteries of buried gold. There are the machinations of the wicked. There is the heroism of the good, and the gay humor of happy souls. More than these, there is love, that sentiment which glides into a good story as naturally as into a human life, and whether the story be for old or young, this element gives it an ever-welcome charm. Strange fortune and good fortune come to Hans and to Gretel, and to many other deserving characters in the tale, but there is nothing selfish about these heroes and heroines. As soon as a new generation of young people grows up to be old enough to enjoy this perennial story, all these characters return to the days of their youth and are ready to act their parts again to the very end, and to feel in their own souls, as everybody else feels, that their story is just as new and interesting as when it was first told. Besides this book, Mrs. Dodge has published several volumes of juvenile verse, such as Rhymes and Jingles and When Life Was Young, a volume of serious verse, Along the Way, a volume of satirical and humorous sketches, Theophilus and Others, a second successful story for young people, Donald and Dorothy, and a number of other works. Her stories evince an unusual faculty of construction and marked inventiveness, inherited perhaps from her father, truthful characterization, literary feeling, a strong sense of humor, and a high ethical standard. Her whimsical character sketch, Miss Maloney on the Chinese Question, which has been reprinted thousands of times and repeated by every elocutionist in the land, is in its way as searching a satire as Bret Harte's Heathen Chinese. Since its beginning in 1873, Mrs. Dodge has edited the St. Nicholas magazine, whose pages bear witness to her enormous industry. The Race, from Hans Brinker or The Silver Skates, copyright 1896 by Charles Scribner's Sons. The 20th of December came at last, bringing with it the perfection of winter weather. All over the level landscape lay the warm sunlight. It tried its power on lake, canal, and river, but the ice flashed defiance and showed no sign of melting. The very weathercocks stood still to enjoy the sight. This gave the windmills a holiday. Nearly all the past week they had been whirling briskly. Now, being rather out of breath, they rocked lazily in the clear, still air. Catch a windmill working when the weathercocks have nothing to do. There was an end to grinding, crushing, and sawing for that day. It was a good thing for the millers near Broke. Long before noon, they concluded to take in their sails and go to the race. Everybody would be there. Already the north side of the frozen Y was bordered with eager spectators. The news of the great skating match had traveled far and wide. Men, women, and children in holiday attire were flocking toward the spot. Some wore furs and wintry cloaks or shawls, but many, consulting their feelings rather than the almanac, were dressed as for an October day. The site selected for the race was a faultless plain of ice near Amsterdam, on that great arm of the Zuider Zee, which Dutchmen, of course, must call the Eye. The townspeople turned out in large numbers. Strangers in the city deemed it a fine chance to see what was to be seen. Many a peasant from the northward had wisely chosen the 20th as the day for the next city trading. It seemed that everybody, young and old, who had wheels, skates, or feet at command, had hastened to the scene. There were the gentry in their coaches, dressed like Parisians fresh from the boulevards, Amsterdam children in charity uniforms, girls from the Roman Catholic orphan house in sable gowns and white headbands, boys from the burgher asylum with their black tights and short-skirted harlequin coats. There were old-fashioned gentlemen in cocked hats and velvet knee breeches, old-fashioned ladies, too, in stiff quilted skirts and bodices of dazzling brocade. These were accompanied by servants bearing footstoves and cloaks. There were the peasant folk, arrayed in every possible Dutch costume, shy young rustics in brazen buckles, simple village maidens concealing their flaxen hair under fillets of gold, women whose long, narrow aprons were stiff with embroidery, women with short corkscrew curls hanging over their foreheads, women with shaved heads and close-fitting caps, and women in striped skirts and windmill bonnets, men in leather, in homespun, in velvet and broadcloth, burghers in modern European attire, and burghers in short jackets, wide trousers, and steeple-crowned hats. There were beautiful Friesland girls in wooden shoes and coarse petticoats, with solid gold crescents encircling their heads, finished at each temple with a golden rosette, and hung with lace a century old. Some wore necklaces, pendants, and earrings of the purest gold. Many were content with gilt or even with brass. But it is not an uncommon thing for a Friesland woman to have all the family treasure in her headgear. More than one rustic lass displayed the value of 2,000 guilders upon her head that day. Scattered throughout the crowd were peasants from the island of Marken, with sabots, black stockings, and the whitest of breeches. Also women from Marken, with short blue petticoats and black jackets gaily figured in front. They wore red sleeves, white aprons, and a cap like a bishop's mitre over their golden hair. The children often were as quaint and odd-looking as their elders. In short, 1/3 of the crowd seemed to have stepped bodily from a collection of Dutch paintings. Everywhere could be seen tall women and stumpy men, lively-faced girls, and youths whose expressions never changed from sunrise to sunset. There seemed to be at least one specimen from every known town in Holland. There were Utrecht water-bearers, Gouda cheesemakers, Delft pottery-men, Schiedam distillers, Amsterdam diamond-cutters, Rotterdam merchants, dried-up herring-packers, and 2 sleepy-eyed shepherds from Texel. Every man of them had his pipe and tobacco pouch. Some carried what might be called the smoker's complete outfit, a pipe, tobacco, a pricker with which to clean the tube, a silver net for protecting the bowl, and a box of the strongest brimstone matches. A true Dutchman, you must remember, is rarely without his pipe on any possible occasion. He may for a moment neglect to breathe, but when the pipe is forgotten, he must be dying indeed. There were no such sad cases here. Wreaths of smoke were rising from every possible quarter. The more fantastic the smoke wreath, the more placid and solemn the smoker. Look at those boys and girls on stilts. That is a good idea. They can look over the heads of the tallest. It is strange to see those little bodies high in the air, carried about on mysterious legs. They have such a resolute look on their round faces. What wonder that nervous old gentlemen with tender feet wince and tremble while the long-legged little monsters stride past them. You will read in certain books that the Dutch are a quiet people. So they are, generally. But listen, did you ever hear such a din? All made up of human voices. No, the horses are helping somewhat, and the fiddles are squeaking pitifully. How it must pain fiddles to be tuned! But the mass of the sound comes from the great vox humana that belongs to a crowd. That queer little dwarf going about with a heavy basket, winding in and out among the people, helps not a little. You can hear his shrill cry above all other sounds, Pippin and Tabac, Pippin and Tabac. Another, his big brother, though evidently some years younger, is selling doughnuts and bonbons. He is calling on all pretty children far and near to come quickly, or the cakes will be gone. You know quite a number among the spectators. High up in yonder pavilion, erected upon the border of the ice, are some persons whom you have seen very lately. In the center is Madame van Gleck. It is her birthday, you remember. She has the post of honor. There is Mynheer van Gleck, whose meerschaum has not really grown fast to his lips, it only appears so. There are grandfather and grandmother, whom you met at the St. Nicholas fete. All the children are with them. It is so mild, they have brought even the baby. The poor little creature is swaddled very much after the manner of an Egyptian mummy, but it can crow with delight, and when the band is playing, open and shut its animated mittens in perfect time to the music. Grandfather, with his pipe and spectacles and fur cap, makes quite a picture as he holds baby upon his knee. Perched high upon their canopied platforms, the party can see all that is going on. No wonder the ladies look complacently at the glassy ice. With a stove for a footstool, one might sit cozily beside the North Pole. There is a gentleman with them, who somewhat resembles St. Nicholas as he appeared to the young Van Glecks on the 5th of December. But the saint had a flowing white beard, and this face is as smooth as a pippin. His saintship was larger round the body too, and, between ourselves, he had a pair of thimbles in his mouth, which this gentleman certainly has not. It cannot be St. Nicholas after all. Nearby, in the next pavilion, sit the Van Holps, with their son and daughter, the Van Gens from the Hague. Peter's sister is not one to forget her promises. She has brought bouquets of exquisite hothouse flowers for the winners. These pavilions, and there are others beside, have all been erected since daylight. That semicircular one, containing Mynheer Corbus's family, is very pretty, and proves that the Hollanders are quite skilled at tent-making. But I like the Van Glecks best, the center one, striped red and white and hung with evergreens. The one with the blue flags contains the musicians. Those pagoda-like affairs, decked with seashells and streamers of every possible hue, are the judges' stands, and those columns and flagstaffs upon the ice mark the limit of the race-course. The two white columns, twined with green, connected at the top by that long floating strip of drapery, form the starting point. Those flagstaffs half a mile off stand at each end of the boundary line, cut sufficiently deep to be distinct to the skaters, though not deep enough to trip them when they turn to come back to the starting point. The air is so clear, it seems scarcely possible that the columns and flagstaffs are so far apart. Of course, the judges' stands are but little nearer together. Half a mile on the ice, when the atmosphere is like this, is but a short distance after all, especially when fenced with a living chain of spectators. The music has commenced. How melody seems to enjoy itself in the open air. The fiddles have forgotten their agony, and everything is harmonious. Until you look at the blue tent, it seems that the music springs from the sunshine. It is so boundless, so joyous. Only the musicians are solemn. Where are the racers? All assembled together near the white columns. It is a beautiful sight. 40 boys and girls in picturesque attire, darting with electric swiftness in and out among each other, or sailing in pairs and triplets, beckoning, chatting, whispering, in the fullness of youthful glee. A few careful ones are soberly tightening their straps. Others, halting on one leg with flushed, eager faces, suddenly cross the suspected skate over their knee, give it an examining shake, and dart off again. One and all are possessed with the spirit of motion. They cannot stand still. Their skates are a part of them, and every runner seems bewitched. Holland is the place for skaters after all. Where else can nearly every boy and girl perform feats on ice that would attract a crowd if seen on Central Park? Look at Ben. I did not see him before. He is really astonishing the natives. No easy thing to do in the Netherlands. Save your strength, Ben. You will need it soon. Now other boys are trying. Ben is surpassed already. Such jumping, such poising, such spinning, such India rubber exploits generally. That boy with a red cap is the lion now. His back is a watch spring, his body is cork. No, it is iron, or it would snap at that. He is a bird, a top, a rabbit, a corkscrew, a sprite, a flesh ball, all in an instant. When you think he is erect, he is down, and when you think he is down, he is up. He drops his glove on the ice and turns a somerset as he picks it up. Without stopping, he snatches the cap from Jacob Poot's astonished head and claps it back again hind side before. Lookers-on hurrah and laugh. Foolish boy, it is Arctic weather under your feet, but more than temperate overhead. Big drops already are rolling down your forehead. Superb skater as you are, you may lose the race. A French traveler, standing with a notebook in his hand, sees our English friend Ben buy a doughnut of the dwarf's brother and eat it. Thereupon he writes in his notebook that the Dutch take enormous mouthfuls and universally are fond of potatoes boiled in molasses. There are some familiar faces near the white columns. Lambert, Ludwig, Peter, and Karl are all there, cool and in good skating order. Hans is not far off. Evidently he is going to join in the race, for his skates are on, the very pair that he sold for 7 guilders. He had soon suspected that his fairy godmother was the mysterious friend who bought them. This settled, he had boldly charged her with the deed, and she, knowing well that all her little savings had been spent in the purchase, had not had the face to deny it. Through the fairy godmother, too, he had been rendered amply able to buy them back again. Therefore Hans is to be in the race. Karl is more indignant than ever about it, but as 3 other peasant boys have entered, Hans is not alone. 20 boys and 20 girls. The latter by this time are standing in front, braced for the start, for they are to have the first run. Hilda, Reichi, and Katrinka are among them. 2 or 3 bend hastily to give a last pull at their skate straps. It is pretty to see them stamp, to be sure that all is firm. Hilda is speaking pleasantly to a graceful little creature in a red jacket and a new brown petticoat. Why, it is Gretel. What a difference those pretty shoes make, and the skirt and the new cap. Annie Baumann is there, too. Even Janzun Kolb's sister has been admitted, but Janzun himself has been voted out by the directors because he killed the stork, and only last summer was caught in the act of robbing a bird's nest, a legal offense in Holland. This Janzun Kolb, you see, was... There, I cannot tell the story just now. The race is about to commence. 20 girls are formed in a line. The music has ceased. A man whom we shall call the crier stands between the columns and the first judges stand. He reads the rules in a loud voice. The girls and boys are to race in turn until 1 girl and 1 boy have beaten twice. They are to start in a line from the united columns, skate to the flagstaff line, turn, and then come back to the starting point, thus making a mile at each run. A flag is waved from the judges' stand. Madame Van Gleck rises in her pavilion. She leans forward with a white handkerchief in her hand. When she drops it, a bugler is to give the signal for them to start. The handkerchief is fluttering to the ground. Hark! They are off. No, back again. Their line was not true in passing the judges' stand. The signal is repeated. Off again. No mistake this time. Whew, how fast they go! The multitude is quiet for an instant, absorbed in eager, breathless watching. Cheers spring up along the line of spectators. Huzzah! 5 girls are ahead. Who comes flying back from the boundary mark? We cannot tell. Something red, that is all. There is a blue spot flitting near it, and a dash of yellow nearer still. Spectators at this end of the line strain their eyes and wish they had taken their post nearer the flagstaff. The wave of cheers is coming back again. Now we can see. Katrinka is ahead. She passes the Von Holp pavilion. The next is Madame Von Gleck's. That leaning figure gazing from it is a magnet. Hilda shoots past Katrinka, waving her hand to her mother as she passes. 2 others are close now, whizzing on like arrows. What is that flash of red and gray? Hurrah, it is Gretel. She too waves her hand, but toward no gay pavilion. The crowd is cheering, but she hears only her father's voice. Well done, little Gretel. Soon Katrinka, with a quick, merry laugh, shoots past Hilda. The girl in yellow is gaining now. She passes them all except Gretel. The judges lean forward without seeming to lift their eyes from their watches. Cheer after cheer fills the air. The very columns seem rocking. Gretel has passed them. She has won. "Gretel Brinker, 1 mile," shouts the crier. The judges nod. They write something upon a tablet which each holds in his hand. While the girls are resting, some crowding eagerly around our frightened little Gretel, some standing aside in high disdain, the boys form a line. Mynheer van Gleck drops the handkerchief this time. The buglers give a vigorous blast. Off start the boys. Halfway already. Did ever you see the like? 300 legs flashing by in an instant. But there are only 20 boys. No matter, there were hundreds of legs, I'm sure. Where are they now? There is such a noise, one gets bewildered. What are the people laughing at? Oh, at that fat boy in the rear. See him go, see him. He'll be down in an instant. No, he won't. I wonder if he knows he is all alone. The other boys are nearly at the boundary line. Yes, he knows it. He stops. He wipes his hot face. He takes off his cap and looks about him. Better to give up with a good grace. He has made 100 friends by that hearty, astonished laugh. Good Jacob Poot. The fine fellow is already among the spectators, gazing as eagerly as the rest. A cloud of feathery ice flies from the heels of the skaters as they bring to and turn at the flagstaffs. Something black is coming now, one of the boys, it is all we know. He has touched the Vox Humana stop of the crowd. It fairly roars. Now they come nearer. We can see the red cap. There's Ben, there's Peter, there's Hans. Hans is ahead. Young Madame von Gend almost crushes the flowers in her hand. She had been quite sure that Peter would be first. Karl Schummel is next, then Ben, and the youth with the red cap. The others are pressing close. A tall figure darts from among them. He passes the red cap. He passes Ben, then Karl. Now it is an even race between him and Hans. Madame von Gend catches her breath. It is Peter. He is ahead. Hans shoots past him. Hilda's eyes fill with tears. Peter must beat. Annie's eyes flash proudly. Gretel gazes with clasped hands. 4 strokes more will take her brother to the columns. He's there. Yes, but so was young Schummel just a second before. At the last instant, Karl, gathering his powers, had whizzed between them and passed the goal. Karl Schummel, 1 mile, shouts the crier. Soon Madame von Gleck rises again. The falling handkerchief starts the bugle, and the bugle, using its voice as a bowstring, shoots off 20 girls like so many arrows. It is a beautiful sight, but one has not long to look. Before we can fairly distinguish them, they are far in the distance. This time they are close upon one another. It is hard to say, as they come speeding back from the flagstaff, which will reach the columns first. There are new faces among the foremost, eager, glowing faces unnoticed before. Katrinka is there and Hilda, but Gretel and Ritchie are in the rear. Gretel is wavering, but when Ritchie passes her, she starts forward afresh. Now they are nearly beside Katrinka. Hilda is still in advance. She's almost home. She's not faltered since that bugle note sent her flying. Like an arrow, still she is speeding toward the goal. Cheer after cheer rises in the air. Peter is silent, but his eyes shine like stars. Huzzah! Huzzah! The crier's voice is heard again. Hilda von Gleck, 1 mile. A loud murmur of approval runs through the crowd, catching the music in its course, till all seems one sound, with a glad rhythmic throbbing in its depths. When the flag waves, all is still. Once more the bugle blows, a terrific blast. It sends off the boys like chaff before the wind. Dark chaff, I admit, and in big pieces. It is whisked around at the flagstaff, driven faster yet by the cheers and shouts along the line. We begin to see what is coming. There are 3 boys in advance this time, and all abreast. Hans, Peter, and Lambert. Karl soon breaks the ranks, rushing through with a whiff. Fly, Hans, fly, Peter. Don't let Karl beat again. Karl the bitter, Karl the insolent. Van Moonen is flagging, but you are as strong as ever. Hans and Peter, Peter and Hans, which is foremost? We love them both. We scarcely care which is the fleeter. Hilda, Annie, and Gretel, seated upon the long crimson bench, can remain quiet no longer. They spring to their feet, so different and yet one in eagerness. Hilda instantly reseats herself. None shall know how interested she is. None shall know how anxious, how filled with one hope. Shut your eyes then, Hilda. Hide your face rippling with joy. Peter has beaten. Peter von Hope, 1 mile, calls the crier. The same buzz of excitement as before, while the judges take notes, the same throbbing of music through the din. But something is different. A little crowd presses close about some object near the column. Karl has fallen. He is not hurt, though somewhat stunned. If he were less sullen, he would find more sympathy in these warm young hearts. As it is, they forget him as soon as he is fairly on his feet again. The girls are to skate their 3rd mile. How resolute the little maidens look as they stand in a line. Some are solemn with a sense of responsibility. Some wear a smile, half bashful, half provoked, but one air of determination pervades them all. This 3rd mile may decide the race. Still, if neither Gretel nor Hilda win, there is yet a chance among the rest for the silver skates. Each girl feels sure that this time she will accomplish the distance in 1/2 the time. How they stamp to try their runners! How nervously they examine each strap! How erect they stand at last, every eye upon Madame Van Gleck. The bugle thrills through them again. With quivering eagerness they spring forward, bending but in perfect balance. Each flashing stroke seems longer than the last. Now they are skimming off in the distance. Again the eager straining of eyes, again the shouts and cheering, again the thrill of excitement, as after a few moments 4 or 5 in advance of the rest come speeding back, nearer, nearer to the white columns. Who is first? Not Richie, Katrinka, Annie, nor Hilda, nor the girl in yellow, but Gretel, the fleetest sprite of a girl that ever skated. She was but playing in the earlier race. Now she is in earnest, or rather, something within her has determined to win. That blithe little form makes no effort, but it cannot stop, not until the goal is passed. In vain the crier lifts his voice. He cannot be heard. He has no news to tell. It is already ringing through the crowd. Gretel has won the silver skates. Like a bird she has flown over the ice. Like a bird she looks about her in a timid, startled way. She longs to dart to the sheltered nook where her father and mother stand. But Hans is beside her. The girls are crowding round. Hilda's kind, joyous voice breathes in her ear. From that hour none will despise her. Goose girl or not, Gretel stands acknowledged queen of the skaters. With natural pride, Hans turns to see if Peter von Hope is witnessing his sister's triumph. Peter is not looking toward them at all. He is kneeling, bending his troubled face low, and working hastily at his skate strap. Hans is beside him at once. "Are you in trouble, mynheer?" "Ah, Hans, that you?" "Yes, my fun is over. I tried to tighten the strap to make a new hole, and this botheration of a knife has cut it nearly in 2. "Mynheer," said Hans, at the same time pulling off a skate, "you must use my strap." "Not I, indeed, Hans Brinker," cried Peter, looking up, "though I thank you warmly. Go to your post, my friend. The bugle will sound in a minute." "Mynheer," pleaded Hans in a husky voice, "you have called me your friend. Take this strap, quick. There's not an instant to lose. I shall not skate this time. Indeed, I am out of practice. Mynheer, you must take it." And Hans, blind and deaf to any remonstrance, slipped his strap into Peter's skate and implored him to put it on. "Come, Peter," cried Lambert from the line. "We are waiting for you." "For Madame's sake," pleaded Hans, "be quick. She is motioning you to join the racers. There, the skate is almost on. Quick, mynheer, fasten it. I could not possibly win. The race lies between Master Schimmel and yourself." "You are a noble fellow, Hans," cried Peter, yielding at last. He sprang to his post just as the handkerchief fell to the ground. The bugle sends forth its blast, loud, clear, and ringing. Off go the boys. "Mein Gott!" cries a tough old fellow from Delft. "They beat everything, these Amsterdam youngsters. See them." "See them indeed. They are winged Mercuries, every one of them. What mad errand are they on? Ah, I know. They are hunting Peter von Hope. He is some fleet-footed runaway from Olympus. Mercury and his troop of winged cousins are in full chase. They will catch him. Now Karl is the runaway. The pursuit grows furious. Ben is foremost. The chase turns in a cloud of mist. It is coming this way. Who is hunted now? Mercury himself. It is Peter, Peter von Hope. Fly, Peter, Hans is watching you. He is sending all his fleetness, all his strength into your feet. Your mother and sister are pale with eagerness. Hilda is trembling and dare not look up. Fly, Peter. The crowd has not gone deranged, it is only cheering. The pursuers are close upon you. Touch the white column. It beckons. It is reeling before you. Huzzah! Huzzah! Peter has won the silver skates. Peter von Hope, shouted the crier. But who heard him? Peter von Hope, shouted 100 voices, for he was the favorite boy of the place. Huzzah! Huzzah! Now the music was resolved to be heard. It struck up a lively air, then a tremendous march. The spectators, thinking something new was about to happen, deigned to listen and to look. The racers formed in single file. Peter, being tallest, stood first. Gretel, the smallest of all, took her place at the end. Hans, who had borrowed a strap from the cake boy, was near the head. 3 gaily twined arches were placed at intervals upon the river, facing the Van Gleck pavilion. Skating slowly, and in perfect time to the music, the boys and girls moved forward, led on by Peter. It was beautiful to see the bright procession glide along like a living creature. It curved and doubled, and drew its graceful length in and out among the arches. Whichever way Peter, the head, went, the body was sure to follow. Sometimes it steered direct for the center arch. Then, as if seized with a new impulse, turned away and curled itself about the first one. Then unwound slowly, and bending low, with quick, snake-like curvings, crossed the river, passing at length through the farthest arch. When the music was slow, the procession seemed to crawl like a thing afraid. It grew livelier, and the creature darted forward with a spring, gliding rapidly among the arches, in and out, curling, twisting, turning, never losing form, until, at the shrill call of the bugle rising above the music, it suddenly resolved itself into boys and girls, standing in double semicircle before Madame Van Gleck's pavilion. Peter and Gretel stand in the center, in advance of the others. Madame Van Gleck rises majestically. Gretel trembles, but feels that she must look at the beautiful lady. She cannot hear what is said, there is such a buzzing all around her. She is thinking that she ought to try and make a courtesy, such as her mother makes to the meester, when suddenly something so dazzling is placed in her hand that she gives a cry of joy. Then she ventures to look about her. Peter, too, has something in his hands. "Oh, oh, how splendid!" she cries, and "Oh, how splendid!" is echoed as far as people can see. Meantime, the silver skates flash in the sunshine, throwing dashes of light upon those 2 happy faces. Mevrouw van Ghent sends a little messenger with her bouquets, one for Hilda, one for Karl, and others for Peter and Gretel. At the sight of the flowers, the queen of the skaters becomes uncontrollable. With a bright stare of gratitude, she gathers skates and bouquet in her apron, hugs them to her bosom, and darts off to search for her father and mother in the scattering crowd. End of section 7. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 8 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wendy Katz-Hiller, Ann Arbor, Michigan. John Donne, 1573 to 1631. Quote, "The memory of Dr. Donne must not, cannot die as long as men speak English," wrote Isaac Walton. Quote, "Whilst his conversation made him and others happy, his life ought to be the example of more than that age in which he died." Born in 1573, all the influences of the age in which Donne lived nourished his large nature and genius. Shakespeare and Marlowe were 9 years older than he, Chapman 14, Spenser, Lilly, and Richard Hooker each 20, while Sir Philip Sydney counted 1 year less. Lodge and Putnam were grown men, and Green and Nash riotous boys. In the following year, Ben Jonson, quote, came forth to warm our ears, and soon after we have his future co-worker, Inigo Jones. It was the time of a multitude of poets, Drayton, the Fletchers, Beaumont, Wither, Herrick, Carew, Suckling, and others. Imagination was foremost and was stimulated by vast discoveries. Debates upon ecclesiastical reform, led by Wycliffe, Tyndall, Knox, Fox, Sternhold, Hopkins, and others, had prepared the way, and the luminous literatures of Greece and Italy, but recently brought into England, had made men's spirits receptive and creative. It was a period of vast conceptions, when men discovered themselves and the world afresh. Under such outward conditions, Donne was born in London, quote, of good and virtuous parents, says Walton, being descended on his mother's side from no less distinguished a personage than Sir Thomas More. In 1584, when he was 11 years old, with a good command both of French and Latin, he passed from the hands of tutors at home to Hare Hall, a much frequented college at Oxford. Here he formed a friendship with Henry Wotton, who, after the poet's death, collected the material from which Walton wrote his tender and sincere Life of Donne. After leaving Oxford, he traveled for 3 years on the continent, and on his return in 1592 became a member of Lincoln's Inn with intent to study law. But his law never, says Walton, quote, served him for other use than an ornament and self-satisfaction. While a member of Lincoln's Inn, he became one of the coterie of the poets of his youth. To this time are to be referred those of his divine poems, which show him a sincere Catholic. Stirred by the increasing differences between the Romanist and the Anglican denominations, Donne turned toward theological questions and finally cast his lot with the new doctrines. His large nature, impetuously reacting from the asceticism to which he had been bred, turned to excess and over-boldness in action, and an occasional coarseness of phrasing in his poems. The first of his famous satires are dated 1593, and all were probably written before 1601. During this time also he squandered his father's legacy of £3,000. In 1596, when the Earl of Essex defeated the Spanish navy and pillaged Cadiz, Donne, now one of the first poets of the time, was among his followers. Quote, not long after his return into England, the Lord Ellesmere, the keeper of the Great Seal, taking notice of his learnings, languages, and other abilities, and much affecting his person and behavior, took him to be his chief secretary, supposing and intending it to be an introduction to some weighty employment in the state, and did always use him with much courtesy, appointing him a place at his own table. Here he met the niece of Lady Ellesmere, the daughter of Sir George More, Lord Lieutenant of the Tower, whom at Christmas, 1600, he married, despite the opposition of her father. Sir George, transported with wrath, obtained Donne's imprisonment, but the poet finally regained his liberty and his wife, Sir George in the end forgiving the young couple. Quote, Mr. Donne's estate was the greatest part spent in many chargeable travels, books, and dear-bought experience, he being out of all employment that might yield support for himself and wife. The depth and intensity of Donne's feeling for this beautiful and accomplished woman are manifested, says Mr. Norton, in all the poems known to be addressed to her, such as The Anniversary and The Token. Of the valediction forbidding mourning, Walton declares, quote, I beg leave to tell that I have heard some critics, learned both in languages and poetry, say that none of the Greek or Latin poets did ever equal them. While from Lowell's unpublished Lecture on Poetic Diction, Professor Norton quotes the opinion that, quote, this poem is a truly sacred one, and fuller of the soul of poetry than a whole Alexandrian library of common love verses. During this period of writing for court favors, Donne wrote many of his sonnets and studied the civil and canon law. After the death of his patron, Sir Francis, in 1606, Donne divided his time between Mitcham, whither he had removed his family, and London, where he frequented distinguished and fashionable drawing rooms. At this time he wrote his admirable epistles in verse, the Litany, and funeral elegies on Lady Markham and Mistress Bulstrode, but those poems are merely occasional, as he was not a poet by profession. At the request of King James, he wrote the Pseudo-Martyr, published in 1610. In 1611 appeared his funeral elegy, An Anatomy of the World, and 1 year later another of like texture, On the Progress of the Soul, both poems being exalted and elaborate in thought and fancy. The king, desiring Donne to enter into the ministry, denied all requests for secular preferment, and the unwilling poet deferred his decision for almost 3 years. All that time he studied textual divinity, Greek, and Hebrew. He was ordained about the beginning of 1615. The king made him his chaplain in ordinary and promised other preferments. Quote, now, says Walton, the English church had gained a second St. Austin, for I think none was so like him before his conversion, and none so like St. Ambrose after it. And if his youth had the infirmities of the one, his age had the excellences of the other, the learning and holiness of both. In 1621, the king made him Dean of St. Paul's and Vicar of St. Dunstan in the West. By these and other ecclesiastical emoluments, quote, he was enabled to become charitable to the poor and kind to his friends, and to make such provision for his children that they were not left scandalous as relating to their or his profession or quality. His first printed sermons appeared in 1622. The epigrammatic terseness and unexpected turns of imagination which characterize the poems are found also in his discourses. 3 years later, during a dangerous illness, he composed his Devotion. He died on the 31st of March, 1631. Quote, Donne is full of salient verses, says Lowell in his Shakespeare Once More, that would take the rudest March winds of criticism with their beauty, of thoughts that first tease us like charades, and then delight us with the felicity of their solution. There are few in which an occasional loftiness is sustained throughout, but this occasional excellence is original, condensed, witty, showing a firm and strong mind, clear to a degree almost un-English. His poetry has somewhat of the stability of the Greeks, though it may lack their sweetness and art. His grossness was the heritage of his time. He is classed among the metaphysical poets, of whom Dr. Johnson wrote, quote, "They were of very little care to clothe their notions with elegance of dress, and therefore miss the notice and the praise which are often gained by those who think less, but are more diligent to adorn their thoughts." It was in obedience to such a dictum, and to Dryden's suggestion doubtless, that Pope and Parnell recast and reversified the satires. The first edition of Donne's poems appeared 2 years after his death. Several editions succeeded during the 17th century. In the more artificial 18th century, his harsh and abrupt versification and remote theorems made him difficult to understand. The best editions are The Complete Poems of John Donne, edited by Dr. Alexander Grossart, 1872, and The Poems of John Donne, from the text of the edition of 1633, edited by Charles Eliot Norton, 1895, from whose work the citations in this volume are taken. The Undertaking. I have done one braver thing than all the worthies did, and yet a braver thence doth spring, which is, to keep that hid. It were but madness now to impart the skill of specular stone, when he which can have learned the art to cut it can find none. So, if I now should utter this, others, because no more such stuff to work upon there is, would love but as before. But he who loveliness within hath found, all outward loathes. For he who colour loves and skin loves but their oldest clothes. If, as I have, you also do virtue attired in women see, and dare love that, and say so too, and forget the he and she, and if this love, though placed so, from profane men you hide, which will no faith on this bestow, or, if they do, deride, then you have done a braver thing than all the worthies did, and a braver thence will spring, which is, to keep that hid. A valediction forbidding mourning. As virtuous men pass mildly away, and whisper to their souls to go, while some of their sad friends do say, the breath goes now, and some say, no. So let us melt and make no noise, no tear floods nor sigh tempests move. 'Twere profanation of our joys to tell the laity our love. Moving of the earth brings harms and fears, men reckon what it did and meant, but trepidation of the spheres, though greater far, is innocent. Dull sublunary lovers love, whose soul is sense, cannot admit absence, because it doth remove those things which elemented it. But we, by a love so much refined that ourselves know not what it is, enter assured of the mind, care less eyes, lips, hands to miss. Our two souls, therefore, which are one, though I must go, endure not yet a breach, but an expansion, like gold to airy thinness beat. If they be two, they are two so as stiff twin compasses are two. Thy soul, the fixed foot, makes no show to move, but doth, if the other do. And though it in the centre sit, yet when the other far doth roam, it leans and hearkens after it, and grows erect as that comes home. So wilt thou be to me, who must, like the other foot, obliquely run, thy firmness makes my circle just, and makes me end where I begun. Song. Go and catch a falling star. Get with child a mandrake root. Tell me where all past years are, or who cleft the devil's foot. Teach me to hear mermaids singing, or to keep off envy's stinging. And find what wind serves to advance an honest mind. If thou beest born to strange sights, things invisible to see, ride 10,000 days and nights, till age snow-white hairs on thee. Then, when thou returnest, wilt tell me all the strange wonders that befell thee, and swear nowhere lives a woman true and fair. If thou find'st one, let me know. Such a pilgrimage were sweet, yet do not. I would not go, though at next door we might meet. Though she were true when you met her, and last till you write your letter, yet she will be false ere I come to 2 or 3. Love's growth. I scarce believe my love to be so pure as I had thought it was, because it doth endure vicissitudes and season as the grass. Methinks I lied all winter when I swore my love was infinite, if spring make it more. But if this medicine love, which cures all sorrow, with more, not only be no quintessence, but mixed of all stuff's paining soul or sense, and of the sun his working vigor borrow, love's not so pure and abstract as they use to say, which have no mistress but their muse, but as all else, being elemented too. Love sometimes would contemplate, sometimes do. And yet no greater, but more eminent, love by the spring is grown, as in the firmament stars by the sun are not enlarged, but shone. Gentle love deeds, as blossoms on a bough, from love's awakened root do bud out now, if, as in water stirred, more circles be produced by one. Love such additions take. Thou, like so many spheres, but one heaven make, for they are all concentric unto thee. And though each spring do add to love new heat, as princes do in times of action get new taxes, and remit them not in peace, no winter shall abate the spring's increase. Song. Sweetest love, I do not go for weariness of thee, nor in hope the world can show a fitter love for me. But since that I must die at last, 'tis best to use myself in jest, thus by feigned deaths to die. Yesternight the sun went hence, and yet is here today. He hath no desire nor sense, nor half so short a way. Then fear not me, but believe that I shall make speedier journeys, since I take more wings and spurs than he. Oh, how feeble is man's power, that, if good fortune fall, cannot add another hour, nor a lost hour recall. But come bad chance, and we join to it our strength, and we teach it art and length, itself or us to advance. When thou sighest not wind, but sighest my soul away. When thou weepest, unkindly kind, my life's blood doth decay. It cannot be that thou lovest me as thou sayest, if in thine my life thou waste. Thou art the best of me. Let not thy divining heart forethink me any ill. Destiny may take thy part, and may thy fears fulfill. But think that we are but turned aside to sleep. They who one another keep alive ne'er parted be. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 9. Feodor Mikhailovitch Dostoevsky, 1821 to 1881, by Isabel F. Hapgood. In certain respects, Dostoevsky is the most characteristically national of Russian writers. Precisely for that reason, his work does not appeal to so wide a circle outside of his own country as does the work of Turgenev and Count L.N. Tolstoy. This result flows not only from the natural bent of his mind and temperament, but also from the peculiar vicissitudes of his life as compared with the comparatively even tenor of their existence, and the circumstances of the time in which he lived. These circumstances, it is true, were felt by the writers mentioned, but practically they affected him far more deeply than they did the others, with their rather one-sided training. And his fellow countrymen, especially the young of both sexes, were not slow to express their appreciation of the fact. His special domain was the one which Turgenev and Tolstoy did not understand, and have touched not at all, or only incidentally, the great middle class of society, or what corresponds thereto in Russia. Through his father, Mikhail Andreevich Dostoevsky, Feodor Mikhailovitch belonged to the class of nobles, that is to say, to the gentry; through his mother, to the respectable, well-to-do merchant class, which is still distinct from the other, and was even more so during the first half of the present century. And in personal appearance he was a typical member of the peasant class. The father was resident physician in the Marie Hospital for the Poor in Moscow, having entered the civil service at the end of the War of 1812, during which he had served as a physician in the army. In the very contracted apartment which he occupied in the hospital, Feodor was born, one of a family of 7 children, all of whom, with the exception of the eldest and the youngest, were born there, on October 30th, November 11th, 1821. The parents were very upright, well-educated, devoutly religious people, and, as Feodor expressed it many years later to his elder brother after their father died, "Do you know, our parents were very superior people, and they would have been superior even in these days." The children were brought up at home as long as possible, and received their instruction from tutors and their father. Even after the necessity of preparing the 2 elder boys for a government institution forced the parents to send them to a boarding school during the week, they continued their strict supervision over their associates, discouraged nearly all friendships with their comrades, and never allowed them to go into the street unaccompanied, after the national custom in good families, even at the age of 17 or more. Feodor, according to the account of his brothers and relatives, was always a quiet, studious lad, and he, with his elder brother Mikhail, spent their weekly holidays chiefly in reading, Walter Scott and James Fenimore Cooper being among their favorite authors, though Russian writers, especially Pushkin, were not neglected. During many of these years, the mother and children passed the summers on a little estate in the country which the father bought, and it was there that Feodor Mikhailovitch first made acquaintance with the beauties of nature, to which he eloquently refers in after life, and especially with the peasants, their feelings and temper, which greatly helped him in his psychological studies and in his ability to endure certain trials which came upon him. There can be no doubt that his whole training contributed not only to the literary tastes which the famous author and his brother cherished throughout their lives, but to the formation of that friendship between them which was stronger than all others, and to the sincere belief in religion and the profound piety which permeated the spirit and the books of Feodor Mikhailovitch. In 1837 the mother died, and the father took his two eldest sons to St. Petersburg to enter them in the government school of engineers. But the healthy Mikhail was pronounced consumptive by the doctor, while the sickly Feodor was given a certificate of perfect health. Consequently, Mikhail was rejected and went to the engineers' school in Revel, while Feodor, always quiet and reserved, was left lonely in the St. Petersburg school. Here he remained for 3 years, studying well, but devoting a great deal of time to his passionately beloved literary subjects, and developing a precocious and penetrating critical judgment on such matters. It is even affirmed that he began or wrote the first draft of his famous book, Poor People, by night during this period, though in another account he places its composition later. After graduating well as ensign in 1841, he studied for another year, and became an officer with the rank of sub-lieutenant, and entered on active service, attaching to the drafting department of the engineers' school in August 1843. A little more than a year later he resigned from the service in order that he might devote himself wholly to literature. His father had died in the meantime, and had he possessed any practical talent, he might have lived in comfort on the sums which his guardian sent him. But throughout his life people seemed to fleece him at will. He lost large sums at billiards with strangers, and otherwise he was generous and careless. In short, he was to the end nearly always in debt, anxiety, and difficulties. Then came the first important crisis in his life. He wrote or rewrote Poor People, and said of his state of mind, as he reckoned up the possible pecuniary results, that he could not sleep for nights together, and, "If my undertaking does not succeed, perhaps I shall hang myself." The history of that success is famous and stirring. His only acquaintance in literary circles was his old comrade D.V. Grigorovitch, also well known as a writer, and to him he committed the manuscript. His friend took it to the poet and editor Nekrasov, in the hope that it might appear in the collection which the latter was intending to publish. Dostoevsky was especially afraid of the noted critic Byelinsky's judgment on it. "He will laugh at my Poor People," said he, "but I wrote it with passion, almost with tears." He spent the evening with a friend, reading with him, as was the fashion of the time, Gogol's Dead Souls, and returned home at 4 o'clock in the morning. It was one of the white nights of early summer, and he sat down by his window. Suddenly the doorbell rang, and in rushed Grigorovitch and Nekrasov, who flung themselves upon his neck. They had begun to read his story in the evening, remarking that 10 pages would suffice to show its quality. But they had gone on reading, relieving each other as their voices failed them with fatigue and emotion, until the whole was finished. At the point where Pokrovsky's old father runs after his coffin, Nekrasov pounded the table with the manuscript, deeply affected, and exclaimed, "Deuce take him!" Then they decide to hasten to Dostoevsky. "No matter if he is asleep, we will wake him up. This is above sleep." This sort of glory and success was exactly of that pure, unmixed sort which Dostoevsky had longed for. When Nekrasov went to Byelinsky with the manuscript of Poor People and announced, "A new Gogol has made his appearance," the critic retorted with severity, "Gogols spring up like mushrooms among us." But when he had read the story, he said, "Bring him hither, bring him quickly," and welcomed Dostoevsky when he came with extreme dignity and reserve, but exclaimed in a moment, "Do you understand yourself what sort of a thing this is that you have written?" From that moment the young author's fame was assured, and he became known and popular even in advance of publication in a wide circle of literary and other people, as was the fashion of those days in Russia. When the story appeared, the public rapturously echoed the judgment of the critics. The close friendship which sprang up between Byelinsky and Dostoevsky was destined, however, to exert an extraordinary influence upon Dostoevsky's career, quite apart from its critical aspect. Byelinsky was an atheist and a socialist, and Dostoevsky was brought into relations with persons who shared those views, although he himself never wavered apparently in his religious faith, and was never in harmony with any other aspirations of his associates except that of freeing the serfs. Notwithstanding this, he became involved in the catastrophe which overtook many visitors, occasional or constant, of the circles at whose head stood Petrashevsky. The whole affair is known as the conspiracy of Petrashevsky. During the 40s, the students at the St. Petersburg University formed small gatherings where sociological subjects were the objects of study, and read the works of Stein, Haxthausen, Louis Blanc, Fourier, Proudhon, and other similar writers. Gradually, assemblies of this sort were formed outside of the university. Petrashevsky, an employee of the Department of Foreign Affairs, who had graduated from the Lyceum and the university, and who was ambitious of winning power and a reputation for eccentricity, learned of these little clubs and encouraged their growth. He did not, however, encourage their close association among themselves, but rather entire dependence on himself as the center of authority, the guide, and urged them to inaugurate a sort of propaganda. Dostoevsky himself declared about 30 years later that "the socialists sprang from the followers of Petrashevsky, they sowed much seed." He has dealt with them and their methods in his novel Demons, though perhaps not with exact accuracy. But they helped him to an elucidation of the contemporary situation, which Turgenev had treated in Virgin Soil. The chief subject of their political discussions was the emancipation of the serfs, and many of Petrashevsky's followers reckoned upon a rising of the serfs themselves, though it was proved that Dostoevsky maintained the propriety and necessity of the reform proceeding from the government. This was no new topic. The Emperor Nicholas I had already begun to plan the emancipation, and it is probable that it would have taken place long before it did, had it not been for this very conspiracy. From the point of view of the government, the movement was naturally dangerous, especially in view of what was taking place in Europe at that epoch. Dostoevsky bore himself critically toward the socialistic writings and doctrines, maintaining that in their own Russian system of workingmen's guilds, with reciprocal bonds, there existed surer and more normal foundations than in all the dreams of Saint-Simon and all his school. He did not even visit very frequently the circle to which he particularly belonged, and was rarely at the house of Petrashevsky, whom many personally disliked. But on one occasion, as he was a good reader, he was asked to read aloud Byelinsky's famous letter to Gogol, which was regarded as a victorious manifest of Western, i.e. of socialistic, views, This technically was propagating revolution, and was the chief charge against him when the catastrophe happened. And he, together with over 30 other Petroshevitsky, was arrested on April 23rd, May 5th, 1849. In the Peter Paul fortress prison, where he was kept for 8 months pending trial, Dostoevsky wrote The Little Hero, 2 or 3 unimportant works having appeared since Poor People. At last he, with several others, was condemned to death and led out for execution. The history of that day and the analysis of his sensations and emotions are to be found in several of his books: Crime and Punishment, The Idiot, The Karamazov Brothers. At the last moment it was announced to them that the Emperor had commuted their sentence to exile in varying degrees, and they were taken to Siberia. Alexei Plechayev, then 23 years of age, the man who sent Byelinsky's letter to Dostoevsky, was banished for a short term of years to the disciplinary brigade in Orenburg, and when I saw him in St. Petersburg 40 years later, I was able to form a faint idea of what Dostoevsky's popularity must have been by the way in which he, a man of much less talent, originality, and personal power, was surrounded even in church by adoring throngs of young people. Dostoevsky's sentence was 4 years at forced labor in prison. After that, to serve as a common soldier. But he did not lose his nobility and his civil rights, being the first noble to retain them under such circumstances. The story of what he did and suffered during his imprisonment is to be found in his Notes from the House of the Dead, where, under the disguise of a man sentenced to 10 years' labor for the murder of his wife, he gives us a startling, faithful, but in some respects a consoling picture of life in a Siberian prison. His own judgment as to his exile was, the government only defended itself. And when people said to him how unjust your exile was, he replied, even with irritation, no, it was just. The people themselves would have condemned us. Moreover, he did not like to give benefit readings in later years from his Notes from the House of the Dead, lest he might be thought to complain. Besides, this catastrophe was the making of him by his own confession. He had become a confirmed hypochondriac, with a host of imaginary afflictions and ills. And had this affair not saved him from himself, he said that he should have gone mad. It seems certain, from the testimony of his friend and physician, that he was already subject to the epileptic fits which he himself was wont to attribute to his imprisonment, and which certainly increased in severity as the years went on, until they occurred once a month or oftener, in consequence of overwork and excessive nervous strain. In his novel The Idiot, whose hero is an epileptic, he has made a psychological study of his sensations before and after such fits, and elsewhere he makes allusions to them. After serving in the ranks and being promoted officer when he had finished his term of imprisonment, he returned to Russia in 1859 and lived first at Tver, afterward, when permitted, in St. Petersburg. The history of his first marriage, which took place in Siberia to the widow of a friend, is told with tolerable accuracy in his Humbled and Insulted, which also contains a description of his early struggles and the composition of Poor People, the hero who narrates the tale of his love and sacrifice being himself. Like that hero, he tried to facilitate his future wife's marriage to another man. He was married to his second wife, by whom he had 4 children, in 1867, and to her he owed much happiness and material comfort. It will be seen that much is to be learned concerning our author from his own novels, though it would hardly be safe to write a biography from them alone. Even in Crime and Punishment, his greatest work in a general way, he reproduces events of his own life, meditations, wonderfully accurate descriptions of the third-rate quarter of the town in which he lived after his return from Siberia, while engaged on some of his numerous newspaper and magazine enterprises. This journalistic turn of mind, combined in nearly equal measures with the literary talent, produced several singular effects. It rendered his periodical, Diary of a Writer, the most enormously popular publication of the day, and a success when previous ventures had failed, though it consisted entirely of his own views on current topics of interest, literary questions, and whatever came into his head. On his novels it had a rather disintegrating effect. Most of them are of great length, are full of digressions from the point, and there is often a lack of finish about them, which extends not only to the minor characters, but to the style in general. In fact, his style is neither jewel-like in its brilliancy, as is Turgenev's, nor has it the elegance, broken by carelessness, of Tolstoy's. But it was popular, remarkably well adapted to the class of society which it was his province to depict. And though diffuse, it is not possible to omit any of the long psychological analyses, or dreams, or series of ratiocinations, without injuring the web of the story and the moral, as chain armor is spoiled by the rupture of a link. This, indeed, is one of the great difficulties which the foreigner encounters in an attempt to study Dostoevsky. The translators have been daunted by his prolixity, and have often cut his works down to a mere skeleton of the original. Moreover, he deals with a sort of Russian society which it is hard for non-Russians to grasp, and he has no skill whatever in presenting aristocratic people or society, to which foreigners have become accustomed in the works of his great contemporaries Turgenev and Tolstoy; while he never, despite all his genuine admiration for the peasants and keen sympathy with them, attempts any purely peasant tales like Turgenev's Notes of a Sportsman, or Tolstoy's Tales for the People. Naturally, this is but one reason the more why he should be studied. His types of hero and of feminine character are peculiar to himself. Perhaps the best way to arrive at his ideal and at his own character, plus a certain irritability and tendency to suspicion of which his friends speak, is to scrutinize the pictures of Prince Myshkin, the idiot, Ivan, humbled and insulted, and Alyosha, the Karamazov brothers. Pure, delicate, both physically and morally, as Dostoevsky himself is described by those who knew him best, devout, gentle, intensely sympathetic, strongly masculine, yet with a large admixture of the feminine element, such as these three. Such is also in his way Raskolnikov, Crime and Punishment. His feminine characters are the precise counterparts of these in many respects, but are often also quixotic even to boldness and wrong-headedness, like Aglaia, the idiot, or to shame, like Sonia, Crime and Punishment, and the heroine of Humbled and Insulted. But Dostoevsky could not sympathize with, and consequently could not draw, an aristocrat. His frequently recurring type of the dissolute petty noble or rich merchant is frequently brutal, and his unclassed women, though possibly quite as true to life as these men, are painful in their callousness and recklessness. His earliest work, Poor People, written in the form of letters, is worthy of all the praises which have been bestowed upon it. Simple as is the story of the poverty-stricken clerk who is almost too humble to draw his breath, who pleads that one must wear a coat and boots which do not show the bare feet during the severe Russian winter, merely because public opinion forces one thereto, and who shares his rare pence with a distant but equally needy relative who is in a difficult position. As a compact, subtle psychological study, his Crime and Punishment cannot be overrated, repulsive as it is in parts. The poor student who kills the aged usurer with intent to rob, after prolonged argument with himself that great geniuses like Napoleon I and the like are justified in committing any crime, and that he has a right to relieve his poverty, and who eventually surrenders himself to the authorities and accepts his exile as moral salvation, is one of the strongest in Russian literature, though wrong-headed and easily swayed, like all the author's characters. In June 1880, Dostoevsky made a speech at the unveiling of Pushkin's monument in Moscow, which completely overshadowed the speeches of Turgenev and Aksakov, and gave rise to what was probably the most extraordinary literary ovation ever seen in Russia. By that time he had become the object of pilgrimages, on the part of the young especially, to a degree which no other Russian author has ever experienced, and the recipient of confidences both personal and written, which pressed heavily on his time and strength. That ovation has never been surpassed, save by the astonishing concourse at his funeral. He died of a lesion of the brain on January 28th, February 8th, 1881. Thousands followed his coffin for miles, but there was no demonstration, as that word is understood in Russia. Nevertheless, it was a demonstration in an unexpected way, since all classes of society, even those which had not seemed closely interested or sympathetic, now joined in the tribute of respect, which amounted to loving enthusiasm. The works which I have mentioned are the most important, though he wrote also The Stripling and numerous shorter stories. His own characterization of his work, when reproached with its occasional lack of continuity and finish, was that his aim was to make his point, and the exigencies of money and time under which he labored were to blame for the defects which, with his keen literary judgment, he perceived quite as clearly as did his critics. If that point be borne in mind, it will help the reader to appreciate his literary journalistic style, and to pardon shortcomings for the sake of the pearls of principle and psychology which can be fished up from the profound depths of his voluminous tomes and of his analysis. The gospel which Dostoevsky consistently preached from the beginning of his career to the end was love, self-sacrifice even to self-effacement. That was and is the secret of his power, even over those who did not follow his precepts. End of Section 9. Feodor Mikhailovitch Dostoevsky. Section 10 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 10. Letter from Varvara Dobrosyeloff to Makar Dyevushkin. From Poor People, by Fyodor Mikhailovich Dostoevsky. Pokrovsky was a poor, very poor young man. His health did not permit of his attending regularly to his studies, and so it was only by way of custom that we called him a student. He lived modestly, peaceably, quietly, so that we could not even hear him from our room. He was very queer in appearance. He walked so awkwardly, bowed so uncouthly, spoke in such a peculiar manner, that at first I could not look at him without laughing. Moreover, he was of an irritable character, was constantly getting angry, flew into a rage at the slightest trifle, shouted at us, complained of us, and often went off to his own room in a fit of wrath without finishing our lesson. He had a great many books, all of them expensive, rare books. He gave lessons somewhere else also, received some remuneration, and just as soon as he had a little money, he went off and bought more books. In time I learned to understand him better. He was the kindest, the most worthy man, the best man I ever met. My mother respected him highly. Later on he became my best friend, after my mother, of course. From time to time a little old man made his appearance at our house, a dirty, badly dressed, small, gray-haired, sluggish, awkward old fellow. In short, he was peculiar to the last degree. At first sight one would have thought that he felt ashamed of something, that his conscience smote him for something. He writhed and twisted constantly. He had such tricks of manner and ways of shrugging his shoulders that one would not have been far wrong in assuming that he was a little crazy. He would come and stand close to the glazed door in the vestibule and not dare to enter. As soon as one of us, Sasha or I or one of the servants, whom he knew to be kindly disposed toward him, passed that way, he would begin to wave his hands and beckon us to him and make signs. And only when we nodded to him or called to him, the signal agreed upon, that there was no stranger in the house and that he might enter when he pleased, only then would the old man softly open the door with a joyous smile, rubbing his hands together with delight, and betake himself to Pokrovsky's room. He was his father. Afterward I learned in detail the story of this poor old man. Once upon a time he had been in the government's service somewhere or other, but he had not the slightest capacity, and his place in the service was the lowest and most insignificant of all. When his first wife died, the mother of the student Pokrovsky, he took it into his head to marry again, and wedded a woman from the petty merchant class. Under the rule of this new wife, everything was at sixes and sevens in his house. There was no living with her. She drew a tight rein over everybody. Student Pokrovsky was a boy at that time, 10 years of age. His stepmother hated him. But fate was kind to little Pokrovsky. Byakov, a landed proprietor, who was acquainted with Pokrovsky the father and had formerly been his benefactor, took the child under his protection and placed him in a school. He took an interest in him because he had known his dead mother, whom Anna Feodorovna had befriended while she was still a girl, and who had married her off to Pokrovsky. From school young Pokrovsky entered a gymnasium, and then the university, but his impaired health prevented his continuing his studies there. Mr. Byakov introduced him to Anna Feodorovna, recommended him to her, and in this way young Pokrovsky had been taken into the house as a boarder, on condition that he should teach Sasha all that was necessary. But old Pokrovsky fell into the lowest dissipation through grief at his wife's harshness, and was almost always in a state of drunkenness. His wife beat him, drove him into the kitchen to live, and brought matters to such a point that at last he got used to being beaten and ill-treated, and made no complaint. He was still far from being an old man, but his evil habits had nearly destroyed his mind. The only sign in him of noble human sentiments was his boundless love for his son. It was said that young Pokrovsky was as like his dead mother as 2 drops of water to each other. The old man could talk of nothing but his son, and came to see him regularly twice a week. He dared not come more frequently, because young Pokrovsky could not endure his father's visits. Of all his failings, the first and greatest, without a doubt, was his lack of respect for his father. However, the old man certainly was at times the most intolerable creature in the world. In the first place, he was dreadfully inquisitive. In the second, by his chatter and questions, he interfered with his son's occupations. And lastly, he sometimes presented himself in a state of intoxication. The son broke the father in a degree of his faults, of his inquisitiveness and his chattering, and ultimately brought about such a condition of affairs that the latter listened to all he said as to an oracle, and dared not open his mouth without his permission. There were no bounds to the old man's admiration of and delight in his Petinka, as he called his son. When he came to visit him, he almost always wore a rather anxious, timid expression, probably on account of his uncertainty as to how his son would receive him, and generally could not make up his mind for a long time to go in. And if I happened to be present, he would question me for 20 minutes. How was Petinka? Was he well? In what mood was he? And was not he occupied in something important? What precisely was he doing? Was he writing, or engaged in meditation? When I had sufficiently encouraged and soothed him, the old man would at last make up his mind to enter, and would open the door very, very softly, very, very cautiously, and stick his head in first. And if he saw that his son was not angry, and nodded to him, he would step gently into the room, take off his little coat and his hat, which was always crumpled, full of holes, and with broken rims, and hang them on a hook, doing everything very softly and inaudibly. Then he would seat himself cautiously on a chair, and never take his eyes from his son, but would watch his every movement in his desire to divine the state of his Petinka's temper. If the son was not exactly in the right mood, and the old man detected it, he instantly rose from his seat and explained, "I only ran in for a minute, Petinka. I have been walking a good ways, and happened to be passing by, so I came in to rest myself." And then silently he took his poor little coat and his wretched little hat, opened the door again very softly, and went away, forcing a smile in order to suppress the grief which was seething up in his soul, and not betray it to his son. But when the son received his father well, the old man was beside himself with joy. His satisfaction shone forth in his face, in his gestures, in his movements. If his son addressed a remark to him, the old man always rose a little from his chair, and replied softly, cringingly, almost reverently, and always made an effort to employ the most select, that is to say, the most ridiculous expressions. But he had not the gift of language. He always became confused and frightened, so that he did not know what to do with his hands, or what to do with his person, and went on for a long time afterward, whispering his answer to himself, as though desirous of recovering his composure. But if he succeeded in making a good answer, the old man gained courage, set his waistcoat to rights, and his cravat and his coat, and assumed an air of personal dignity. Sometimes his courage rose to such a point, his daring reached such a height, that he rose gently from his chair, went up to the shelf of books, took down a book. He did all this with an air of artificial indifference and coolness, as though he could always handle his son's books in this proprietary manner, as though his son's caresses were no rarity to him. But I once happened to witness the old man's fright when Pokrovsky asked him not to touch his books. He became confused, hurriedly replaced the book upside down, then tried to put it right, turned it round and set it wrong side too, leaves out, smiled, reddened, and did not know how to expiate his crime. One day old Pokrovsky came in to see us. He chatted with us for a long time, was unusually cheerful, alert, talkative. He laughed and joked after his fashion, and at last revealed the secret of his raptures, and announced to us that his Petinka's birthday fell precisely a week later, and that it was his intention to call upon his son without fail on that day, that he would don a new waistcoat, and that his wife had promised to buy him some new boots. In short, the old man was perfectly happy, and chattered about everything that came into his head. His birthday! That birthday gave me no peace, either day or night. I made up my mind faithfully to remind Pokrovsky of my friendship, and to make him a present. But what? At last I hit upon the idea of giving him some books. I knew that he wished to own the complete works of Pushkin in the latest edition. I had 30 rubles of my own, earned by my handiwork. I had put this money aside for a new gown. I immediately sent old Matryona, our cook, to inquire the price of a complete set. Alas! the price of the 11 volumes, together with the expenses of binding, would be 60 rubles at the very least. I thought and thought, but could not tell what to do. I did not wish to ask my mother. Of course she would have helped me, but in that case everyone in the house would have known about our gift. Moreover, the gift would have been converted into an expression of gratitude, a payment for Pokrovsky's labors for the whole year. My desire was to make the present privately, unknown to anyone. And for his toilsome lessons to me, I wished to remain forever indebted to him, without any payment whatever. At last I devised an escape from my predicament. I knew that one could often buy at half price from the old booksellers in the Gostiny Dvor, if one bargained well, little used and almost entirely new books. I made up my mind to go to the Gostiny Dvor myself. So it came about. The very next morning both Anna Feodorovna and we needed something. Mamma was not feeling well, and Anna Feodorovna, quite opportunely, had a fit of laziness, so all the errands were turned over to me, and I set out with Matryona. To my delight I soon found a Pushkin, and in a very handsome binding. I began to bargain for it. How I enjoyed it! But alas! my entire capital consisted of 30 rubles in paper, and the merchant would not consent to accept less than 10 rubles in silver. At last I began to entreat him, and I begged and begged, until eventually he yielded. But he only took off 2 rubles and a half, and swore that he had done so only for my sake, because I was such a nice young lady, and that he would not have come down in his price for anyone else. 2 rubles and a half were still lacking. I was ready to cry with vexation. But the most unexpected circumstance came to my rescue in my grief. Not far from me, at another stall, I caught sight of old Pokrovsky. 4 or 5 old booksellers were clustered about him. He had completely lost his wits, and they had thoroughly bewildered him. Each one was offering him his wares, and what stuff they were offering, and what all was he not ready to buy. I stepped up to him and asked him what he was doing there. The old man was very glad to see me. He loved me unboundedly. No less than his Petinka, perhaps. "Why, I am buying a few little books, Varvara Alexievna," he replied. "I am buying some books for Petinka." I asked him if he had much money. "See here," and the poor old man took out all his money, which was wrapped up in a dirty scrap of newspaper. "Here's a half ruble and a 20-kopeck piece, and 20 kopecks in copper coins." I immediately dragged him off to my bookseller. "Here are 11 books, which cost altogether 32 rubles and a half. I have 30. Put your 2 rubles and a half with mine, and we will buy all these books, and give them to him in partnership." The old man was quite beside himself with joy, and the bookseller loaded him down with our common library. The next day the old man came to see his son, sat with him a little while, then came to us and sat down beside me with a very comical air of mystery. Every moment he grew more sad and uneasy. At last he could hold out no longer. "Listen, Varvara Alexievna," he began timidly in a low voice. "Do you know what, Varvara Alexievna?" The old man was dreadfully embarrassed. "You see, when his birthday comes, do you take 10 of those little books and give them to him yourself, that is to say, from yourself, on your own behalf. Then I will take the 11th and give it from myself for my share. So you see, you will have something to give, and I shall have something to give. We shall both have something to give." I was awfully sorry for the old man. I did not take long to think it over. The old man watched me anxiously. "Listen to me, Zakhar Petrovitch," I said. "Do you give him all?" "How all? Do you mean all the books?" "Yes, certainly, all the books." "And from myself?" "From yourself." "From myself alone, that is, in my own name?" "Yes, in your own name." I thought I was expressing myself with sufficient clearness, but the old man could not understand me for a long time. "You see," he explained to me at last, "I sometimes indulge myself, Varvara Alexievna. That is to say, I wish to state to you that I nearly always indulge myself. I do that which is not right. That is, you know, when it is cold out of doors, and when various unpleasant things happen at times, or when I feel sad for any reason, or something bad happens, then sometimes I do not restrain myself, and I drink too much. This is very disagreeable to Petrushka, you see, Varvara Alexievna. He gets angry, and he scolds me and reads me moral lectures. So now I should like to show him by my gift that I have reformed, and am beginning to conduct myself well, that I have been saving up my money to buy a book, saving for a long time, because I hardly ever have any money, except when it happens that Petrushka gives me some now and then. He knows that. Consequently, he will see what use I have made of my money, and he will know that I have done this for his sake alone." "Well, yes," he said, after thinking it over. "Yes, that will be very fine. That will be very fine indeed. Only what are you going to do, Varvara Alexievna?" "Why, I shall not give anything." "What?" cried the old man, almost in terror. "So you will not give Petinka anything? So you do not wish to give him anything?" He was alarmed. At that moment it seemed as though he were ready to relinquish his own suggestions so that I might have something to give his son. He was a kind-hearted old man. I explained that I would be glad to give something, only I did not wish to deprive him of the pleasure. On the festive day he made his appearance at precisely 11 o'clock, straight from the Mass, in his dress coat, decently patched, and actually in a new waistcoat and new boots. We were all sitting in the hall with Anna Feodorovna, and drinking coffee. It was Sunday. The old man began, I believe, by saying that Pushkin was a good poet. Then he lost the thread of his discourse and got confused, and suddenly jumped to the assertion that a man must behave well, and that if he does not behave himself well, then it simply means that he indulges himself. He even cited several terrible examples of intemperance, and wound up by stating that for some time past he had been entirely a reformed character, and that he now behaved with perfect propriety; that even earlier he had recognized the justice of his son's exhortations, and had treasured them all in his heart, and had actually begun to be sober. In proof of which he now presented these books, which had been purchased with money which he had been hoarding up for a long time. I could not refrain from tears and laughter as I listened to the poor old fellow. He knew well how to lie when the occasion demanded. The books were taken to Pokrovsky's room and placed on the shelf. Pokrovsky immediately divined the truth. Pokrovsky fell ill 2 months after the events which I have described above. During those 2 months he had striven incessantly for the means of existence, for up to that time he had never had a settled position. Like all consumptives, he bade farewell only with his last breath to the hope of a very long life. Anna Feodorovna herself made all the arrangements about the funeral. She bought the very plainest sort of a coffin and hired a truckman. In order to repay herself for her expenditure, Anna Feodorovna took possession of all the dead man's books and effects. The old man wrangled with her, raised an uproar, snatched from her as many books as possible, stuffed all his pockets with them, thrust them into his hat, and wherever he could, carried them about with him all the 3 days which preceded the funeral, and did not even part with them when the time came to go to the church. During all those days he was like a man stunned, who had lost his memory, and he kept fussing about near the coffin with a certain strange anxiety. Now he adjusted the paper band upon the dead man's brow. Now he lighted and snuffed the candles. It was evident that he could not fix his thoughts in orderly manner on anything. Neither my mother nor Anna Feodorovna went to the funeral services in the church. My mother was ill, but Anna Feodorovna quarreled with old Pokrovsky just as she was all ready to start, and so stayed away. The old man and I were the only persons present. A sort of fear came over me during the services, like the presentiment of something which was about to happen. I could hardly stand out the ceremony in church. At last they put the lid on the coffin and nailed it down, placed it on the cart, and drove away. I accompanied it only to the end of the street. The truckman drove at a trot. The old man ran after the cart, weeping aloud. The sound of his crying was broken and shaken by his running. The poor man lost his hat and did not stop to pick it up. His head was wet with the rain. The sleet lashed and cut his face. The old man did not appear to feel the bad weather, but ran weeping from one side of the cart to the other. The skirts of his shabby old coat waved in the wind like wings. Books protruded from every one of his pockets. In his hands was a huge book, which he held tightly clutched. The passers-by removed their hats and made the sign of the cross. Some halted and stared in amazement at the poor old man. Every moment the books kept falling out of his pockets into the mud. People stopped him and pointed out his losses to him. He picked them up and set out again in pursuit of the coffin. At the corner of the street, an old beggar woman joined herself to him to escort the coffin. At last the cart turned the corner and disappeared from my eyes. I went home. I flung myself in dreadful grief on my mother's bosom. Translation of Isabel F. Hapgood. End of Section 10. Fyodor Mikhailovitch Dostoevsky. Section 11 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 11. Selection. Letter from Makar Dyevushkin to Varvara Alexievna Dobrosyeloff. From Poor People by Fyodor Mikhailovitch Dostoevsky. September 9th. My dear Varvara Alexievna, I am quite beside myself as I write this. I am utterly upset by a most terrible occurrence. My head is whirling. I feel as though everything were turning in dizzy circles round about me. Ah, my dearest, what a thing I have to tell you now! We had not even a presentiment of such a thing. No, I don't believe that I did not have a presentiment. I foresaw it all. My heart forewarned me of this whole thing. I even dreamed of something like it not long ago. This is what has happened. I will relate it to you without attempting fine style, and as the Lord shall put it into my soul. I went to the office today. When I arrived, I sat down and began to write. But you must know, my dear, that I wrote yesterday also. Well, yesterday Timofey Ivanovitch came to me, and was pleased to give me a personal order. Here's a document that is much needed, says he, and we're in a hurry for it. Copy it, Makar Alexievich, says he, as quickly and as neatly and carefully as possible. It must be handed in for signature today. I must explain to you, my angel, that I was not quite myself yesterday, and didn't wish to look at anything. Such sadness and depression had fallen upon me. My heart was cold, my mind was dark. You filled all my memory, and incessantly, my poor darling. Well, so I set to work on the copy. I wrote clearly and well, only I don't know exactly how to describe it to you, whether the evil one himself tangled me up, or whether it was decreed by some mysterious fate, or simply whether it was bound to happen so. But I omitted a whole line, and the sense was utterly ruined. The Lord only knows what sense there was, simply none whatever. They were late with the papers yesterday, so they only gave this document to His Excellency for signature this morning. Today I presented myself at the usual hour, as though nothing at all were the matter, and set myself down alongside Emelian Ivanovitch. I must tell you, my dear, that lately I have become twice as shamefaced as before, and more mortified. Of late I have ceased to look at anyone. As soon as anyone's chair squeaks, I am more dead than alive. So today I crept in, slipped humbly into my seat, and sat there all doubled up, so that Efim Akimovitch, he's the greatest tease in the world, remarked in such a way that all could hear him, "Why do you sit so like a Makar Alexievich?" Then he made such a grimace that everybody round him and me split with laughter, and of course at my expense. They kept it up interminably. I drooped my ears and screwed up my eyes and sat there motionless. That's my way. They stop the quicker. All at once I heard a noise, a running and a tumult. I heard, did my ears deceive me? They were calling for me, demanding me, summoning Dyevushkin. My heart quivered in my breast, and I didn't know myself what I feared, for nothing of the sort had ever happened to me in the whole course of my life. I was rooted to my chair, as though nothing had occurred, as though it were not I. But then they began again, nearer at hand, and nearer still. And here they were, right in my very ear. "Dyevushkin! Dyevushkin!" they called. "Where's Dyevushkin?" I raised my eyes, and there before me stands Evstafi Ivanovitch. He says, "Makar Alexievich, hasten to His Excellency as quickly as possible. You've made a nice mess with that document." That was all he said, but it was enough, wasn't it, my dear? Quite enough to say. I turned livid, and grew as cold as ice, and lost my senses. I started, and I simply didn't know whether I was alive or dead as I went. They led me through one room, and through another room, and through a third room to the private office, and I presented myself. Positively I cannot give you any account of what I was thinking about. I saw His Excellency standing there, with all of them around him. It appears that I did not make my salute. I forgot it completely. I was so scared that my lips trembled and my legs shook. And there was sufficient cause, my dear. In the first place, I was ashamed of myself. I glanced to the right at a mirror, and what I beheld therein was enough to drive any man out of his senses. And in the second place, I have always behaved as though there were no place for me in the world, so that it is not likely that His Excellency was even aware of my existence. It is possible that he may have heard it cursorily mentioned that there was a person named Dyevushkin in the department, but he had never come into any closer relations. He began angrily. "What's the meaning of this, sir? What are you staring at? Here's an important paper, needed in haste, and you go and spoil it. And how did you come to permit such a thing?" Here His Excellency turned on Evstafi Ivanovitch. I only listen, and the sounds of the words reach me. "It's gross carelessness, heedlessness. You'll get yourself into trouble." I tried to open my mouth for some purpose or other. I seemed to want to ask forgiveness, but I couldn't; to run away, but I didn't dare to make the attempt. And then, my dearest, something so dreadful happened that I can hardly hold my pen even now for the shame of it. My button, deuce take it, my button, which was hanging by a thread, suddenly broke loose, jumped off, skipped along, evidently I had struck it by accident, clattered and rolled away, the cursed thing, straight to His Excellency's feet, and that in the midst of universal silence. And that was the whole of my justification, all my excuse, all my answer, everything which I was preparing to say to His Excellency. The results were terrible. His Excellency immediately directed his attention to my figure and my costume. I remembered what I had seen in the mirror. I flew to catch the button. A fit of madness descended upon me. I bent down and tried to grasp the button, but it rolled and twisted, and I couldn't get hold of it. In short, and I also distinguished myself in the matter of dexterity. Then I felt my last strength fail me, and knew that all was lost. My whole reputation was lost, the whole man ruined. And then, without rhyme or reason, Teresa and Faldoni began to ring in both my ears. At last I succeeded in seizing the button, rose upright, drew myself up in proper salute, but like a fool, and stood calmly there, with my hands lying down on the seams of my trousers. No, I didn't, though. I began to try to fit the button on the broken thread, just as though it would stick fast by that means. And moreover, I began to smile, and went on smiling. At first His Excellency turned away. Then he scrutinized me again, and I heard him say to Evstafi Ivanovitch, "How's this? See what a condition he is in! What a looking man! What's the matter with him?" Ah, my own dearest, think of that! What a looking man, and what's the matter with him? "He has distinguished himself," I heard Evstafi say. "He has no bad marks on any score, and his conduct is exemplary. His salary is adequate, in accordance with the rates." "Well, then, give him some sort of assistance," says His Excellency. "Make him an advance on his salary." But he has had it, he has taken it already for ever so long in advance. Probably circumstances have compelled him to do so, but his conduct is good, and he has received no reprimands. He has never been rebuked. My dear little angel, I turned hot and burned as though in the fires of the bad place. I was on the point of fainting. "Well," says His Excellency in a loud voice, "the document must be copied again as quickly as possible. Come here, Dyevushkin. Make a fresh copy without errors, and listen to me." Here His Excellency turned to the others and gave them diverse orders, and sent them all away. As soon as they were all gone, His Excellency hastily took out his pocket-book, and from it drew a 100-ruble bank-note. "Here," said he, This is all I can afford, and I am happy to help to that extent. Reckon it as you please. Take it." And he thrust it into my hand. I trembled, my angel. My whole soul was in a flutter. I didn't know what was the matter with me. I tried to catch his hand and kiss it, but he turned very red in the face, my darling, and I am not deviating from the truth by so much as a hair's breadth. He took my unworthy hand and shook it. Indeed he did. He took it and shook it as though it were of equal rank with his own, as though it belonged to a general like himself. "Go," says he. "I am glad to do what I can. Make no mistakes, but now do it as well as you can." Now, my dear, this is what I have decided. I beg you and Feodor, and if I had children I would lay my commands upon them, to pray to God for him, though they should not pray for their own father, that they should pray daily and forever for his Excellency. One thing more I will say, my dearest, and I say it solemnly. Heed me well, my dear. I swear that, no matter in what degree I may be reduced to spiritual anguish in the cruel days of our adversity, as I look on you and your poverty, on myself, on my humiliation and incapacity, in spite of all this, I swear to you that the 100 roubles are not so precious to me as the fact that His Excellency himself deigned to press my unworthy hand, the hand of a straw, a drunkard. Thereby he restored my self-respect. By that deed he brought to life again my spirit. He made my existence sweeter forevermore. And I am firmly convinced that, however sinful I may be in the sight of the Almighty, yet my prayer for the happiness and prosperity of His Excellency will reach His throne. My dearest, I am at present in the most terrible state of spiritual prostration, in a horribly overwrought condition. My heart beats as though it would burst out of my breast, and I seem to be weak all over. I send you 45 roubles, paper money. I shall give 20 roubles to my landlady, and keep 35 for myself. With 20 I will get proper clothes, and the other 15 will go for my living expenses. But just now all the impressions of this morning have shaken my whole being to the foundations. I am going to lie down for a bit. Nevertheless, I am calm, perfectly calm. Only my soul aches, and down there in the depths my soul is trembling and throbbing and quivering. I shall go to see you, but just now I am simply intoxicated with all these emotions. God sees all, my dearest, my own darling, my precious one. Your worthy friend, Makar Dyevushkin. Translation of Isabel F. Hapgood. End of section 11. Fyodor Mikhailovitch Dostoevsky. Section 12 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 12. The Bible Reading, from Crime and Punishment, by Fyodor Mikhailovitch Dostoevsky. Raskolnikov went straight to the waterside where Sonia was living. The 3-storied house was an old building painted green. The young man had some difficulty in finding the dvornik, and got from him vague information about the quarters of the tailor Kapernaumov. After having discovered in a corner of the yard the foot of a steep and gloomy staircase, he ascended to the 2nd floor, and followed the gallery facing the courtyard. Whilst groping in the dark, and asking himself how Kapernaumov's lodgings could be reached, a door opened close to him. He seized it mechanically. "Who is there?" asked a timid female voice. "It is I am coming to see you," replied Raskolnikov, on entering a small anteroom. There, on a wretched table, stood a candle, fixed in a candlestick of twisted metal. "Is that you? Good heavens!" feebly replied Sonia, who seemed not to have strength enough to move from the spot. "Where do you live? Is it here?" And Raskolnikov passed quickly into the room, trying not to look the girl in the face. A moment afterwards Sonia rejoined him with the candle, and remained stock still before him, a prey to an indescribable agitation. This unexpected visit had upset her, nay, even frightened her. All of a sudden her pale face colored up, and tears came into her eyes. She experienced extreme confusion, united with a certain gentle feeling. Raskolnikov turned aside with a rapid movement, and sat down on a chair close to the table. In the twinkling of an eye he took stock of everything in the room. This room was large, with a very low ceiling, and was the only one let out by the Kapernasumovs. In the wall on the left-hand side was a door giving access to theirs. On the opposite side, in the wall on the right, there was another door, which was always locked. That was another lodging, having another number. Sonia's room was more like an outhouse of irregular rectangular shape, which gave it an uncommon character. The wall, with its 3 windows facing the canal, cut it obliquely, forming thus an extremely acute angle, in the back portion of which nothing could be seen, considering the feeble light of the candle. On the other hand, the other angle was an extremely obtuse one. This large room contained scarcely any furniture. In the right-hand corner was the bed. Between the bed and the door, a chair. On the same side, facing the door of the next set, stood a deal table covered with a blue cloth. Close to the table were 2 rush chairs. Against the opposite wall, near the acute angle, was placed a small chest of drawers of unvarnished wood, which seemed out of place in this vacant spot. This was the whole of the furniture. The yellowish and worn paper had everywhere assumed a darkish color, probably the effect of the damp and coal smoke. Everything in the place denoted poverty. Even the bed had no curtains. Sonia silently considered the visitor, who examined her room so attentively and so unceremoniously. "Her lot is fixed," thought he, "a watery grave, the madhouse, or a brutish existence." This latter contingency was especially repellent to him, but, skeptic as he was, he could not help believing it a possibility. "Is it possible that such is really the case?" he asked himself. "Is it possible that this creature, who still retains a pure mind, should end by becoming deliberately Meyer-like? Has she not already become familiar with it? And if up to the present she has been able to bear with such a life, has it not been so because vice has already lost its hideousness in her eyes?" "Impossible again!" cried he on his part, in the same way as Sonia had cried a moment ago. No, that which up to the present has prevented her from throwing herself into the canal has been the fear of sin and its punishment. May she not be mad after all? Who says she is not so? Is she in full possession of all her faculties? Is it possible to speak as she does? Do people of sound judgment reason as she reasons? Can people anticipate future destruction with such tranquillity, turning a deaf ear to warnings and forebodings? Does she expect a miracle? It must be so. And does not all this seem like signs of mental derangement? To this idea he clung obstinately. Sonia mad! Such a prospect displeased him less than the other ones. Once more he examined the girl attentively. "And you often pray to God, Sonia?" he asked her. No answer. Standing by her side, he waited for a reply. What could I be, what should I be without God? Cried she in a low-toned but energetic voice. And whilst casting on Raskolnikov a rapid glance of her brilliant eyes, she gripped his hand. "Come, I was not mistaken," he muttered to himself. "And what does God do for you?" asked he, anxious to clear his doubts yet more. For a long time the girl remained silent, as if incapable of reply. Emotion made her bosom heave. "Stay! Do not question me! You have no such right!" exclaimed she all of a sudden, with looks of anger. "I expected as much," was the man's thought. "God does everything for me," murmured the girl rapidly, and her eyes sank. "At last I have the explanation," he finished mentally, whilst eagerly looking at her. He experienced a new, strange, almost unhealthy feeling on watching this pale, thin, hard-featured face, these blue and soft eyes, which could yet dart such lights, and give utterance to such passion. In a word, this feeble frame, yet trembling with indignation and anger, struck him as weird, nay, almost fantastic. "Mad! She must be mad!" he muttered once more. A book was lying on the chest of drawers. Raskolnikov had noticed it more than once, whilst moving about the room. He took it and examined it. It was a Russian translation of the Gospels, a well-thumbed, leather-bound book. "Where does that come from?" asked he of Sonia, from the other end of the room. The girl still held the same position, a pace or two from the table. "It was lent me," replied Sonia, somewhat loath, without looking at Raskolnikov. "Who lent it you?" "Elizabeth. I asked her to." Elizabeth. How strange, he thought. Everything with Sonia assumed to his mind an increasingly extraordinary aspect. He took the book to the light and turned it over. "Where is mention made of Lazarus?" asked he abruptly. Sonia, looking hard on the ground, preserved silence, whilst moving somewhat from the table. "Where is mention made of the resurrection of Lazarus? Find me the passage, Sonia." The latter looked askance at her interlocutor. "That is not the place. It is the fourth Gospel," said she dryly, without moving from the spot. "Find me the passage and read it out," he repeated, and sitting down again, rested his elbow on the table, his head on his hand, and glancing sideways with gloomy look, prepared to listen. Sonia at first hesitated to draw nearer to the table. The singular wish uttered by Raskolnikov scarcely seemed sincere. Nevertheless, she took the book. "Have you ever read the passage?" she asked him, looking at him from out the corners of her eyes. Her voice was getting harder and harder. "Once upon a time, in my childhood. Read." "Have you never heard it in church?" I never go there. Do you go often yourself?" No," stammered Sonia. Raskolnikov smiled. "I understand, then, you won't go tomorrow to your father's funeral service." "Oh, yes. I was at church last week. I was present at a requiem mass." "Whose was that?" "Elizabeth's. She was assassinated by means of an axe." Raskolnikov's nervous system became more and more irritated. He was getting giddy. "Were you friends with her?" "Yes. She was straightforward. She used to come and see me, but not often. She was not able. We used to read and chat. She sees God." Raskolnikov became thoughtful. What, asked he himself, could be the meaning of the mysterious interviews of two such idiots as Sonia and Elizabeth? "Why, I should go mad here myself," thought he. "Madness seems to be in the atmosphere of the place." "Read!" he cried, all of a sudden, irritably. Sonia kept hesitating. Her heart beat loud. She seemed afraid to read. He considered this poor demented creature with an almost sad expression. "How can that interest you, since you do not believe?" she muttered in a choking voice. "Read! I insist upon it. Used you not to read to Elizabeth?" Sonia opened the book and looked for the passage. Her hands trembled. The words stuck in her throat. Twice did she try to read without being able to utter the first syllable. Now a certain man was sick, named Lazarus of Bethany, she read at last with an effort. But suddenly, at the third word, her voice grew wheezy and gave way like an overstretched cord. Breath was deficient in her oppressed bosom. Raskolnikov partly explained to himself Sonia's hesitation to obey him, and in proportion as he understood her better, he insisted still more imperiously on her reading. He felt what it must cost the girl to lay bare to him, to some extent, her heart of hearts. She evidently could not, without difficulty, make up her mind to confide to a stranger the sentiments which probably since her teens had been her support, her viaticum, when, what with a sottish father and a stepmother demented by misfortune, to say nothing of starving children, she heard nothing but reproach and offensive clamor. He saw all this, but he likewise saw that, notwithstanding this repugnance, she was most anxious to read to him, and that now, let the consequences be what they may. The girl's look, the agitation to which she was a prey, told him as much, and by a violent effort over herself, Sonia conquered the spasm which parched her throat, and continued to read the 11th chapter of the Gospel according to St. John. She thus reached the 19th verse. And many of the Jews came to Martha and Mary to comfort them concerning their brother. Then Martha, as soon as she heard that Jesus was coming, went and met him, but Mary sat still in the house. Then said Martha unto Jesus, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. But I know that even now, whatsoever thou wilt ask of God, God will give it thee. Here she paused, to overcome the emotion which once more caused her voice to tremble. Jesus saith unto her, Thy brother shall rise again. Martha saith unto him, I know that he shall rise again in the resurrection at the last day. Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. Believest thou this? She saith unto him. And although she had difficulty in breathing, Sonia raised her voice, as if in reading the words of Martha she was making her own confession of faith. Yea, Lord, I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God, which should come into the world. She stopped, raised her eyes rapidly on him, but cast them down on her book, and continued to read. Raskolnikov listened without stirring, without turning toward her, his elbows resting on the table, looking aside. Thus the reading continued till the 32nd verse. Then when Mary was come where Jesus was, and saw him, she fell down at his feet, saying unto him, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. When Jesus therefore saw her weeping, and the Jews also weeping, which came with her, he groaned in the spirit, and was troubled, and said, Where have ye laid him? They said unto him, Lord, come and see. Jesus wept. Then said the Jews, Behold how he loved him. And some of them said, Could not this man, which opened the eyes of the blind, have caused that even this man should not have died? Raskolnikov turned towards her and looked at her with agitation. His suspicion was a correct one. She was trembling in all her limbs, a prey to fever. He had expected this. She was getting to the miraculous story, and a feeling of triumph was taking possession of her. Her voice, strengthened by joy, had a metallic ring. The lines became misty to her troubled eyes, but fortunately she knew the passage by heart. At the last line, Could not this man, which opened the eyes of the blind, she lowered her voice, emphasizing passionately the doubt, the blame. the reproach of these unbelieving and blind Jews, who, a moment after, fell as if struck by lightning on their knees, to sob and to believe. Yes, thought she, deeply affected by this joyful hope, yes, he who is blind, who dares not believe, he also will hear, will believe in an instant, immediately, now, this very moment. Jesus, therefore, again groaning in himself, cometh to the grave. It was a cave, and a stone lay upon it. Jesus said, Take ye away the stone. Martha, the sister of him that was dead, saith unto him, Lord, by this time he stinketh, for he hath been dead 4 days. She strongly emphasized the word 4. Jesus saith unto her, Said I not unto thee, that if thou wouldst believe, thou shouldst see the glory of God? Then they took away the stone from the place where the dead was laid. And Jesus lifted up his eyes and said, Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me, and I knew that thou hearest me always. But because of the people which stand by I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me. And when he thus had spoken, he cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was dead came forth. On reading these words, Sonia shuddered, as if she herself had been witness to the miracle. Bound hand and foot with grave clothes, and his face was bound about with a napkin, Jesus saith unto them, Loose him, and let him go. Then many of the Jews which came to Mary, and had seen the things which Jesus did, believed on him. She read no more. Such a thing would have been impossible to her. Closed the book, and briskly rising, said, in a low-toned and choking voice, without turning toward the man she was talking to, So much for the resurrection of Lazarus. She seemed afraid to raise her eyes on Raskolnikov, whilst her feverish trembling continued. The dying piece of candle dimly lit up this low-ceiled room, in which an assassin and a harlot had just read the Book of Books. End of section 12. Feodor Mikhailovitch Dostoevsky.
Section 13 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 13. Edward Dowden. Born 1843. Biography. We are all hunters, skillful or skillless, in literature. Hunters for our spiritual good, or for our pleasure, says Edward Dowden. And to his earnest research and careful exposition, many readers owe a more thorough appreciation of literature. He was educated at Queen's College, Cork, his birthplace, and then at Trinity College, Dublin, where he received the Vice-Chancellor's Prize in both English verse and English prose, and also the first English moderatorship in logic and ethics. For 2 years he studied divinity. Then he obtained, by examination, a professorship of oratory at the University of Dublin, where he was afterwards elected Professor of English Literature. The scholarship of his literary work has won him many honors. In 1888, he was chosen President of the English Goethe Society to succeed Professor Müller. The following year, he was appointed first Taylorian lecturer in the Taylor Institute, Oxford. The Royal Irish Academy has bestowed the Cunningham Gold Medal upon him, and he has also received the honorary degree LL.D. of the University of Edinburgh and from Princeton University. Very early in life, Professor Dowden began to express his feeling for literature and the instinct which leads him to account for a work by study of its author's personality. For more than 20 years, English readers have known him as a frequent contributor of critical essays to the leading reviews. These have been collected into the delightful volumes Studies in Literature and Transcripts and Studies. His has been called an honest method, wholesome as sweet. He would offer more than a mere resume of what his author expresses. He would be one of the interpreters and transmitters of new forms of thought to the masses of readers who lack time or ability to discover values for themselves. Very widely read himself, he is fitted for just comparisons and comprehensive views. As has been pointed out, he is fond of working from a general consideration of a period with its formative influences to the particular care of the author with whom he is dealing. Saintsbury tells us that Mr. Dowden's procedure is to ask his author a series of questions which seem to him of vital importance and find out how he would answer them. Dowden's style is careful, clear, and thorough, showing his scholarship and incisive thought. His form of expression is strongly picturesque. It is nowhere more so than in Shakespeare, a study of his mind and art. This, his most noteworthy work, has been very widely read and admired. His intimate acquaintance with German criticism upon the great Elizabethan especially fitted him to present fresh considerations to the public. He has also written a brilliant Life of Shelley, bitterly criticized by Mark Twain in the North American Review, a defense of Harriet Shelley, and a Life of Southey in the English Men of Letters series, and edited most capably Southey's correspondence with Caroline Bowles, the Correspondence of Sir Henry Taylor, Shakespeare's Sonnets, the Passionate Pilgrim, and a collection of lyrical ballads. The Humor of Shakespeare. From Shakespeare, a critical study of his mind and art. A study of Shakespeare which fails to take account of Shakespeare's humor must remain essentially incomplete. The character and spiritual history of a man who is endowed with a capacity for humorous appreciation of the world must differ throughout and in every particular from that of the man whose moral nature has never rippled over with genial laughter. At whatever final issue Shakespeare arrived after long spiritual travail as to the attainment of his life, that precise issue, rather than another, was arrived at in part by virtue of the fact of Shakespeare's humor. In the composition of forces which determined the orbit traversed by the mind of the poet, this must be allowed for as a force among others, in importance not the least, and efficient at all times, even when little apparent. A man whose visage holds one stern intent from day to day, and whose joy becomes at times almost a supernatural rapture, may descend through circles of hell to the narrowest and the lowest. He may mount from sphere to sphere of paradise until he stands within the light of the divine majesty, but he will hardly succeed in presenting us with an adequate image of life as it is on this earth of ours, in its oceanic amplitude and variety. A few men of genius there have been, who, with vision penetrative as lightning, have gazed, as it were, through life, at some eternal significances of which life is the symbol. Intent upon its sacred meaning, they have had no eye to note the forms of the grotesque hieroglyph of human existence. Such men are not framed for laughter. To this little group, the creator of Falstaff, of Bottom, and of Touchstone does not belong. Shakespeare, who saw life more widely and wisely than any other of the seers, could laugh. That is a comfortable fact to bear in mind, a fact which serves to rescue us from the domination of intense and narrow natures, who claim authority by virtue of their grasp of one half of the realities of our existence, and their denial of the rest. Shakespeare could laugh, but we must go on to ask, what did he laugh at, and what was the manner of his laughter? There are as many modes of laughter as there are facets of the common soul of humanity to reflect the humorous appearances of the world. Hogarth, in one of his pieces of coarse yet subtle engraving, has presented a group of occupants of the pit of a theatre, sketched during the performance of some broad comedy or farce. What proceeds upon the stage is invisible and undiscoverable, save as we catch its reflection on the faces of the spectators, in the same way that we infer a sunset from the evening flame upon windows that front the west. Each laughing face in Hogarth's print exhibits a different mode or a different stage of the risible paroxysm. There is the habitual enjoyer of the broad comic, abandoned to his mirth, which is open and unashamed, mirth which he is evidently a match for and able to sustain. By his side is a companion female portrait, a woman with head thrown back to ease the violence of the guffaw. All her loose, redundant flesh is tickled into an orgasm of merriment. She is fairly overcome. On the other side sits the spectator who has passed the climax of his laughter. He wipes the tears from his eyes and is on the way to regain an insecure and temporary composure. Below appears a girl of 18 or 20, whose vacancy of intellect is captured and occupied by the innocuous folly still in progress. She gazes on expectantly, assured that a new blossom of the wonder of absurdity is about to display itself. Her father, a man who does not often surrender himself to an indecent convulsion, leans his face upon his hand, and with the other steadies himself by grasping one of the iron spikes that enclose the orchestra. In the right corner sits the humorist, whose eyes, around which the wrinkles gather, are half closed, while he already goes over the jest a second time in his imagination. At the opposite side, an elderly woman is seen, past the period when animal violences are possible, laughing because she knows there is something to laugh at, though she is too dull-witted to know precisely what. One spectator, as we guess from his introverted air, is laughing to think what somebody else would think of this. Finally, the thin-lipped, perk-nosed person of refinement looks aside, and by his critical indifference condemns the broad, injudicious mirth of the company. All these laughers of Hogarth are very commonplace, and some are very vulgar persons. One trivial, ludicrous spectacle is the occasion of their mirth. When from such laughter as this we turn to the laughter of men of genius, who gaze at the total play of the world's life, and when we listen to this, as with the ages it goes on gathering and swelling, our sense of hearing is enveloped and almost annihilated by the chorus of mock and jest, of antic and buffoonery, of tender mirth and indignant satire, of monstrous burlesque and sly absurdity, of desperate misanthropic derision, and genial affectionate caressing of human imperfection and human folly. We hear from behind the mask the enormous laughter of Aristophanes, ascending peal above peal until it passes into jubilant ecstasy, or from the uproar springs some exquisite lyric strain. We hear laughter of passionate indignation from Juvenal, the indignation of the ancient and free soul of the dead republics. And there is Rabelais, with his huge buffoonery and the earnest eyes intent on freedom, which look out at us in the midst of the zanies, tumblings, and indecencies. And Cervantes, with his refined Castilian air and deep melancholy mirth, at odds with the enthusiasm which is dearest to his soul. And Molière, with his laughter of unerring good sense, undiluted by fashion, or vanity, or folly, or hypocrisy, and brightly mocking these into modesty. And Milton, with his fierce objurgatory laughter, Elijah-like insult against the enemies of freedom and of England. And Voltaire, with his quick intellectual scorn and eager malice of the brain. And there is the urbane and amiable play of Addison's invention, not capable of large achievement, but stirring the corners of the mouth with a humane smile, gracious gaiety for the breakfast tables of England, and Fielding's careless mastery of the whole broad common field of mirth, and Sterne's exquisite curiosity of oddness, his subtle extravagances and humours prepense. And there is the tragic laughter of Swift, which announces the extinction of reason and loss beyond recovery of human faith and charity and hope. How in this chorus of laughters, joyous and terrible, is the laughter of Shakespeare distinguishable? In the first place, the humour of Shakespeare, like his total genius, is many-sided. He does not pledge himself as dramatist to any one view of human life. If we open a novel by Charles Dickens, we feel assured beforehand that we are condemned to an exuberance of philanthropy. We know how the writer will insist that we must all be good friends, all be men and brothers, intoxicated with the delight of one another's presence. We expect him to hold out the right hand of fellowship to man, woman, and child. We are prepared for the bacchanalia of benevolence. The lesson we have to learn from this teacher is that, with the exception of a few inevitable and incredible monsters of cruelty, every man naturally engendered of the offspring of Adam is of his own nature inclined to every amiable virtue. Shakespeare abounds in kindly mirth. He receives an exquisite pleasure from the alert wit and bright good sense of a Rosaline. He can dandle a fool as tenderly as any nurse qualified to take a baby from the birth can deal with her charge. But Shakespeare is not pledged to deep-dyed ultra-amiability. With Jack, he can rail at the world while remaining curiously aloof from all deep concern about its interests, this way or that. With Timon, he can turn upon the world with a rage no less than that of Swift, and discover in man and woman a creature as abominable as the Yahoo. In other words, the humour of Shakespeare, like his total genius, is dramatic. Then again, although Shakespeare laughs incomparably, mere laughter wearies him. The only play of Shakespeare's, out of nearly 40, which is farcical, The Comedy of Errors, was written in the poet's earliest period of authorship, and was formed upon the suggestion of a preceding piece. It has been observed with truth by Gervinus that the farcical incidents of this play have been connected by Shakespeare with a tragic background, which is probably his own invention. With beauty, or with pathos, or with thought, Shakespeare can mingle his mirth, and then he is happy, and knows how to deal with play of wit or humorous characterization. But an entirely comic subject somewhat disconcerts the poet. On this ground, if no other were forthcoming, it might be suspected that The Taming of the Shrew was not altogether the work of Shakespeare's hand. The secondary intrigues and minor incidents were of little interest to the poet, but in the buoyant force of Petruchio's character, in his subduing tempest of high spirits, and in the person of the foiled revoltress against the law of sex, who carries into her wifely loyalty the same energy which she had shown in her virgin savagery, there were elements of human character in which the imagination of the poet took delight. Unless it be its own excess, however, Shakespeare's laughter seems to fear nothing. It does not, when it has once arrived at its full development, fear enthusiasm, or passion, or tragic intensity, nor do these fear it. The traditions of the English drama had favored the juxtaposition of the serious and comic, but it was reserved for Shakespeare to make each a part of the other, to interpenetrate tragedy with comedy, and comedy with tragic earnestness. Shakespeare's Portraiture of Women, from Transcripts and Studies. Of all the daughters of his imagination, which did Shakespeare love the best? Perhaps we shall not err if we say one of the latest born of them all, our English Imogen. And what most clearly shows us how Shakespeare loved Imogen is this: he has given her faults, and has made them exquisite, so that we love her better for their sake. No one has so quick and keen a sensibility to whatever pains and to whatever gladdens as she. To her a word is a blow, and as she is quick in her sensibility, so she is quick in her perceptions, piercing at once through the queen's false show of friendship, quick in her contempt for what is unworthy, as for all professions of love from the clown prince Cloten, quick in her resentment, as when she discovers the unjust suspicions of Posthumus. Wronged she is indeed by her husband, but in her haste she too grows unjust. Yet she is dearer to us for the sake of this injustice, proceeding as it does from the sensitiveness of her love. It is she to whom a word is a blow who actually receives a buffet from her husband's hand. But for Imogen it is a blessed stroke, since it is the evidence of his loyalty and zeal on her behalf. In a moment he is forgiven, and her arms are round his neck. Shakespeare made so many perfect women unhappy that he owed us some amend, and he has made that amend by letting us see one perfect woman supremely happy. Shall our last glance at Shakespeare's plays show us Florizel at the rustic merrymaking, receiving blossoms from the hands of Perdita, or Ferdinand and Miranda playing chess in Prospero's cave, and winning one a king and one a queen, while the happy fathers gaze in from the entrance of the cave? We can see a more delightful sight than these: Imogen with her arms around the neck of Posthumus, while she puts an edge upon her joy by the playful challenge and mock reproach. Why did you throw your wedded lady from you? Think that you were upon a rock, and now throw me again. And he responds, Hang there like a fruit, my soul, till the tree die. We shall find in all Shakespeare no more blissful creatures than these two. The Interpretation of Literature. From Transcripts and Studies. The happiest moment in a critic's hours of study is when, seemingly by some divination, but really as the result of patient observation and thought, he lights upon the central motive of a great work. Then, of a sudden, order begins to form itself from the crowd and chaos of his impressions and ideas. There is a moving hither and thither, a grouping or coordinating of all his recent experiences, which goes on of its own accord, and every instant his vision becomes clearer, and new meanings disclose themselves in what had been lifeless and unilluminated. It seems as if he could even stand by the artist's side and cooperate with him in the process of creating. With such a sense of joy upon him, the critic will think it no hard task to follow the artist to the sources from whence he drew his material. It may be some dull chapter in an ancient chronicle, or some gross tale of passion by an Italian novelist, and he will stand by and watch with exquisite pleasure the artist handling that crude material, and refashioning and refining it, and breathing into it the breath of a higher life. Even the minutest difference of text between an author's earlier and later draft, or a first and second edition, has now become a point not for dull commentatorship, but a point of life, at which he may touch with his finger the pulse of the Creator in his fervor of creation. From each single work of a great author we advance to his total work, and thence to the man himself, to the heart and brain, from which all this manifold world of wisdom and wit and passion and beauty has proceeded. Here again, before we address ourselves to the interpretation of the author's mind, we patiently submit ourselves to a vast series of impressions, and in accordance with Bacon's maxim that a prudent interrogation is the half of knowledge, it is right to provide ourselves with a number of well-considered questions, which we may address to our author. Let us cross-examine him as students of mental and moral science, and find replies in his written words. Are his senses vigorous and fine? Does he see color as well as form? Does he delight in all that appeals to the sense of hearing, the voices of nature, and the melody and harmonies of the art of man? Thus Wordsworth, exquisitely organized for enjoying and interpreting all natural, and, if we may say so, homeless and primitive sounds, had but little feeling for the delights of music. Can he enrich his poetry by gifts from the sense of smell, as did Keats? Or is his nose, like Wordsworth's, an idle promontory projecting into a desert air? Has he, like Browning, a vigorous pleasure in all strenuous muscular movements? Or does he, like Shelley, live rapturously in the finest nervous thrills? How does he experience and interpret the feeling of sex? And in what parts of his entire nature does that feeling find its elevating connections and associations? What are his special intellectual powers? Is his intellect combative or contemplative? What are the laws which chiefly preside over the associations of his ideas? What are the emotions which he feels most strongly? And how do his emotions coalesce with one another? Wonder, terror, awe, love, grief, hope, despondency, the benevolent affections, admiration, the religious sentiment, the moral sentiment, the emotion of power, irascible emotion, ideal emotion. How do these make themselves felt in and through his writings? What is his feeling for the beautiful, the sublime, the ludicrous? Is he of weak or vigorous will? In the conflict of motives, which class of motives with him is likely to predominate? Is he framed to believe or framed to doubt? Is he prudent, just, temperate, or the reverse of these? These and such like questions are not to be crudely and formally proposed, but are to be used with tact, nor should the critic press for hard and definite answers, but know how skillfully to glean its meaning from an evasion. He is a dull cross-examiner who will invariably follow the scheme which he has thought out and prepared beforehand, and who cannot vary his questions to surprise or beguile the truth from an unwilling witness. But the tact which comes from natural gift and from experience may be well supported by something of method well hidden away from the surface and from sight. This may be termed the psychological method of study, but we may also follow a more objective method, taking the chief themes with which literature and art are conversant: God, external nature, humanity. We may inquire how our author has dealt with each of these. What is his theology, or his philosophy of the universe? By which we mean no abstract creed or doctrine, but the tides and currents of feeling and of faith, as well as the tendencies and conclusions of the intellect. Under what aspect has this goodly frame of things, in whose midst we are, revealed itself to him? How has he regarded and interpreted the life of man? Under each of these great themes, a multitude of subordinate topics are included, and alike in this and in what we have termed the psychological method of study, we shall gain double results if we examine a writer's works in the order of their chronology, and thus become acquainted with the growth and development of his powers, and the widening and deepening of his relations with man, with external nature, and with that supreme power, unknown yet well known, of which nature and man are the manifestation. As to the study of an artist's technical qualities, this, by virtue of the fact that he is an artist, is of capital importance, and it may often be associated with the study of that which his technique is employed to express and render, the characteristics of his mind, and of the vision which he has attained of the external universe, of humanity, and of God. Of all our study, the last end and aim should be to ascertain how a great writer or artist has served the life of man. To ascertain this, to bring home to ourselves as large a portion as may be of the gain wherewith he has enriched human life, and to render access to that store of wisdom, passion, and power easier and surer for others. End of section 13. Recording by Skyasimaru, Mililani, Hawaii, September 2021.
Section 14 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 14. Selected works by A. Conan Doyle, Part 1. A. Conan Doyle, born 1859. The author of The White Company, The Great Shadow, and Micah Clark has been heard to lament the fact that his introduction to American readers came chiefly through the good offices of his accomplished friend, Sherlock Holmes. Dr. Doyle would prefer to be judged by his more serious and laborious work, as it appears in his historic romances, but he has found it useless to protest. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes delighted a public which enjoys incident, mystery, and above all, that matching of the wits with a clever man against the dumb resistance of the secrecy of inanimate things, which results in the triumph of the human intelligence. Moreover, in Sherlock Holmes himself, the reader perceived a new character in fiction. The inventors of the French detective story, that ingenious Chinese puzzle of literature, have no such wizard as he to show. Even Poe, past master of mystery-making, is more or less empirical in his methods of mystery-solving. But Sherlock Holmes is a true product of his time. He is an embodiment of the scientific spirit, seeing microscopically and applying itself to construct, from material vestiges and psychologic remainders, an unknown body of proof. From the smallest fragments he deduces the whole structure, precisely as the great naturalists do, and so flawless are his reasonings that a course of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes would not be bad training in a high school class in logic. The creator of this eminent personage was born in Edinburgh in 1859 of a line of artists. His grandfather, John Doyle, having been a famous political cartoonist whose works under the signature H.B. were purchased at a high price by the British Museum. The quaint signature of his father, a capital D with a little bird perched on top, gained him the affectionate sobriquet of Dicky Doyle. And Dicky Doyle's house was a gathering place of artists and authors whose talks served to decide the destiny of the lad Conan. For though he was intended for the medical profession, and after studying in Germany had kept his terms at the Medical College of Edinburgh University, the love of letters drove him forth in his early 20s to try his fortunes in the literary world of London. Inheriting from his artist ancestry a sense of form and color, a faculty of constructiveness, and a vivid imagination, his studiousness and his industry have turned his capacities into abilities. For his romance of The White Company, he read more than 200 books and spent on it more than 2 years of labor. Micah Clarke and The Great Shadow involved equal wit and conscience. In his historic fiction, he has described the England of Edward III, of James II, and of today, the Scotland of George III, the France of Edward III, of Louis XIV, and of Napoleon, and the America of Frontenac, while in securing this correctness of historic detail, he has not neglected the first duty of a storyteller, which is to be interesting. The Red-Headed League, from The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, copyright 1892 by Harper and Brothers. I had called upon my friend Sherlock Holmes one day in the autumn of last year, and found him in deep conversation with a very stout, florid-faced elderly gentleman with fiery red hair. With an apology for my intrusion, I was about to withdraw, when Holmes pulled me abruptly into the room and closed the door behind me. "You could not possibly have come at a better time, my dear Watson," he said cordially. "I was afraid you were engaged." "So I am, very much so." "Then I can wait in the next room." "Not at all. This gentleman, Mr. Wilson, has been my partner and helper in many of my most successful cases, and I have no doubt that he will be of the utmost use to me in yours also." The stout gentleman half rose from his chair and gave a bob of greeting, with a quick little questioning glance from his small, fat, encircled eyes. "Try the settee," said Holmes, relapsing into his armchair, and putting his fingertips together, as was his custom when in judicial moods. "I know, my dear Watson, that you share my love of all that is bizarre and outside the conventions and humdrum routine of everyday life. You have shown your relish for it by the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and, if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish, so many of my own little adventures. Your cases have indeed been of the greatest interest to me," I observed. "You will remember that I remarked the other day, just before we went to the very simple problem presented by Miss Mary Sutherland, that for strange effects and extraordinary combinations we must go to life itself, which is always far more daring than any effort of the imagination. A proposition which I took the liberty of doubting." "You did, Doctor. But none the less, you must come round to my view, for otherwise I shall keep on piling fact upon fact on you, until your reason breaks down under them, and acknowledges me to be right. Now, Mr. Jabez Wilson here has been good enough to call upon me this morning, and to begin a narrative which promises to be one of the most singular which I have listened to for some time. You've heard me remark that the strangest and most unique things are very often connected not with the larger, but with the smaller crimes, and occasionally, indeed, where there is any room for doubt whether any positive crime has been committed. As far as I have heard, it is impossible for me to say whether the present case is an instance of crime or not, but the course of events is certainly among the most singular I have ever listened to. Perhaps, Mr. Wilson, you would have the great kindness to recommence your narrative. I ask you, not merely because my friend Dr. Watson has not heard the opening part, but also because the peculiar nature of the story makes me anxious to have every possible detail from your lips. As a rule, when I have heard some slight indication of the course of events, I am able to guide myself by the thousands of other similar cases which occur to my memory. In the present instance, I am forced to admit that the facts are, to the best of my belief, unique. The portly client puffed out his chest with an appearance of some little pride, and pulled a dirty and wrinkled newspaper from the inside pocket of his greatcoat. As he glanced down the advertisement column, with his head thrust forward, and the paper flattened out upon his knee, I took a good look at the man, and endeavored, after the fashion of my companion, to read the indications which might be presented by his dress or appearance. I did not gain very much, however, by my inspection. Our visitor bore every mark of being an average, commonplace British tradesman, obese, pompous, and slow. He wore rather baggy, grey shepherd's check trousers, not an over-clean black frock coat, unbuttoned in the front, and a drab waistcoat with a heavy brassy Albert chain and a square pierced bit of metal dangling down as an ornament. A frayed top hat and a faded brown overcoat with a wrinkled velvet collar lay upon a chair beside him. Altogether, look as I would, there was nothing remarkable about the man save his blazing red head and the expression of extreme chagrin and discontent upon his features. Sherlock Holmes' quick eye took in my occupation, and he shook his head with a smile as he noticed my questioning glances. Beyond the obvious facts that he has at some time done manual labor, that he takes snuff, that he is a Freemason, that he has been in China, and that he has done a considerable amount of writing lately, I can deduce nothing else. Mr. Jabez Wilson started up in his chair, with his forefinger upon the paper, but his eyes upon my companion. "How, in the name of good fortune, did you know all that, Mr. Holmes?" he asked. "How did you know, for example, that I did manual labor? It's true as gospel, for I began as a ship's carpenter. Your hands, my dear sir. Your right hand is quite a size larger than your left. You have worked with it, and the muscles are more developed. Well, the snuff, then, and the Freemasonry? I won't insult your intelligence by telling you how I read that, especially as, rather against the strict rules of your order, you use an arc and compass breastpin. Ah, of course, I forgot that. But the writing? What else can be indicated by that right cuff, so very shiny for 5 inches, and the left one with the smooth patch near your elbow where you rest it upon the desk? Well, but China? The fish that you have tattooed immediately above your right wrist could only have been done in China. I have made a small study of tattoo marks, and have even contributed to the literature on the subject. That trick of staining the fish's scales of a delicate pink is quite peculiar to China. When, in addition, I see a Chinese coin hanging from your watch chain, the matter becomes even more simple. Mr. Jabez Wilson laughed heavily. "Well, I never," he said. "I thought at first that you had done something clever, but I see that there was nothing in it, after all." "I begin to think, Watson," said Holmes, "that I made a mistake in explaining. Omni ignotum pro magnifico, you know, and my poor little reputation, such as it is, will suffer shipwreck if I am so candid. Can you not find the advertisement, Mr. Wilson?" "Yes, I have got it now," he answered, with his thick red finger planted halfway down the column. "Here it is. This is what began it all. You just read it for yourself, sir." I took the paper from him and read as follows. "To the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins, of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA, there is now another vacancy open, which entitles a member of the Red-Headed League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street." "What on earth does this mean?" I ejaculated after I had twice read over the extraordinary announcement. Holmes chuckled and wriggled in his chair, as was his habit when in high spirits. "It is a little off the beaten track, isn't it?" said he. "And now, Mr. Wilson, off you go at scratch, and tell us all about yourself, your household, and the effect which this advertisement had upon your fortunes. You will first make a note, Doctor, of the paper and the date." It is the Morning Chronicle of April 27th, 1890, just 2 months ago. Very good. Now, Mr. Wilson? Well, it is just as I have been telling you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, said Jabez Wilson, mopping his forehead. I have a small pawnbroker's business at Coburg Square, near the city. It's not a very large affair, and of late years it has not done more than just give me a living. I used to be able to keep 2 assistants, but now I only keep 1, and I would have a job to pay him, but that he is willing to come for half wages, so as to learn the business. What is the name of this obliging youth? Asked Sherlock Holmes. His name is Vincent Spaulding, and he's not such a youth either. Hard to say his age. I should not wish for a smarter assistant, Mr. Holmes, and I know very well that he could better himself and earn twice what I am able to give him. But after all, if he is satisfied, why should I put ideas in his head? Why, indeed. You seem most fortunate in having an employee who comes under the full market price. It is not a common experience among employers in this age. I don't know that your assistant is not as remarkable as your advertisement. Oh, he has his faults, too, said Mr. Wilson. Never was such a fellow for photography, snapping away with a camera when he ought to be improving his mind, and then diving down into the cellar like a rabbit into its hole to develop his pictures. That is his main fault, but on the whole he is a good worker. There's no vice in him. He is still with you, I presume? Yes, sir. He and a girl of 14, who does a bit of simple cooking and keeps the place clean. That's all I have in the house, for I am a widower and never had any family. We live very quietly, sir, the 3 of us, and we keep a roof over our heads and pay our debts, if we do nothing more. The first thing that put us out was that advertisement. Spaulding, he came down into the office just this day 8 weeks, with this very paper in his hand, and he says, I wish to the Lord, Mr. Wilson, that I was a red-headed man. Why is that? I asks. Why, says he, here's another vacancy on the League of the Red-Headed Men. It's worth quite a little fortune to any man who gets it, and I understand that there are more vacancies than there are men, so that the trustees are at their wits' end to what to do with the money. If my hair would only change color, here's a nice little crib all ready for me to step into. Why, what is it then? I asked. You see, Mr. Holmes, I am a very stay-at-home man, and as my business came to me, instead of my having to go to it, I was often weeks on end without putting my foot over the doormat. In that way, I didn't know much of what was going on outside, and I was always glad of a bit of news. Have you never heard of the League of Red-Headed Men? He asked, with his eyes open. Never. Why, I wonder at that, for you are eligible yourself for one of the vacancies. And what are they worth? I asked. Oh, merely a couple hundred a year, but the work is slight, and it need not interfere very much with one's other occupations. Well, you can easily think that made me prick up my ears, for the business has not been good over some years, and an extra couple of 100 would have been very handy. Tell me about it, said I. Well, said he, showing me the advertisement, you can see for yourself that the League has a vacancy, and here's the address where you should apply for particulars. As far as I can make out, the League was founded by an American millionaire, Ezekiah Hopkins, who was very peculiar in his ways. He was himself red-headed, and he had a great sympathy for all red-headed men, so when he died it was found that he had left his enormous fortune in the hands of trustees, with instructions to apply the interest to the providing of easy berths to men whose hair is of that color. From all I hear, it is splendid pay and very little to do. But, I said, there would be millions of red-headed men who would apply. Not so many as you might think, he answered. You see, it's really confined to Londoners and to grown men. This American had started from London when he was young, and he wanted to do the old town a good turn. Then again, I have heard it's no use in your applying if your hair is light red or dark red, or anything but real, bright, blazing, fiery red. Now, if you care to apply, Mr. Wilson, you would just walk in. But perhaps it would hardly be worth your while to put yourself out of the way for the sake of a few £100. Now, it is a fact, gentlemen, as you may see for yourselves, that my hair is of a very full and rich tint, so it seemed to me that there was ever to be any competition in the matter. I stood as good a chance as any man that I had ever met. Vincent Spaulding seemed to know so much about it that I thought he might prove useful, so I just ordered him to put up the shutters for the day and to come right away with me. He was very willing to have a holiday, so we shut the business up and started off for the address that was given us in the advertisement. I never hope to see such a sight as that again, Mr. Holmes. From north, south, east, and west, every man who had a shade of red in his hair had tramped into the city to answer the advertisement. Fleet Street was choked with red-headed folk, and Pope's Court looked like a coster's orange barrow. I should not have thought there were so many in the whole country as were brought together by that single advertisement. Every shade of color they were: straw, lemon, orange, brick, Irish setter, liver, clay. But, as Spaulding said, there were not many who had the real, vivid, flame-colored tint. When I saw how many were waiting, I would have given it up in despair, but Spaulding would not hear of it. How he did it I could not imagine, but he pushed and pulled and butted until he got me through the crowd and right up to the steps which led to the office. There was a double stream upon the stair, some going up in hope, and some coming back dejected. But we wedged in as well as we could, and soon found ourselves in the office. "Your experience has been a most entertaining one," remarked Holmes, as his client paused and refreshed his memory with a huge pinch of snuff. "Pray continue your very interesting statement." There was nothing in the office but a couple of wooden chairs and a deal table, behind which sat a small man with a head that was even redder than mine. He said a few words to each candidate as he came up, and he always managed to find some fault in them which would disqualify them. Getting a vacancy did not seem to be such a very easy matter after all. However, when our turn came, the little man was much more favorable to me than to any of the others, and he closed the door as we entered, so that he might have a private word with us. "This is Mr. Jabez Wilson," said my assistant, "and he is willing to fill a vacancy in the League." "And he is admirably suited for it," said the other. "He has every requirement. I cannot recall when I have seen anything so fine." He took a step backward, cocked his head on one side, and gazed at my hair until I felt quite bashful. Then suddenly he plunged forward, wrung my hand, and congratulated me warmly on my success. "It would be injustice to hesitate," said he. "You will, however, I am sure, excuse me for taking an obvious precaution." With that, he seized my hair in both his hands and tugged until I yelled with the pain. "There is water in your eyes," said he, as he released me. "I perceive that all is as it should be. But we have to be careful, for we have twice been deceived by wigs, and once by paint. I could tell you tales of cobbler's wax, which would disgust you with human nature." He stepped over to the window, and shouted through it at the top of his voice that the vacancy was filled. A groan of disappointment came up from below, and the folk all trooped away in different directions, until there was not a red head to be seen, except my own and that of the manager. "My name," said he, "is Mr. Duncan Ross, and I am myself one of the pensioners upon the fund left by our noble benefactor. Are you a married man, Mr. Wilson? Have you a family?" I answered that I had not. His face fell immediately. "Dear me," he said gravely, "that is very serious indeed. I am sorry to hear you say that." The fund was, of course, for the propagation and spread of the redheads, as well as for their maintenance. "It is exceedingly unfortunate that you should be a bachelor." My face lengthened at this, Mr. Holmes, for I thought that I was not to have the vacancy after all. But after thinking it over for a few minutes, he said that it would be all right. "In the case of another," said he, "the objection might be fatal, but we must stretch a point in favor of a man with such a head of hair as yours. When shall you be able to enter upon your new duties?" "Well, it is a little awkward, for I have a business already," said I. "Oh, never mind about that, Mr. Wilson," said Vincent Spaulding. "I shall be able to look after that for you." "What would be the hours?" I asked. 10 to 2. Now, a pawnbroker's business is mostly done of an evening, Mr. Holmes, especially Thursday and Friday evening, which is just before payday. So it would suit me very well to earn a little in the mornings. Besides, I knew that my assistant was a good man, and that he would see to everything that turned up. "That would suit me very well," said I. "And the pay?" "Is £4 a week." "And the work?" "Is purely nominal." "What do you call purely nominal?" "Well, you have to be in the office, or at least in the building, the whole time. If you leave, you forfeit your whole position forever. The will is very clear upon that point. You don't comply with the conditions if you budge from the office during that time." "It's only 4 hours a day, and I should not think of leaving," said I. "No excuse will avail," said Mr. Duncan Ross. "Neither sickness, nor business, nor anything else. There you must stay, or you lose your billet." "And the work?" "Is to copy out the Encyclopedia Britannica. There is the first volume of it in that press. You must find your own ink, pens, and blotting paper, but we provide this table and chair. Will you be ready tomorrow?" "Certainly," I answered. "Then goodbye, Mr. Jabez Wilson, and let me congratulate you once more on the important position which you have been fortunate enough to gain." He bowed me out of the room, and I went home with my assistant, hardly knowing what to say or do. I was so pleased at my own good fortune. Well, I thought over the matter all day, and by evening I was in low spirits again, for I had quite persuaded myself that the whole affair must be some great hoax or fraud, though what its object might be I could not imagine. It seemed altogether past belief that anyone could make such a will, or that they would pay such a sum for doing anything so simple as copying out the Encyclopedia Britannica. Vincent Spaulding did what he could to cheer me up, but by bedtime I had reasoned myself out of the whole thing. However, in the morning I determined to have a look at it anyhow. So I bought a penny bottle of ink, and with a quill pen and 7 sheets of foolscap paper, I started off for Pope's Court. Well, to my surprise and delight, everything was as right as possible. The table was set out ready for me, and Mr. Duncan Ross was there to see that I got fairly to work. He started me off upon the letter A, and then he left me. But he would drop in from time to time to see that all was right with me. At 2 o'clock, he bade me good-bye, complimented me on the amount that I had written, and locked the door of the office after me. This went on day after day, Mr. Holmes, and on Saturday the manager came in and planked down 4 golden sovereigns for my week's work. It was the same next week, and the same the week after. Every morning I was there at 10, and every afternoon I left at 2. By degrees, Mr. Duncan Ross took to coming in only once of a morning, and then after a time he did not come in at all. Still, of course, I never dared to leave the room for an instant, for I was not sure when he might come, and the billet was such a good one, and suited me so well, that I would not risk the loss of it. 8 weeks passed like this, and I had written about abbots and archery and armor and architecture and Attica, and hoped with diligence that I might get on to the bees before very long. It cost me something in foolscap, and I had pretty nearly filled the shelf with my writings. And then suddenly the whole business came to an end. To an end? Yes, sir. And no later than this morning. I went to my work as usual at 10 o'clock, but the door was shut and locked with a little square of cardboard hammered onto the middle of the panel with a tack. Here it is, and you can read it for yourself. He held up a piece of white cardboard about the size of a sheet of notepaper. It read in this fashion: The Red-Headed League is dissolved. October 9th, 1890. Sherlock Holmes and I surveyed this curt announcement and the rueful face behind it until the comical side of the affair so completely overtopped every other consideration that we both burst out into a roar of laughter. "I cannot see that there is anything very funny," cried our client, flushing up to the roots of his flaming head. "If you can do nothing better than laugh at me, I can go elsewhere." "Oh, no," cried Holmes, shoving him back into the chair from which he had half risen. "I really wouldn't miss your case for the world. It is most refreshingly unusual. But there is, if you will excuse my saying so, something just a little funny about it. Pray, what steps did you take when you found the card upon the door?" "I was staggered, sir. I did not know what to do. Then I called at the offices round, but none of them seemed to know anything about it. Finally, I went to the landlord, who is an accountant living on the ground floor, and I asked him if he could tell me what had become of the Red-Headed League. He said that he'd never heard of any such body. Then I asked him who Mr. Duncan Ross was. He answered that the name was new to him. "Well," I said, "the gentleman at number 4. "What, the red-headed man?" "Yes." "Oh," said he, "his name was William Morris. He was a solicitor, and was using my room as a temporary convenience until his new premises were ready. He moved out yesterday." "Where could I find him?" "Oh, at his new offices. He did tell me the address. Yes, 17 King Edward Street, near St. Paul's." I started off, Mr. Holmes, but when I got to the address, it was a manufactory of artificial kneecaps, and no one in it had ever heard of either Mr. William Morris or Mr. Duncan Ross. "And what did you do then?" asked Holmes. "I went home to Saxe-Coburg Square, and I took the advice of my assistant, but he could not help me in any way. He could only say that if I waited, I should hear by post. But that was not quite good enough, Mr. Holmes. I did not wish to lose such a place without a struggle. So, as I had heard that you were good enough to give advice to poor folk who were in need of it, I came right away to you." "And you did very wisely," said Holmes. "Your case is an exceedingly remarkable one, and I shall be happy to look into it. From what you have told me, I think that it is possible that graver issues hang from it than might at first sight appear." "Grave enough," said Mr. Jabez Wilson. "Why, I have lost £4 a week." "As far as you are personally concerned," remarked Holmes, "I do not see that you have any grievance against this extraordinary league. On the contrary, you are, as I understand, richer by some 30 pounds, to say nothing of the minute knowledge which you have gained on every subject which comes under the letter A. You have lost nothing by them. No, sir, but I want to find out about them, and who they are, and what their object was in playing this prank, if it was a prank, upon me. It was a pretty expensive joke for them, for it cost them 32 pounds. We shall endeavor to clear up these points for you. And first, 1 or 2 questions, Mr. Wilson. This assistant of yours, who first called your attention to the advertisement, how long had he been with you? Oh, about a month, then. How did he come? In answer to an advertisement. Was he the only applicant? No, I had a dozen. Why did you pick him? Because he was handy and would come cheap. At half wages, in fact. Yes. What is he like, this Vincent Spaulding? Small, stout-built, very quick in his ways, no hair on his face, though he's not short of 30, has a white splash of acid upon his forehead. Holmes sat up in his chair in considerable excitement. I thought as much, said he. Have you ever observed that his ears are pierced for earrings? Yes, sir. He told me that a gypsy had done it for him when he was a lad. Said Holmes, sinking back in deep thought. Is he still with you? Oh, yes, sir. I have only just left him. And has your business been attended to in your absence? Nothing to complain of, sir. There's never very much to do of a morning. That will do, Mr. Wilson. I shall be happy to give you an opinion on the subject in the course of a day or 2. Today is Saturday, and I hope that by Monday we may come to a conclusion. Well, Watson, said Holmes when our visitor had left us, what do you make of it all? I make nothing of it, I answered frankly. It is a most mysterious business. As a rule, said Holmes, the more bizarre a thing is, the less mysterious it proves to be. It is your commonplace, featureless crimes which are really puzzling, just as a commonplace face is the most difficult to identify. But I must be prompt over this matter. What are you going to do, then? I asked. To smoke, he answered. It is quite a 3-pipe problem, and I beg that you won't speak to me for 50 minutes. He curled himself up in his chair, with his thin knees drawn up to his hawk-like nose, and there he sat with his eyes closed, and his black clay pipe thrust out like the bill of some strange bird. I had come to the conclusion that he had dropped asleep, and indeed was nodding myself, when he suddenly sprang out of his chair with the gesture of a man who has made up his mind, and put his pipe down upon the mantelpiece. Sarasate plays at the St. James Hall this afternoon, he remarked. What do you think, Watson? Could your patients spare you for a few hours? I have nothing to do today. My practice is never very absorbing. Then put on your hat and come. I'm going through the city first, and we can have some lunch on the way. I observe that there is a good deal of German music on the program, which is rather more to my taste than Italian or French. It is introspective, and I want to introspect. Come along. To be continued. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 15. A. Conan Doyle, Part 2. The Red-Headed League, continuing. We traveled by the Underground as far as Aldersgate, and a short walk took us to Saxe-Coburg Square, the scene of the singular story which we had listened to in the morning. It was a poky little shabby-genteel place, where 4 lines of dingy 2-storied brick houses looked out into a small railed-in enclosure, where a lawn of weedy grass and a few clumps of faded laurel bushes made a hard fight against a smoke-laden and uncongenial atmosphere. 3 gilt balls and a brown board with Jabez Wilson in white letters upon a corner house announced the place where our red-headed client carried on his business. Sherlock Holmes stopped in front of it with his head on one side and looked it all over with his eyes shining brightly between puckered lids. Then he walked slowly up the street and then down again to the corner, still looking keenly at the houses. Finally he returned to the pawnbroker's, and, having thumped vigorously on the pavement with his stick 2 or 3 times, he went up to the door and knocked. It was instantly opened by a bright-looking, clean-shaven young fellow who asked him to step in. "Thank you," said Holmes. "I only wish to ask you, how would you go from here to the Strand?" "Third right, forward left, answered the assistant promptly, closing the door. "Smart fellow, that," observed Holmes as we walked away. "He is, in my judgment, the fourth smartest man in London, and for daring, I am not sure that he has not a claim to be third. I have known something of him before." "Evidently," said I, "Mr. Wilson's assistant counts for a good deal in this mystery of the Red-Headed League. I am sure that you inquired your way merely in order that you might see him." "Not him." "What then?" "The knees of his trousers." "And what did you see?" "What I expected to see." "Why did you beat the pavement?" "My dear doctor, this is a time for observation, not for talk. We are spies in an enemy's country. We know something of Saxe-Coburg Square. Let us now explore the parts which lie behind it." The road in which we found ourselves, as we turned round the corner from the retired Saxe-Coburg Square, presented as great a contrast to it as the front of a picture does to the back. It was one of the main arteries which convey the traffic of the city to the north and west. The roadway was blocked with the immense stream of commerce, flowing in a double tide, inward and outward, while the footpaths were black with the hurrying swarm of pedestrians. It was difficult to realize, as we looked at the line of fine shops and stately business premises, that they really abutted on the other side upon the faded and stagnant square which we had just quitted. "Let me see," said Holmes, standing at the corner and glancing along the line. "I should like just to remember the order of the houses here. It is a hobby of mine to have an exact knowledge of London. There is Mortimer's, the tobacconist, the little newspaper shop, the Coburg branch of the City and Suburban Bank, the vegetarian restaurant, and McFarlane's carriage building depot. That carries us right on to the other block. And now, Doctor, we've done our work, so it's time we had some play. A sandwich and a cup of coffee, and then off to violin land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony, and there are no red-headed clients to vex us with their conundrums." My friend was an enthusiastic musician, being himself not only a very capable performer, but a composer of no ordinary merit. All the afternoon he sat in the stalls, wrapped in the most perfect happiness, gently waving his long fingers in time to the music, while his gently smiling face and his languid, dreamy eyes were as unlike those of Holmes the sleuth-hound, Holmes the relentless, keen-witted, ready-handed criminal agent, as it was possible to conceive. In his singular character, the dual nature alternatively asserted itself, and his extreme exactness and astuteness represented, as I have often thought, the reaction against the poetic and contemplative mood which occasionally predominated in him. The swing of his nature took him from extreme languor to devouring energy, and, as I well knew, he was never so truly formidable as when, for days on end, he had been lounging in his armchair amid his improvisations and his black-letter editions. Then it was that the lust of the chase would suddenly come upon him, and that his brilliant reasoning power would rise to the level of intuition, until those who were unacquainted with his methods would look askance at him as on a man whose knowledge was not that of other mortals. When I saw him that afternoon, so enwrapped in the music at St. James' Hall, I felt that an evil time might be coming upon those whom he had set himself to hunt down. "You want to go home, no doubt, Doctor," he remarked as we emerged. "Yes, it would be as well. And I have some business to do, which will take some hours. This business at Coburg Square is serious." "Why serious?" "A considerable crime is in contemplation. I have every reason to believe that we shall be in time to stop it. But today, being Saturday, rather complicates matters. I shall want your help tonight." "At what time?" 10 will be early enough. I shall be at Baker Street at 10. "Very well. And I say, Doctor, there may be some little danger, so kindly put your army revolver in your pocket." He waved his hand, turned on his heel, and disappeared in an instant among the crowd. I trust that I am not more dense than my neighbors, but I was always oppressed with a sense of my own stupidity in my dealings with Sherlock Holmes. Here I had heard what he had heard. I had seen what he had seen. And yet from his words, it was evident that he saw clearly not only what had happened, but what was about to happen. While to me the whole business was still confused and grotesque. As I drove home to my house in Kensington, I thought over it all, from the extraordinary story of the red-headed copier of the encyclopedia, down to the visit to Saxe-Coburg Square, and the ominous words with which he had parted from me. What was this nocturnal expedition? And why should I go armed? Where were we going? And what were we to do? I had the hint from Holmes that this smooth-faced pawnbroker's assistant was a formidable man, a man who might play a deep game. I tried to puzzle it out, but gave it up in despair, and set the matter aside until night should bring an explanation. It was 9:15 when I started from home and made my way across the park, and so through Oxford Street to Baker Street. 2 hansoms were standing at the door, and as I entered the passage I heard the sound of voices from above. On entering his room, I found Holmes in animated conversation with 2 men, one of whom I recognized as Peter Jones, the official police agent, while the other was a long, thin, sad-faced man with a very shiny hat and oppressively respectable frock coat. "Ha! Our party is complete," said Holmes, buttoning up his pea-jacket and taking his heavy hunting crop from the rack. "Watson, I think you know Mr. Jones of Scotland Yard? Let me introduce you to Mr. Merryweather, who is to be our companion in tonight's adventure." "We are hunting in couples again, Doctor, you see," said Jones in his consequential way. "Our friend here is a wonderful man for starting a chase. All he wants is an old dog to help him to do the running down." "I hope a wild goose may not prove to be the end of our chase," observed Mr. Merryweather gloomily. "You may place considerable confidence in Mr. Holmes, sir," said the police agent loftily. "He has his own little methods, which are, if he won't mind my saying so, just a little too theoretical and fantastic. But he has the makings of a detective in him. It is not too much to say that once or twice, as in that business of the Sholto murder and the Agra treasure, he has been more nearly correct than the official force." "Oh, if you say so, Mr. Jones, it is all right," said the stranger with deference. "Still, I confess that I miss my rubber. It is the first Saturday night for 27 years that I have not had my rubber." "I think you will find," said Sherlock Holmes, "that you will play for a higher stake tonight than you have ever done yet, and that the play will be more exciting. For you, Mr. Merryweather, the stake will be some £30,000. And as for you, Jones, it will be the man upon whom you wish to lay your hands. John Clay, the murderer, thief, smasher, and forger. He's a young man, Mr. Merryweather, but he is at the head of his profession, and I would rather have my bracelets on him than on any criminal in London. He is a remarkable man, is young John Clay. His grandfather was a royal duke, and he himself has been to Eton and Oxford. His brain is as cunning as his fingers, and though we meet signs of him at every turn, we never know where to find the man himself. He'll crack a crib in Scotland one week, and be raising money to build an orphanage in Cornwall the next. I've been on his track for years, and have never set eyes on him yet. I hope that I may have the pleasure of introducing you tonight. I've had 1 or 2 little turns also with Mr. John Clay, and I agree with you that he is at the head of his profession. It is past 10, however, and quite time that we started. If you 2 will take the first hansom, Watson and I will follow in the second." Sherlock Holmes was not very communicative during the long drive, and lay back in the cab humming the tunes which he had heard in the afternoon. We rattled through an endless labyrinth of gas-lit streets until we emerged into Farringdon Street. "We are close there now," my friend remarked. "This fellow Merryweather is a bank director, and personally interested in the matter. I thought it well to have Jones with us also. He's not a bad fellow. Though an absolute imbecile in his profession, he has one positive virtue. He is as brave as a bulldog, and as tenacious as a lobster if he gets his claws upon anyone. Here we are, and they are waiting for us." We had reached the same crowded thoroughfare in which we had found ourselves in the morning. Our cabs were dismissed, and, following the guidance of Mr. Merryweather, we passed down a narrow passage and through a side door, which he opened for us. Within, there was a small corridor, which ended in a very massive iron gate. This also was opened, and led down a flight of winding stone steps, which terminated at another formidable gate. Mr. Merryweather stopped to light a lantern, and then conducted us down a dark, earth-smelling passage, and so, after opening a third door, into a huge vault or cellar, which was all piled around with crates and massive boxes. "You're not very vulnerable from above," Holmes remarked, as he held up the lantern and gazed about him. "Nor from below," said Mr. Merryweather, striking his stick upon the flags which lined the floor. "Why, dear me, it sounds quite hollow," he remarked, looking up in surprise. "I really must ask you to be a little more quiet," said Holmes severely. You have already imperiled the whole success of our expedition. Might I beg that you would have the goodness to sit down upon one of those boxes, and not to interfere?" The solemn Mr. Merryweather perched himself upon a crate, with a very injured expression upon his face, while Holmes fell on his knees upon the floor, and with the lantern and a magnifying glass began to examine minutely the cracks between the stones. A few seconds sufficed to satisfy him, for he sprang to his feet again, and put his glass in his pocket. "We have at least an hour before us," he remarked, "for they can hardly take any steps until the good pawnbroker is safely in bed. Then they will not lose a minute, for the sooner they do their work, the longer time they will have for their escape. We are at present, Doctor, as no doubt you have divined, in the cellar at the City branch of one of the principal London banks. Mr. Merryweather is the chairman of directors, and he will explain to you that there are reasons why the more daring criminals of London should take a considerable interest in this cellar at present." "It is our French gold," whispered the director. "We have had several warnings that an attempt might be made upon it." "Your French gold?" "Yes, we had an occasion some months ago to strengthen our resources, and borrowed for that purpose 30,000 Napoleons from the Bank of France. It has become known that we have never had occasion to unpack the money, and that it is still lying in our cellar. The crate upon which I sit contains 2,000 Napoleons packed between layers of lead foil. Our reserve of bullion is much larger at present than is usually kept in a single branch office, and the directors have had misgivings upon the subject." "Which were very well justified," observed Holmes. "And now it is time that we arranged our little plans. I expect that within an hour matters will come to a head. In the meantime, Mr. Merryweather, we must put the screen over that dark lantern." "And sit in the dark?" "I am afraid so. I had brought a pack of cards in my pocket, and I thought that, as we were a partie carré, you might have your rubber after all. But I see that the enemy's preparations have gone so far that we cannot risk the presence of a light. And first of all, we must choose our positions. These are daring men, and though we shall take them at a disadvantage, they may do us some harm unless we are careful. I shall stand behind this crate, and do you conceal yourselves behind those. Then when I flash a light upon them, close in swiftly. If they fire, Watson, have no compunction about shooting them down." I placed my revolver, cocked, upon the top of the wooden case behind which I crouched. Holmes shot the slide across the front of his lantern and left us in pitch darkness. Such an absolute darkness as I had never before experienced. The smell of hot metal remained to assure us that the light was still there, ready to flash out at a moment's notice. To me, with my nerves worked up to a pitch of expectancy, there was something depressing and subduing in the sudden gloom, and in the cold, dank air of the vault. "They have but one retreat," whispered Holmes. "That is back through the house into Saxe-Coburg Square. I hope that you have done what I asked you, Jones?" "I have an inspector and 2 officers waiting at the front door." "Then we have stopped all the holes. And now we must be silent and wait." What a time it seemed! From comparing notes afterwards, it was but an hour and a quarter. Yet it appeared to me that the night must have almost gone, and that the dawn be breaking above us. My limbs were weary and stiff, for I feared to change my position. Yet my nerves were worked up to the highest pitch of tension, and my hearing was so acute that I could not only hear the gentle breathing of my companions, but I could distinguish the deeper, heavier in-breath of the bulky Jones from the thin, sighing note of the bank director. From my position I could look over the case in the direction of the floor. Suddenly my eyes caught the glint of a light. At first it was but a lurid spark upon the stone pavement. Then it lengthened out until it became a yellow line. And then, without any warning or sound, a gash seemed to open, and a hand appeared, a white, almost womanly hand, which felt about in the center of the little area of light. For a minute or more the hand, with its writhing fingers, protruded out of the floor. Then it was withdrawn as suddenly as it appeared, and all was dark again, save the single lurid spark which marked a chink between the stones. Its disappearance, however, was but momentary. With a rending, tearing sound, one of the broad white stones turned over upon its side, and left a square, gaping hole, through which streamed the light of a lantern. Over the edge there peeped a clean-cut, boyish face, which looked keenly about it, and then, with a hand on either side of the aperture, drew itself shoulder-high and waist-high, until one knee rested upon the edge. In another instant he stood at the side of the hole, and was hauling after him a companion, lithe and small like himself, with a pale face and a shock of very red hair. "It's all clear," he whispered. "Have you the chisel and the bags?" "Great Scott! Jump, Archie, jump, and I'll swing for it." Sherlock Holmes had sprung out and seized the intruder by the collar. The other dived down the hole, and I heard the sound of rending cloth as Jones clutched at his skirts. The light flashed upon the barrel of a revolver, but Holmes' hunting crop came down on the man's wrist, and the pistol clinked upon the stone floor. "It's no use, John Clay," said Holmes blandly. "You have no chance at all." "So I see," the other answered, with the utmost coolness. "I fancy that my pal is all right, though I see you've got his coat-tails." "There are 3 men waiting for him at the door," said Holmes. "Oh, indeed. You seem to have done the thing very completely. I must compliment you." "And I you," Holmes answered. "Your red-headed idea was very new and effective." "You'll see your pal again presently," said Jones. "He's quicker at climbing down holes than I am. Just hold out while I fix the derbies." "I beg you will not touch me with your filthy hands," remarked our prisoner, as the handcuffs clattered upon his wrists. "You may not be aware that I have royal blood in my veins. Have the goodness also, when you address me, always to say 'sir' and 'please.'" "All right," said Jones, with a stare and a snigger. "Well, would you please, sir, march upstairs, where we can get a cab to carry your highness to the police station?" "That is better," said John Clay serenely. He made a sweeping bow to the 3 of us, and walked quietly off in the custody of the detective. "Really, Mr. Holmes," said Mr. Merryweather, as we followed them from the cellar, "I do not know how the bank could thank you or repay you. There is no doubt that you have detected and defeated, in the most complete manner, one of the most determined attempts at bank robbery that have ever come within my experience." "I have 1 or 2 little scores of my own to settle with Mr. John Clay," said Holmes. "I have been at some small expense over the matter, which I shall expect the bank to refund. But beyond that, I am amply repaid by having had an experience which is in many ways unique, and by hearing the very remarkable narrative of the Red-Headed League." "You see, Watson," he explained, in the early hours of the morning, as we sat over a glass of whiskey and soda in Baker Street, "it was perfectly obvious from the first that the only possible object of this rather fantastic business of the advertisement of the League, and the copying of the encyclopedia, must be to get this not overly bright pawnbroker out of the way for a number of hours every day. It was a curious way of managing it, but really it would be difficult to suggest a better. The method was no doubt suggested to Clay's ingenious mind by the color of his accomplice's hair. The £4 a week was a lure which must draw him. And what was it to them, who were playing for thousands? They put in the advertisement. One rogue has a temporary office. The other rogue incites the man to apply for it. And together they managed to secure his absence every morning in the week. From the time that I heard of the assistant having come for half wages, it was obvious to me that he had some strong motive for securing the situation. But how could you guess what the motive was? Had there been women in the house, I should have expected a more vulgar intrigue. That, however, was out of the question. The man's business was a small one, and there was nothing in his house which could account for such elaborate preparations and such an expenditure as they were at. It must then be something out of the house. What could it be? I thought of the assistant's fondness for photography, and his trick of vanishing into the cellar. The cellar! There was the end of this tangled clue. Then I made inquiries as to this mysterious assistant, and found that I had to deal with one of the coolest and most daring criminals in London. He was doing something in the cellar, something which took many hours a day, for months on end. What could it be, once more? I could think of nothing save that he was running a tunnel to some other building. So far I had got when we went to visit the scene of action. I surprised you by beating upon the pavement with my stick. I was ascertaining whether the cellar stretched out in front or behind. It was not in front. Then I rang the bell, and, as I hoped, the assistant answered it. We have had some skirmishes, but we had never set eyes upon each other before. I hardly looked at his face. His knees were what I wished to see. You must yourself have remarked how worn, wrinkled, and stained they were. They spoke of those hours of burrowing. The only remaining point was what they were burrowing for. I walked round the corner, saw that the City and Suburban Bank abutted our friend's premises, and felt that I had solved my problem. When you drove home after the concert, I called upon Scotland Yard, and upon the chairman of the bank directors, with the result that you have seen. And how could you tell that they would make their attempt tonight? I asked. Well, when they closed their league offices, that was a sign that they cared no longer about Mr. Jabez Wilson's presence. In other words, that they had completed their tunnel. But it was essential that they should use it soon, as it might be discovered, or the bullion might be removed. Saturday would suit them better than any other day, as it would give them 2 days for their escape. For all these reasons, I expected them to come tonight. You reasoned it out beautifully, I exclaimed, with unfeigned admiration. It is so long a chain, and yet every link rings true. Oh, it saved me from ennui, he answered, yawning. Alas, I already feel it closing in upon me. My life is spent in one long effort to escape from the commonplaces of existence. These little problems help me to do so. And you are a benefactor of the race, said I. He shrugged his shoulders. Well, perhaps, after all, it is of some little use, he remarked. L'homme c'est rien, l'ouvre c'est tout, as Gustave Flaubert wrote to George Sand. End of The Red-Headed League by Arthur Conan Doyle. End of section 15. Recorded by Olivia.
Section 16 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. Section 16. Holger Drachmann. Born 1846. Holger Drachmann, born in Copenhagen, October 9th, 1846, belongs to the writers characterized by George Brandes as the men of the new era. Danish literature had stood high during the first half of the 19th century. In 1850, Oehlenschläger died. In 1870, there was practically no Danish literature. The reason for this may have been that after the new political life of 1848 to 1849 and the granting of the Danish Constitution, politics absorbed all young talent, and men of literary tastes put themselves at the service of the daily press. In 1872, George Brandes gave his lectures on Main Currents in the Literature of the 19th Century at the University of Copenhagen. That same year, Drachmann published his first collection of poems, and so began his extraordinary productivity of poems, dramas, and novels. Of these, his lyric poems are undoubtedly of the greatest value. His is a distinctly lyric temperament. The new school had chosen for its guide Brandes' teaching that literature, to be of significance, should discuss problems. In view of this fact, it is somewhat hard to understand why Drachmann should be called a man of the new era. He never discusses problems. He always gives himself up, unreservedly, to the subject at which that special moment claims his sympathy. Taken as a whole, therefore, his writings present a certain inconsistency. He has shown himself alternately as a socialist and royalist, realist and romanticist, free thinker and believer, cosmopolitan and national, according to the lyric enthusiasm of the moment. Independent of these changes, the one thing to be admired and enjoyed is his lyric feeling and the often exquisite form in which he presents it. His larger compositions, novels, and dramas do not show the same power over his subject. If Drachmann discusses any problem, it is the problem Drachmann. He does this sometimes with what Brandes calls a light and joking self-irony in a most sympathetic way. Brandes quotes one of Drachmann's early stories, where it is said of the hero, his name was really Palnatoke Ulson, a continually repeated discord of two tones, as he used to say. Olsen is one of the most commonplace Danish names. Palnatoke is the name of one of the fiercest warriors of heathen antiquity, who, like a veritable Valhalla god, dared to oppose the terrible Danish king, Harald Blaetand. When Olsen's parents gave him this name, they unwittingly described their son, forever drawn by two poles, one the plain Olsen, the other the hot-headed, fiery Viking. With this in mind, and considering Drachmann's literary works as a whole, one is irresistibly reminded of his friend and contemporary in Norway, Bjornstjerne Bjornson. There is this difference between them, however, that if the irony of Palnatoke Olsen may be applied to both, one might for Drachmann use the abbreviation P. Olsen, and for Bjornson undoubtedly Palnatoke O. It might be said of Drachmann, as Sauer said of the Italian poet Monti, like a master in the art of appreciation, he knew how to give himself up to great time-stirring ideas, somewhat as a gifted actor throws himself into his part, with the full strength of his art, with an enthusiasm carrying all before it, and in the most expressive way. Then, when the part is played, lays it quietly aside and takes hold of something else. When a young man, Drachmann studied at the Academy of Arts in Copenhagen, and met with considerable success as a marine painter. His love for the northern seas shows itself in his poetry and prose, and his descriptions of the sea and the life of the sailor and fisherman are of the truest and best yielded by his pen. He is the author of no less than 46 volumes of poems, dramas, novels, short stories, and sketches, and of 2 unpublished dramas. His most important work is Forskrevet, Condemned, which is largely autobiographical. His most attractive, though not his strongest production, is the opera De Var en Gang, Once Upon a Time, founded on Andersen's The Swineherd, with music by Sang Müller. His best poems and tales are those dealing with the sea. At present he lives in Hamburg, where on October 10th, 1896, he celebrated his 50th birthday and his 25th author jubilee, as the Danes call it. Among the features of the celebration were the sending of an enormous number of telegrams from Drachmann's admirers in Europe and America, and the performance of 2 of his plays, one at the Royal Theatre in Copenhagen, the other at the Stadt Theatre in Altona. The Skipper and His Ship, from Paul and Virginia of a Northern Zone, copyright 1895, by Way and Williams, Chicago. The Anna Dorothea in the North Sea was pounding along under shortened sail. The weather was thick, the air dense, there was a falling barometer. It had been a short trip this time. Leroy and Sons, wine merchants of Havre, had made better offers than the old houses in Bordeaux. At each one of his later trips, Captain Spang had said it should be his last. He would lay up at home. He was growing too stout and clumsy for the sea, and now he must trust fully to Tones, his first mate. The captain's big, broad face was flushed as usual. He always looked as if he were illuminated by a setting October sun. There was no change here. Rather, the sunset tint was stronger, but Tones noted how the features, which he knew best in moments of simple good nature and of sullen tumult, had gradually relaxed. He thought that it would indeed soon be time for his old skipper to lay up, yet perhaps a few trips might still be made.
"Hola, Tones! Let her go about before the next squall strikes her. She lies too dead on this bow."
The skipper had raised his head above the cabin stairs. As usual, he was in his shirt sleeves, and his scanty hair fluttered in the wind. When he had warned his mate, he again disappeared in the cabin. Tones gave the order to the man at the helm, and hurried to help at the main braces. The double-reefed main topsail swung about. The Anna Dorothea caught the wind somewhat sluggishly, and not without getting considerable water over her. Then followed the foretopsail, the reefed foresail, and the trysail. When the tacking was finished and the sails had again caught the wind, the trysail was torn from the bolt ropes with a loud crack. The captain's head appeared again.
"We must close reef," said he.
The last reef was taken in. The storm came down and lashed the sea. The sky grew more and more threatening. The waves dashed over the deck at each plunge of the old bark in the sea. The old vessel, which had carried her captain for a generation, lay heavily on the water. Tones thought, too heavily. The second mate, the same who had played the accordion at the inn, came over to Tones.
"It was wrong to stow the china clay at the bottom and the casks on top. She lies horribly dead, and I'm afraid we shall have to use the pumps."
"Yes, I said so to the old man, but he would have it that way," answered Tones. "We shall have a wet night."
"We shall, surely,"
said the second mate. Tones crawled up to the helm and looked at the compass. 2 men were at the helm, lashed fast. Tones looked up into the rigging and out to windward. Then suddenly he cried, with the full force of his lungs,
"Look out for the breakers!"
Tones himself helped at the wheel, but the vessel only half answered the helm. The greater portion of the sea struck the bow, the quarter, and the bulwarks and stanchions amidship, so that they creaked and groaned. One of the men at the helm had grasped Tones, who would otherwise have been swept into the lee scupper. When the ship had righted from the terrible blow, the captain stood on the deck in his oilcloth suit.
"Are any men missing?"
cried he, through the howling of the wind and the roaring of the water streaming fore and aft, unable to escape quickly enough through the scuppers. The storm raged with undiminished fury. The crew, and amongst them Prussian, who had been promoted to be ship's dog, by and by dived forward through the seething salt water and the fragments of wreck that covered the deck. Now it was that the second mate was missing. The captain looked at Tones, and then out on the wild sea. He scarcely glanced at the crushed longboat. Even if a boat could have been launched, it would have been too late. Tones and his skipper were fearless men, who took things as they were. If any help could have been given, they would have given it. But their eyes sought vainly for any dark speck amidst the foaming waves, and it was necessary to care for themselves, the vessel, and the crew.
"God save his soul,"
murmured Captain Spang. Tones passed his hand across his brow and went to his duty. Evening set in. The wind increased rather than decreased.
"She has taken in water,"
said the captain, who had sounded the pumps. Tones assented.
"We must change her course," said the captain. "She pitches too heavily in this sea."
The bark was held up to the wind as closely as possible. The pumps were worked steadily, but often got out of order on account of the china clay, which mixed with the water down in the hold. It was plain that the vessel grew heavier and heavier. Her movements in climbing a wave were more and more dead. During the night a cry arose. Again one of the crew was washed overboard. It was a long night, and a wet one, as Tones had predicted. Several times the skipper dived down into the cabin. Tones knew perfectly well what for, but he said nothing. Few words were spoken on board the Anna Dorothea that night. In the morning, the captain, returning from one of his excursions down below, declared that the cabin was half full of water.
"We must watch for a sail,"
he said, abruptly and somewhat huskily. Tones passed the word round amongst the crew. One might read on their faces that they were prepared for this, and that they had ceased to hope, although they had not stopped work at the pumps. The whole of the weather bulwark, the cook's cabin, and the longboat were crushed or washed away. The water could be heard below the hatches. While keeping a sharp lookout for sails, many an eye glanced at the yawl as the last resort. But on board Captain Spang's vessel, the words were not yet spoken which carried with them the doom of the ship. "We are sinking." In the grey-white of the dawn, a signal was to be hoisted. The bunting was tied together at the middle and raised half-mast high. Both the captain and Tones had lashed themselves aft, for now the bark was but little better than a wreck, over which the billows broke incessantly, as the vessel, reeling like a drunken man, exposed herself to the violent attacks of the sea instead of parrying them.
"A sail to windward, Captain!"
cried Tones. Captain Spang only nodded.
"She holds her course!"
cried one of the crew excitedly.
"No,"
said Tones quietly.
"She has seen us and is bearing down upon us."
The captain again nodded.
"'Tis a brig!"
cried one of the crew.
"A schooner brig," Tones corrected. "She carries her sails finely. I am sure she is a fruit trader."
At last the strange vessel was so near that they could see her deck each time she was thrown upon her side in the violent, seething sea.
"Yes, 'tis the schooner brig!"
exclaimed Tones.
"Do you remember, Captain, the time when—"
Again Captain Spang nodded. He acted strangely. Tones looked sharply at him and shook his head. Now Tones hailed the vessel.
"Help us! We are sinking!"
At this moment 2 or 3 of the bark's crew rushed toward the yawl, although Tones warned them back. Captain Spang seemed changed. Evidently some opposing feelings contended within him. Seeing the insubordination of the men, he only shrugged his shoulders and let Tones take full charge. The men were in the yawl, still hanging under the iron davits. Now they cut the ropes. The yawl touched the water. The crew of the other vessel gestured warningly, but it was too late. A sea seized the yawl with its small crew, and the next moment crushed it against the main chains of the bark. Their shipmates raised a cry and rushed to help them, but help was impossible. Boat and crew had disappeared.
"Ugh! Didn't I say so?"
cried Tones, with flaming eyes. Over there in the schooner brig all was activity. From the Anna Dorothea they could plainly see how the captain gave his orders. He maneuvered his vessel like a true sailor. To board the wreck in such a sea would be madness. Therefore they unreeved 2 long lines and attached them to the longboat, 1 on each side. Then they laid breeching under the boat and hauled it up amidships by means of tackle. Taking advantage of a moment when their vessel was athwart the seas, they unloosed the tackle, and the boat swung out over the side. Then they cut the breeching. The boat fell on the water aft, and now both lines were eased off quickly. While the brig caught the wind, the boat drifted toward the stern sheets of the bark. Tones was ready with a boat hook, and connections were quickly made between the boat and the wreck.
"Quick now!" cried Tones. "Every man in the boat! No one takes his clothes with him. We may be thankful if we save our lives."
The men were quickly over the stern sheets and down in the boat. Prussian whined and kept close to Captain Spang, who had not moved 1 step on the deck.
"Come, Captain!"
cried Tones, taking the skipper by the arm.
"What's the matter?"
asked the old man angrily. Tones looked at him. Prussian barked.
We must get into the boat, Captain. The vessel may sink at any moment. Come!"
The captain pressed his sou'wester down over his forehead and glanced around his deck. The men in the boat cried out to them to come.
"Well,"
said Captain Spang, but with an air so absent-minded and a bearing so irresolute that Tones at last took a firm hold on him. Prussian showed his teeth at his former master.
"You go first!"
exclaimed Tones, snatching the dog and throwing him down to the men, who were having hard work to keep the boat from wrecking. When the dog was no longer on the deck, it seemed as if Captain Spang's resistance was broken. Tones did not let go his hold on him, but the young mate had to use almost superhuman strength to get the heavy old man down over the vessel's side and placed on a seat in the boat. As soon as they had observed from the brig that this had been done, they hauled in both lines. The boat moved back again, but it was a dangerous voyage, and all were obliged to lash themselves fast to the thwarts with ropes placed there for that purpose. Captain Spang was like a child. Tones had to lash him to the seat. The old man sat with his face hidden in his hands, his back turned toward his ship, inactive and seemingly unconscious of what took place around him. At last, when after a hard struggle all were on the deck of the schooner brig, her captain came forward, placed his hand on his old friend's shoulder, and said,
"It is the second time, you see. Well, we all cling to life, and the vessel over there is pretty old."
Captain Spang started. He scarcely returned his friend's hand-shaking.
"My vessel! I say! My papers! All that I have is in the vessel! I must go aboard! Do you hear? I must go aboard! How could I forget?"
The other skipper and Tones looked at each other. Captain Spang wrung his hands and stamped on the deck, his eyes fixed on his sinking vessel. She was still afloat. What did he care for the gale and the heavy sea? He belonged to the old school of skippers. He was bound to his vessel by ties longer than any lifeline, heavier than any hawser. He had left his ship in a bewildered state and had taken nothing with him that might serve to prove what he possessed and how long he had possessed it. His good old vessel was still floating on the water. He must go. He would go there. If nobody would go with him, he would go alone. All remonstrances were in vain. Tones pressed the other skipper's hand.
"There is nothing else to be done. I know him," said he.
"So do I," was the answer. Captain Spang and his mate were again in the boat. As they were on the point of starting, a loud whine and violent barking sounded from the deck, and Prussian showed his one eye over the railing.
"Stay where you are," cried Tones. "We shall be back soon."
But the dog did not understand him. Perhaps he had his doubts. No one can say. He sprang overboard. Tones seized him by the ear and hauled him into the boat, and then the two men and the dog ventured back to the abandoned vessel. This time the old man climbed on board without assistance. Prussian whined in the boat.
"Throw that dog up to me,"
cried the master. Tones did so.
"Shall I come up and help you?"
he called out.
"No, I can find my own way." "But hurry, Captain. Do you understand?"
said Tones, who anxiously noticed that the motions of the vessel were becoming more and more dangerous, while he needed all his strength to keep the boat clear of the wreck. An answer came from the bark, but he could not catch it. In this moment, Tones recalled the day when he rowed the captain out on the bay to the brig. His next thought was of Nana. Oh, if she knew where they were! And at this thought, the mate's breast was filled with conflicting emotions. The dear, blessed girl! Oh, if her father would only come!
"Captain!"
cried Tones.
"Captain Spang! For God's sake, come! Leave those papers alone! The vessel is sinking! We may at any moment—
He paused. The captain stood at the stern sheets. At his side was Prussian, squinting down into the boat. There was an entirely strange expression in Andreas Spang's face. A double expression, one moment hard and defiant, the next almost solemn. The sou'wester had fallen from his old head. His scanty hairs fluttered in the wind. He held in his hand a parcel of papers and a coil of rope. He pointed toward the brig.
"There!"
he cried, throwing the package and the rope down to Tones.
"Give the skipper this new line for his trouble. He has used plenty of rope for us. You go back. I stay here. Give my love to the girl at home. You and she, you two. God bless you."
"Captain!" cried Tones in a fright. "You are sick! Come, let me—" He prepared to climb on board. Captain Spang lifted his hand threateningly, and Prussian barked furiously.
"Stay down there, boy, I say. The vessel and I, we belong together. You shall take care of the girl. Goodbye."
The Anna Dorothea rolled heavily over on one side, righted again, and then began to plunge her head downwards, like a whale that, tired of the surface, seeks rest at the bottom. The crew of the brig hauled in the lines of the boat. Tossed on the turbid sea, Tones saw his old skipper leaning against the helm, the dog at his side. His grey hairs fluttered in the wind as if they wafted a last farewell, and down with vessel and dog went the old skipper, down into the wild sea that so long had borne him on its waves. The Prince's Song. From Once Upon a Time. Princess, I come from out a land that lieth, I know not in what Arctic latitude. Though high in the bleak north, it never sigheth for sunny smiles. They wait not to be wooed. Our privilege we know. The bright half-year illumines sea and shore with sunlit glory. In twilight then our fertile fields we ear, and round our brows we twine a wreath of story. When winter decks with frost the bearded oak, in songs and sagas we our youth recover. Around the hearthstone crowd the listening folk, while on the wall mysterious shadows hover. The summer night, suffused with loving glow, the future dawning in a golden chalice, enkindles hope in hearts of high and low, from peasant's cottage to the royal palace. The snow of winter spreads o'er hill and valley, its soft and silken blue-white veil of sleep. The springtime bids the green-clad earth to rally, when through the budding leaves the sunbeams peep. The autumn brings fresh breezes from the ocean, and paints the lad's fair cheeks a rosy red. The maiden's heart is stirred with new emotion, when summer's fragrance o'er the world is spread. To roam in our fair land is like a dream, through these still woods renowned in ancient story, along the shores deep mirrored in the gleam of fords that shine beneath the sky's blue glory. Upon the meadows where the flowers bloom, the elfin maidens hide themselves in slumbers, but soon along the lakes where shadows gloom, in every bosky nook they'll dance their numbers. There are no frowning crags on our green mountains, no dark, forbidding cliffs where gorges yawn. The streams flow gently seaward from their fountains, as through the silent valley steals the dawn. Here nature smooths the rugged, tames the savage, and men born here in victory are kind, forbearing still the foeman's land to ravage, and in defeat they bear a steadfast mind. I'm proud of land, of kindred, and of nation. I'm proud my home is where the waters flow. Afar I see in golden radiation my native land, like sun, through amber glow. Its warmth revives my heart, however lonely. Forgive me, princess, if my soul's aflame, but rather be at home, a beggar only, than, exiled thence, have universal fame. Translation of Charles Harvey Genung. End of section 16. Recording by Skaya Simaru. Mililani, Hawaii, August 2021.
Section 17 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 12, Section 17. Joseph Rodman Drake, 1795 to 1820. Conspicuous among the young poets, essayists, and journalists who made up literary New York in the early part of the century was Joseph Rodman Drake, the friend of Halleck and the best beloved perhaps of all that brilliant group, hardly known to this generation save by the culprit Fay and the American flag. Drake was essentially a true poet and a man of letters. His work was characteristic of his day. He had a certain amount of classical knowledge, a certain 18th century grace and style, yet withal an instinctive Americanism which flowered out into our first true national literature. The group of writers among whom were found Irving, Halleck, Willis, Dana, Hoffman, Verplanck, Brockton, Brown, and a score of others, reflected that age in which they sought their literary models. With the exception of Poe, who belonged to a somewhat later time and whose genius was purely subjective, much of the production of these Americans followed the lines of their English predecessors, Johnson, Goldsmith, Addison, and Steele. It is only in their deeper moments of thought and feeling that there sounds that note of love of country, of genuine Americanism which gives their work individuality and which will keep their memory green. Drake was born in New York in August 1795. He was descended from the same family as the great admiral of Elizabethan days, the American branch of which had served their country honorably both in colonial and revolutionary times. The scenes of his boyhood were the same as those that formed the environment of Irving, memories of which are scattered thick through the literature of the day. New York was still a picturesque, hospitable, rural capital, the center of the present town being miles distant in the country. The best families were all intimately associated in a social life that was cultivated and refined at the same time that it was gay and unconventional, and in this society Drake occupied a place which his lovable qualities and fine talents must have won, even had it been denied him by birth. He was a precocious boy, for whom a career was anticipated by his friends while he was yet a mere child, and when he met Halleck in his 18th year he had already won some reputation. The friendship of Drake and Halleck was destined to prove infinitely valuable to both. A discussion between Cooper, Halleck, and Drake upon the poetic inspiration of American scenery prompted Drake to write The Culprit Fay, a poem without any human character. This he completed in 3 days, and offered it as the argument on his side. The scene of the poem is laid in the highlands of the Hudson, but Drake added many pictures suggested by memories of Long Island Sound, whose waters he haunted with boat and rod. He apologized for this by saying that the purposes of poetry alone could explain the presence so far up the Hudson of so many salt-water emigrants. The Culprit Fay is a creation of pure fancy, full of delicate imagery, and handled with an ethereal lightness of touch. Its exquisite grace, its delicate coloring, its prodigality of charm, explain its immediate popularity and its lasting fame. But the Rip Van Winkle legend is a far more genuine product of fancy. Drake's few shorter lyrics throb with genuine poetic feeling and show the loss sustained by literature in the author's early death. Best known of these is the American Flag, which appeared in the Evening Post as one of a series of jeux d'esprit, the joint productions of Halleck and Drake, who either alternated in the composition of the numbers or wrote them together. The last 4 lines only of the American Flag are Halleck's. The entire sets appeared between March and July 1819 under the signature of The Croakers. Literary New York was mystified as to the authorship of these skits, which hit off the popular fads, follies, and enthusiasms of the day with so easy and graceful a touch. Politics, music, the drama, and domestic life alike furnished inspiration for the numbers, some of whose titles, as A Sketch of a Debate in Tammany and The Battery War, suggest the local political issues of the present day. There is now in existence a handsome edition of these verses, with the names of the authors of the several pieces appended, and in the case of the joint ownership with the initials D and H subscribed. Drake's complete poems were not published during his lifetime. 16 years after his death by consumption in his 26th year, his daughter issued a volume dedicated to Halleck, in which were included the best specimens of her father's work. Many of the lesser-known verses indicate his true place as a poet. In the touching poem Abelard to Eloise, in the 3rd stanza of the American Flag, and in innumerable beautiful lines scattered throughout his work, appears a genuine inspiration. In his own day, Drake filled a place which his death left forever vacant. His rare and winning personality, his generous friendships, his joy in life, and his courage in the contemplation of his inevitable fate still appeal to a generation to whom they are but traditions. The exquisite monody in which Halleck celebrated his loss links their names and decorates their friendship with imperishable garlands. A Winter's Tale from The Croakers. Quote, A merry heart goes all the way, a sad one tires in a mile, eh? End quote. Winter's Tale. The man who frets at worldly strife grows sallow, sour, and thin. Give us the lad whose happy life is one perpetual grin. He, Midas-like, turns all to gold. He smiles when others sigh, enjoys alike the hot and cold, and laughs through wet and dry. There's fun in everything we meet, the greatest, worst, and best. Existence is a merry treat, and every speech a jest. Be it ours to watch the crowds that pass, where mirth's gay banner waves, to show fools through a quizzing glass, and bastinate the knaves. The serious world will scold and ban, in clamour loud and hard, to hear a Meggs called a congressman, and Paulding called a bard. But come what may, the man's in luck who turns it all to glee, and laughing, cries with honest Puck, Good Lord, what fools ye be! Footnote: Henry Meggs of New York, a congressman from 1819 to 1821 in the 16th Congress. End of poem. The Culprit Fay. Quote, My visual orbs are purged from film, and lo, instead of Anster's turnip-bearing vales, I see old Fairyland's miraculous show. Her trees of tinsel kissed by freakish gales, her oafs that, clothed in leaf gold, skim the breeze, and fairies swarming. End quote. From Tennant's Anster Fair. 'Tis the middle watch of a summer's night. The earth is dark, but the heavens are bright. Naught is seen in the vault on high but the moon, and the stars, and the cloudless sky, and the flood which rolls its milky hue, a river of light on the welkin blue. The moon looks down on old Cronus, she mellows the shades on his shaggy breast, and seems his huge grey form to throw in a silver cone on the wave below. His sides are broken by spots of shade, by the walnut bough and the cedar made, and through their clustering branches dark glimmers and dies the firefly's spark, like starry twinkles that momentarily break through the rifts of the gathering tempest's wrack. The stars are on the moving stream, and fling, as its ripples gently flow, a burnished length of wavy beam in an eel-like spiral line below. The winds are whist, and the owl is still, the bat in the shelvy rock is hid, and naught is heard on the lonely hill but the cricket's chirp, and the answer shrill of the gauze-winged katydid. and the plaint of the wailing whippoorwill who moans unseen and ceaseless sings, ever a note of wail and woe, till morning spreads her rosy wings, and earth and sky in her glances glow. 'Tis the hour of fairy ban and spell. The wood-tick has kept the minutes well. He has counted them all with click and stroke, deep in the heart of the mountain oak, and he has awakened the sentry elf who sleeps with him in the haunted tree, to bid him ring the hour of 12 and call the fays to their revelry. 12 small strokes on his tinkling bell. 'Twas made of the white snail's pearly shell. Midnight comes, and all is well. Hither, hither, wing your way. 'Tis the dawn of the fairy day. They come from beds of lichen green. They creep from the mulleins' velvet screen. Some on the backs of beetles fly from the silver tops of moon-touched trees, where they swung in their cobweb hammocks high, and rocked about in the evening breeze. Some from the humbird's downy nest. They had driven him out by elfin power, and pillowed on plumes of his rainbow breast, had slumbered there till the charmed hour. Some had lain in the scoop of the rock, with glittering icing stars inlaid, and some had opened the 4 o'clock, and stole within its purple shade. And now they throng the moonlight glade, above, below, on every side, their little minim forms arrayed in the tricksy pomp of fairy pride. They come not now to print the lee, in freak and dance around the tree, or at the mushroom board to sup, and drink the dew from the buttercup. A scene of sorrow waits them now, for an ouphe has broken his vestal vow. He has loved an earthly maid, and left for her his woodland shade. He has lain upon her lip of dew, and sunned him in her eye of blue, fanned her cheek with his wing of air, played in the ringlets of her hair, and nestling on her snowy breast, forgot the lily-king's behest. For this the shadowy tribes of air to the elven court must haste away, and now they stand expectant there to hear the doom of the culprit fay. The throne was reared upon the grass of spice-wood and of sassafras. On pillars of mottled tortoise-shell hung the burnished canopy, and o'er it gorgeous curtains fell of the tulip's crimson drapery. The monarch sat on his judgment seat, on his brow the crown imperial shone. The prisoner fay was at his feet, and his peers were ranged around the throne. He waved his sceptre in the air, he looked around and calmly spoke. His brow was grave and his eye severe, but his voice in a softened accent broke. Fairy, fairy, list and mark, thou hast broke thine elfin chain. Thy flame-wood lamp is quenched and dark, and thy wings are dyed with a deadly stain. Thou hast sullied thine elfin purity in the glance of a mortal maiden's eye. Thou hast scorned our dread decree, and thou shouldst pay the forfeit high. But well I know her sinless mind is pure as the angel forms above, gentle and meek and chaste and kind, such as a spirit well might love. Fairy, had she spot or taint, bitter had been thy punishment. Tied to the hornet's shardy wings, tossed on the pricks of nettle stings, or 7 long ages doomed to dwell with the lazy worm in the walnut shell, or every night to writhe and bleed beneath the tread of the centipede, or bound in a cobweb dungeon dim, your jailer a spider, huge and grim, amid the carrion bodies to lie of the worm and the bug and the murdered fly. These it had been your lot to bear, had a stain been found on the earthly fare. Now list and mark our mild decree. Fairy, this your doom must be. Thou shalt seek the beach of sand where the water bounds the elfin land. Thou shalt watch the oozy brine till the sturgeon leaps in the bright moonshine. Then dart the glistening arch below, and catch a drop from his silver bow. The water sprites will wield their arms and dash around with roar and rave, and vain are the woodland spirits' charms. They are the imps that rule the wave. Yet trust thee in thy single might. If thy heart be pure and thy spirit right, thou shalt win the warlock fight. If the spray-bead gem be won, the stain of thy wing is washed away. But another errand must be done, ere thy crime be lost for aye. Thy flame-wood lamp is quenched and dark, thou must re-illumine its spark. Mount thy steed, and spur him high to the heaven's blue canopy, and when thou seest a shooting star, follow it fast and follow it far. The last faint spark of its burning train shall light the elfin lamp again. Thou hast heard our sentence, Fay. Hence, to the waterside, away. The goblin marked his monarch well. He spake not, but he bowed him low, then plucked a crimson colon bell, and turned him round in act to go. The way is long, he cannot fly, his soiled wing has lost its power, and he winds adown the mountain high for many a sore and weary hour, through dreary beds of tangled fern, through groves of nightshade dark and dern, over the grass and through the brake where toils the ant and sleeps the snake. Now o'er the violet's azure flush he skips along in lightsome mood, and now he thrids the bramble bush till its points are dyed in fairy blood. He has leaped the bog, he has pierced the briar, he has swum the brook and waded the mire, till his spirits sank and his limbs grew weak, and the red waxed fainter in his cheek. He had fallen to the ground outright, for rugged and dim was his onward track. But there came a spotted toad in sight, and he laughed as he jumped upon her back. He bridled her mouth with a silkweed twist, he lashed her sides with an osier thong, and now through evening's dewy mist with leap and spring they bound along, till the mountain's magic verge is past, and the beach of sand is reached at last. Up, fairy, quit thy chickweed bower, the cricket has called the second hour. Twice again, and the lark will rise to kiss the streaking of the skies. Up, thy charmed armour don, thou wilt need it ere the night be gone. He put his acorn helmet on, it was plumed of the silk of the thistledown, the corselet plate that guarded his breast was once the wild bee's golden vest. His cloak of 1,000 mingled dyes was formed of the wings of butterflies. His shield was the shell of a ladybug queen, studs of gold on a ground of green, and the quivering lance which he brandished bright was the sting of a wasp he had slain in fight. Swift he bestrode his firefly steed, he bared his blade of the bent grass blue, he drove his spurs of the cockle seed, and away like a glance of thought he flew, to skim the heavens and follow far the fiery trail of the rocket star. The moth-fly, as he shot in air, crept under the leaf and hid her there. The katydid forgot its lay, the prowling gnat fled fast away, the fell mosquito checked his drone, and folded his wings till the fay was gone, and the wily beetle dropped his head, and fell on the ground as if he were dead. They crouched them close in the darksome shade, they quaked all o'er with awe and fear, for they had felt the blue bent blade, and writhed at the prick of the elven spear. Many a time, on a summer's night, when sky was clear and the moon was bright, they had been roused from the haunted ground by the yelp and bay of the fairy hound. They had heard the tiny bugle horn, they had heard the twang of the maize-silk string, when the vine-twig bows were tightly drawn, and the needle-shaft through air was borne, feathered with down of the humbird's wing. And now they deemed the courier Ouphe some hunter sprite of the elfin ground, and they watched till they saw him mount the roof that canopies the world around. Then glad they left their covert lair, and freaked about in the midnight air. Up to the vaulted firmament his path the firefly courser bent, and at every gallop on the wind he flung a glittering spark behind. He flies like a feather in the blast, till the first light cloud in heaven is past. But the shapes of air have begun their work, and a drizzly mist is round him cast. He cannot see through the mantle murk, he shivers with cold, but he urges fast. Through storm and darkness, sleet and shade, he lashes his steed and spurs amain, for shadowy hands have twitched the rein, and flame-shot tongues round him played. And near him many a fiendish eye glared with a fell malignity, and yells of rage and shrieks of fear came screaming on his startled ear. His wings are wet around his breast, the plume hangs dripping from his crest. His eyes are blurred with the lightning's glare, and his ears are stunned with the thunder's blare. But he gave a shout, and his blade he drew, he thrust before, and he struck behind, till he pierced their cloudy bodies through, and gashed their shadowy limbs of wind. Howling the misty spectres flew, they rend the air with frightful cries, for he has gained the welkin blue, and the land of clouds beneath him lies. Up to the cope, careering swift in breathless motion fast, fleet as the swallow cuts the drift, or the sea rock rides the blast. The sapphire sheet of eve is shot, the sphered moon is past, the earth but seems a tiny blot on a sheet of azure cast. Oh, it was sweet in the clear moonlight to tread the starry plain of even, to meet the thousand eyes of night, and feel the cooling breath of heaven. But the elfin made no stop or stay till he came to the bank of the Milky Way. Then he checked his courser's foot, and watched for the glimpse of the planet shoot. Sudden, along the snowy tide that swelled to meet their footsteps' fall, the sylphs of heaven were seen to glide, attired in sunset's crimson pall. Around the Fae they weave the dance, they skip before him on the plain, and one has taken his wasp-sting lance, and one upholds his bridle rein. With warblings wild they lead him on to where, through clouds of amber seen, studded with stars, resplendent shone the palace of the sylphid queen. Its spiral columns, gleaming bright, were streamers of the northern light. Its curtains light and lovely flush was of the morning's rosy blush, and the ceiling fair that rose aboon, the white and feathery fleece of noon. Borne afar on the wings of the blast, northward away he speeds him fast, and his courser follows the cloudy wane, till the hoof-strokes fall like pattering rain. The clouds roll backward as he flies, each flickering star behind him lies, and he has reached the northern plain, and backed his firefly steed again, ready to follow in its flight the streaming of the rocket light. The star is yet in the vault of heaven, but it rocks in the summer gale, and now 'tis fitful and uneven, and now 'tis deathly pale, and now 'tis wrapped in sulphur smoke, and quenched is its rayless beam, and now with a rattling thunderstroke it bursts in flash and flame. As swift as the glance of the arrowy lance that the storm spirit flings from high, the star shot flew o'er the welkin blue as it fell from the sheeted sky. As swift as the wind in its train behind, the elfin gallops along. The fiends of the clouds are bellowing loud, but the sylvan charm is strong. He gallops unhurt in the shower of fire, while the cloud fiends fly from the blaze. He watches each flake till its sparks expire, and rides in the light of its rays. But he drove his steed to the lightning's speed, and caught a glimmering spark, then wheeled around to the fairy ground, and sped through the midnight dark. Ouf and goblin, imp and sprite, elf of eve and starry fay, ye that love the moon's soft light, hither, hither, wend your way. Twine ye in a jocund ring, sing and trip it merrily, hand to hand and wing to wing, round the wild witch hazel tree. Hail the wanderer again with dance and song, and lute and lyre. Pure his wing, and strong his chain, and doubly bright his fairy fire. Twine ye in an airy round, brush the dew and print the lea, skip and gambol, hop and bound round the wild witch hazel tree. The beetle guards our holy ground, he flies about the haunted place, and if mortal there be found, he hums in his ears and flaps his face. The leaf harp sounds our roundelay, the owlet's eyes our lanterns be, thus we sing and dance and play round the wild witch hazel tree. But hark! From tower on tree-top high, the sentry elf his call has made. A streak is in the eastern sky, shapes of moonlight flit and fade, the hilltops gleam in morning spring, the skylark shakes his dappled wing, the day glimmers on the lawn, the cock has crowed, and the fays are gone. End of poem. The American Flag. When Freedom from her mountain height unfurled her standard to the air, she tore the azure robe of night and set the stars of glory there. She mingled with its gorgeous dyes the milky baldric of the skies, and striped its pure celestial white with streakings of the morning light. Then from his mansion in the sun she called her eagle-bearer down, and gave unto his mighty hand the symbol of her chosen land. Majestic monarch of the cloud, who rear'st aloft thy regal form, to hear the tempest trumpings loud, and see the lightning lances driven, when strive the warriors of the storm, and rolls the thunder-drum of heaven, child of the sun, to thee 'tis given to guard the banner of the free, to hover in the sulphur smoke, to ward away the battle-stroke, and bid its blendings shine afar, like rainbows on the cloud of war, the harbingers of victory. Flag of the brave, thy folds shall fly, the sign of hope and triumph high, when speaks the signal trumpet tone, and the long line comes gleaming on, ere yet the life-blood, warm and wet, has dimmed the glistening bayonet, each soldier eye shall brightly turn to where the sky-born glories burn, and as his springing steps advance, catch war and vengeance from the glance. And when the cannon mouthings loud heave in wild wreaths the battle shroud, and gory sabres rise and fall like shoots of flame on midnight's pall, then shall thy meteor glances glow, and cowering foes shall sink beneath each gallant arm that strikes below that lovely messenger of death. Flag of the seas, on ocean wave thy stars shall glitter o'er the brave, when death, careering on the gale, sweeps darkly round the bellied sail, and frighted waves rush wildly back before the broadside's reeling rack, each dying wanderer of the sea shall look at once to heaven and thee, and smile to see thy splendours fly in triumph for his closing eye. Flag of the free heart's hope and home, by angel hands to valour given, thy stars have lit the welkin dome, and all thy hues were born in heaven. For ever float that standard sheet, where breathes the foe but falls before us, with freedom's soil beneath our feet, and freedom's banner streaming o'er us. End of poem. End of section 17.